Padma Shri Dr. Neeru Kumar, CEO, Ask Insights, D&I consultant and national icon of the Election Commission of India. Can we have a big round of applause, please, for her? Dr. Neeru Kumar has been honored with the Padma Shri in the year 2021 for her tireless work in diversity and inclusion. She is also the national icon and a board member for the Election Commission of India. She is a pioneer in the field of diversity and inclusivity in India and has been impacting and transforming individuals and organizations through a unique blend of expertise in the above fields. All right, now I'll hand over the mic to her.
Good morning, everybody. It is my absolute delight to be here today with all of you. I must begin by thanking Republic Media and Mr. Arnab Goswami for giving me the opportunity to open this very powerful session on Stree Shakti, breaking the barriers. I'm going to start with a very simple exercise. And for that, I want all of you to sit back in your chairs and close your eyes. Please sit back in your chairs and close your eyes. If you are wearing spectacles, please take them out. Roll your eyeballs upwards and take 3 deep breaths. Breathe in from your nose and breathe out from your mouth. After taking 3 deep breaths, you can relax your eyeballs, but continue breathing deeply. Deep, relaxing, letting go breaths. I now want you to visualize a nice, juicy, yellow, plump lemon with a puckering skin and a very lemony smell. And then you take a knife and swish, you cut the lemon into half and the lemon juice sprays on your face. And you take half of that lemon and squeeze the juice on your tongue. Open your eyes. How many of you, please show me a raise of hands, how many of you had water in your mouth? Yeah. And you know, if I hold a gun to your head and say salivate, you can't do so because it's an automatic response. But over here, it just happened so very simply. Because the word lemon conjured up images, taste, feeling, smell. All the senses got activated by the mere word lemon and then the words that I said after that. This is the power of words. The belief that comes along with words when we say Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, Jain, the beliefs that come up with it. When we say Gora, Kala, the beliefs that come up with it. When we say gay, lesbian, the beliefs that come up with it. When we say man, woman, the beliefs that come up with it. We can't help it. Those are the beliefs that are ingrained in our unconscious mind since very, very long, perhaps childhood. And now they have become such an inherent part of us. You see, we are neurochemical beings. And each time a word evokes a certain belief in us, which then gives rise to thoughts, emotions, and behavior, a gush of chemicals spread in the body. Whenever such words come up in conversations or even in the mind. So I'll tell you a little incident. A few days back, I was coaching a woman virtually. She came on screen and says, I'm very unhappy about my communication, a corporate girl. And I said, okay, what about your communication? She says, my communication is horrible. I again asked, what about your communication? She says, just the way I am. And I said, what is the way you are? And she hung down her head in silence. Minutes passed by. I waited for her to speak. And then I nudged and I say, what is the way you are? She was, just to give you a little context about her appearance, she was having a boy cut, wearing a black shirt, sitting on a black chair and having headphones. And then she said, the words people say about me because I'm not straight. I belong to the LGBTQ group. I said, what are the words? Again, head down. Complete silence. 5 minutes went by, but even virtually, I could feel the pain. Tremendous pain. And then I said, tell me the words. When you begin to speak them, they will lose the power. What do people say about you? It was as if it was stuck in her throat. There was such a sense of shame along with those words. And then she said, Chakka, Hijda. And then tears poured out. Even as I say it now, I get goosebumps. Can you imagine the power of those words on this person's life force energy, this person's dignity, and ultimately this person's life experience? Me, as you see, I have a disability since childhood. I got polio when I was 3 years of age. I grew up hearing words which were horribly derogatory. People would call out on the streets, langdi. Today I'm able to speak that on a mic. Till some time back, like that girl, those words wouldn't come out of my throat. It was such a feeling of shame, as if one becomes naked on just saying those words. There were others like, itni sundar ladki, chand pe daag lag gaya. Even the word handicap was said in an insulting way. Or I would merely be walking and the sounds of would follow me everywhere. Such were the power of stereotypes and words. You know, something very interesting happened. I was thinking when day before yesterday, I got to know that I'm to be here and talking to all of you. I thought of this. I said, let's speak about the power of words. And then yesterday, this is the law of attraction, and I never fail to be inspired by the law of attraction. Yesterday, somebody sent me the handbook of stereotypes which the Supreme Court has taken out. So I read a little bit of that and got some information for you from that. And then today morning, it's in our headlines that the Supreme Court has taken out a handbook on stereotypes. So what are stereotypes? Overgeneralizations, beliefs about a certain group of people which are often unfair and untrue, and you ascribe them to the majority of people having that characteristic or belonging to that group, that becomes a stereotype. By the way, stereotypes are normal. We can't live without stereotypes because to make sense of this world, to categorize things, we have to make some kind of brackets, some kind of boxes. It's natural. But if those stereotypes are robbing people of their dignity and their opportunities, they need to be examined and re-examined. So I want to read out to you the message by the Chief Justice of India, Justice Dhananjay Chandrachud. He says, our oath as judges mandates that we perform the duties of our office without fear or favor, affection or ill will. The oath also requires a judge to put aside any preconceived notions about the parties before the court, Relying on predetermined stereotypes in judicial decision-making contravenes the duty of judges to decide each case on its merits independently and impartially. In particular, reliance on stereotypes about women is liable to distort the law's application to women in harmful ways. Even when the use of stereotypes does not alter the outcome of a case, stereotypical language may reinforce ideas contrary to our constitutional ethos. Language is critical to the life of the law. Words are the vehicle through which the values of the laws are communicated. Words transmit the ultimate intention of the lawmaker or the judge to the nation. For example, the Code of Civil Procedure 1908 previously referred to persons without financial means as paupers. Can you imagine the impact of words? Now coming to women, what are the three kinds of stereotypes that I encounter in coaching thousands of women, in talking to several organizational leaders, thousands and thousands, in doing gender intelligence sessions, organization over organization? I mean, I have trained more than 40,000 people in the field of gender intelligence, over 60 major organizations, talked to many, many women at all levels in an organization. And what are the three stereotypical forms that come up? Number one is about inherent characteristics. Women are too emotional, and that prevents them from being rational. Second, about their inherent roles as a nurturer, a mother, a wife. And this one is actually the most painful, because this one brings a lot of guilt along with it. So I recently watched the biopic Tarla of Tarla Dalal. And what we saw there was that here was this very supportive husband who was supporting her throughout. But suddenly a phase came when she was so involved in TV shows that she had to be out of the house for a very long time. And then the husband got influenced. He got influenced by society. The children began to fall sick. The child began to throw food into the dustbin because the servants were cooking it and not the mother of the house. All that happened, and the woman drowned in guilt. This was a movie. I see this in my coaches every day. I do an exercise with my women group, an exercise on limiting beliefs, and I say, a woman is harsher to herself than anyone externally can be. She's got this inner critique, I call it the DJ, which keeps banging on her head, you're not good enough. You foiled it all up. You messed it all up. You spoke too much in a meeting. You did not speak in a meeting. It goes on and on and on. In the middle of the night, if she gets up to go to the restroom, suddenly the DJ starts playing so loud that after that she can't sleep. She loses her sleep. It's telling her you're too fat, you're too slim, you don't know how to speak, your English is bad, you didn't go to a good university. Goes on and on. And then the imposter syndrome comes up. The imposter syndrome says it makes the person, very often women, or maybe anybody from the diversity group, it makes them feel that their success is a fluke and that someday everyone will find out and it'll come crashing down like a pack of cards. I cannot tell you the number of women that relate to it. When they come to me for coaching, some have heard of it and some have not, but they give me the book definition of the imposter syndrome. Ladies and gentlemen, you must know this, that this is like a pandemic. Almost every woman I know has gone through the imposter syndrome at some time or the other. And in a country like ours, where patriarchy has been the norm, where there is historic social norms which have put down women, the imposter syndrome is even more powerful. India is already the most populous country in the world. Now we are at a very exciting phase. We all know that. We're talking about it all the time. Whether a graph goes up or not directly depends on the participation of our women. So fortunately, today we have a lot of research about the business case of having women at every level, in every role, in every level. So there is evidence. Christine Lagarde, the former managing director of IMF, said, women's involvement is not just the right thing to do, it's an absolute economic no-brainer. So that does us very good, because when we want to convince leaders, organizations to put in their energies and invest in involving women, we show them the business case. Great. Actually, most of us know that without seeing the data and the figures. So these are the very women, and here I'd like to talk about intersectionality. The word intersectionality means when a person has more than one form of diversity. For example, I'm an Indian woman with a disability. So in the global context, maybe 3 forms. Recently, I met a woman, a remarkable woman, who had no arms and no legs. One of her legs was a cone, and it had 4 toes hanging like this. She was in an electric wheelchair, and somehow she was operating that. But not only was she operating the wheelchair, she was operating 2 cell phones. 2 cell phones. Can you believe this? One with her 4 hanging toes, and the other was on a stand on her wheelchair, which she was operating with her tongue. And she was doing it simultaneously at such fast speed, you couldn't believe it. Then she picked up a water bottle from her toes, put it like this, and drank it. Then she asked me for my number. I was about to write it down for her, and she said, no, give me the pen. And in an absolutely beautiful handwriting, she wrote down my name and number with her 4 toes. Such is the power of women. There is a group who does, I should have known the name, but anyway, there's a group who does a beautiful dance, people with disabilities on wheelchairs. So we did a disability conference at Ask Insights some time back, and people were mesmerized by how the wheelchair users were throwing down their chairs and with agility, again dancing. But there was a surprise. At the end of it, we got to know that the women who were dancing were completely speech and hearing impaired. They could not hear the music. They were on their feet, but they could not hear the music. The rhythm came from inside them. We did not know it till the show ended. This is Stree Shakti. This is the power of women. They need not go through the imposter syndrome anymore. And if we want our country to rise up powerfully, I think each of us has to take a responsibility in that. So I was mentioning 3 types of stereotypes. One is on the inherent traits, second is on the roles, and third is on the sexual violence. We all know that there's a lot of conversation about women dressing in a certain way, women smoking, women having alcohol, provoking men to do the sexual violence. All this must end. And I must say, in my long decades of my life, what I have seen right now is that the momentum is the strongest right now. We can enter a completely new realm of humanity and human experience if we all take part and participate in it right now. I will leave you with 3 things to think about. The first 3 little tips, 3 little suggestions on how we can do it. The first one is, of course, rewriting the rules, just like the Supreme Court has taken out the handbook. At the Election Commission, under the leadership of the Chief Election Commissioner Sunil Kumar Arora ji, and now Rajiv Kumar ji, the Commission has done phenomenal work in making polling booths accessible for all. And this is so authentic. It's not just about putting a ramp. It's about seeing what are the barriers that lead a voter from the road to the polling booth. What are some of the psychological experiences that may happen? And if that person is not able to come out at all, then there is postal ballots, or there are people picking them up from home. This is rewriting the rules, which leaders must immerse themselves in. Leaders of organizations, leaders of political parties, leaders of the country must immerse themselves in rewriting the rule and being role models who champion the cause. That is number one. Number two, I want to talk about the theme of equity. This year's Women's Day theme was embrace equity. Now, I find a lot of mixed reactions to equity. By now, almost all of us have seen the picture of the 3 boxes and the fence and a match going on, and 3 boxes distributed equally to 3 different places. But that's not enough if they're not able to see the match. That's where we say certain people need maybe 2 boxes. So to me, equity means 2 things. First is taking care of the backlog of the past. And the second is taking care of specific needs. If a ramp is needed, you need a ramp. If a short person needs 3 boxes, you give him 3 boxes. But this is something to listen very carefully. In my conversations with leaders and organizational people, every day, I'm finding a very dangerous trend. In the past 1 year, something, uncertainty, insecurity is rippling in many people. Men are now thinking that their opportunities might be taken away if we concentrate too much on women, or if we have gender targets and gender quotas, or if we change our policies for women. Not only men, women are getting insecure. Women think, I will be called a diversity candidate, and therefore they shy away from embracing equity. And I tell them, I said, when I appeared for my MBBS exam, yes, I'm a medical doctor. Dr. Kiran Bedi is sitting right in front of me, and I have been to her house to see her parents a number of times when I was in CGHS North Avenue. So when I appeared for my medical entrance, I did not take any quota. When I appeared for UPSC, I did not take any quota. But today I tell people with disabilities and women, I was foolish. My lived experience had many challenges. When children were giving the 10th and 12th class board exam, I was being operated and had big plasters in my leg. In school, I could not even go to the water cooler to drink water because children would push you and I could fall in those water puddles. My lived experience was different. The struggle was harder, much harder. Therefore, to embrace equity is a smart thing to do. If the competence is there, if you have that metal inside you, no matter if you're a diversity candidate, no matter if you took that extra box, your competence will shine through anyway. Nobody could have stopped it. If I had taken that quota in medical college, I still had to pass the final MBBS exam, right? Nobody can stop that. So embrace equity. And the third is the most powerful thought that I have for you. Challenge your own irrational belief. Challenge your own every day. Challenge your own irrational beliefs. There are many, believe me, there are many. So there was a session I was doing with about 100 people, and one of the leaders comes and asks me, Dr. Neeru, are you saying we can't joke anymore? So what if I do Jat jokes? So what if I do women jokes? They keep the team lively. I don't mind, I'm a Jat. I don't mind if people do Jat jokes on me. And I said, you don't mind because you're a leader of power and position and you have a certain immunity. Do you know the feelings and emotions of others whom the jokes are directed to? So challenge those beliefs. I'll leave you with a story. This is a story of Nelson Mandela. In South Africa, there was this plant in Port Elizabeth, Mercedes-Benz plant, which was the worst performing plant in the world. It was about to be shut down. A CEO was sent there from Germany to try and revamp it, otherwise close it down. When he reached there, he saw thousands, 4,000 apartheid workers with no pay balance, with horrible conditions, no opportunity for growth. And he was rejected. He said, this is not possible. And he was thinking and thinking of what he can do to change it around. And suddenly, he had this idea. that Nelson Mandela was being released from prison. Let us create a car for him. So up till then, the Mercedes-Benz plant in South Africa was producing a car in 48 days with 16 faults, whereas Germany was producing 16 faults in 14 days. So now what to do? Now when they started saying, let's build a car from Mandela, the excitement in the workers, it went through the roof. They were so excited, they suddenly found a purpose, and their CEO believed in them. Can you believe it? They created a car with only 9 faults in 4 days, beating all records. Watch the YouTubes. There are plenty of YouTubes on this story. And what is the excitement of those workers, the fervor of those workers, because their CEO believed in them and because they had purpose. So when we challenge our own beliefs, when we begin to examine and believe in people, Nari Shakti, Stree Shakti is a big force. It only needs looking at, it's already there. Then the women of our country will stop holding themselves back. They will stop being tortured by the imposter syndrome. And then, whether you're a man or a woman, when you participate in a movement like this, in a cause like this, in a purpose like this, where is the question of you losing out? Then that fear becomes irrational. There's no question that you will lose out. And for that, I will end it with 2 lines. जब औरों को बुलंदी पे पहुंचाता हूं मैं, खुद को भी नए आसमानों पे पाता हूं मैं, रोशनी में उनकी जब चमकता हूं मैं, तो सितारों में एक बन जाता हूं मैं. So that is the power, ladies and gentlemen, of starting to uplift not only women, but all diverse people around you. Thank you so much for listening to me. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you so much, Dr. Neenu Kumar, for those enlightening words, and it was the perfect beginning, I think, for today's Republic Dialogue on Stree Shakti. Thank you so much. A big round of applause for Dr. Neenu Kumar, please. Now, in a world where progress is equivalent to success and accomplishments, now this discussion aims to shed light on the challenges, the triumphs, and the aspirations of women, who have not only shattered the glass ceilings, but also paved the way for a more equitable and dynamic corporate landscape. We're eager to hear from these accomplished women who have blazed the trails and broken the barriers in the corporate sector. So for our next session on the executive edge, empowering leaders in corporate governance, I would like to welcome on stage our eminent panelists, Ms. Mausami Kar, Managing Director, India Motivator. Ms. Mausami Kar has 3 decades of experience spanning from media to entertainment, advertising, and a non-profit. She's a result-oriented achiever with outstanding credentials of handling some of the most prestigious brands, both global and Indian. Ms. Mausami's expertise, in fact, are in the field of brand management, communication, planning, consumer insights, ideation, and execution, and of course, digital strategy development. Big round of applause, please. I'd also like to invite Ms. Sonal Gariba, Executive Director, Raven Group. She's also the Chairman and Managing Director, at the Raven Group of Companies and an experienced director of procurement with a demonstrated history of working in the machinery industry. She's also a member of the core committee of Women in Power. Her thought-provoking insights and expertise has been shared at the Indian Solar Alliance, where she has contributed to discussions on critical solar energy and cable industry intersections. Also on the panel is Ms. Hema Malik, Chief Investment Officer, India IPG Media Brands. As the first Chief Investment Officer of IPG Media Brands India, Ms. Malik is widely recognized for her exceptional business acumen and innate ability to extract the optimal value for clients and businesses through investment planning, partnerships, and negotiations. Her unwavering commitment has played a pivotal role in driving IPG Media Brands Network's growth journey to greater heights in the country. And joining them on stage is Suyesha Sawant, Senior Correspondent and Anchor, Republic Media Network. Over to you, Suyesha.
Very good morning to all our viewers, and very good morning to all you ladies. Like I've been saying, that I was particularly looking forward to this conversation, not just for the feminist that I am, but also, you know, being in the corporate industry and witnessing the changes myself. So, Hema, I'd like to begin with you first and bring some numbers here. In the last decade itself, 2013 to be precise, the kind of women representation we saw in boards across companies was at a 6%. In 2022, it stands at 18%. That's almost thrice of what it was. And while there's a marked change in how the Indian corporate sector is faring, how have you witnessed this change in the last decade or so internally, and what do you expect in the time to come?
Thanks. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. So, you know, I'm part of the boardroom today, but, you know, I may start with a little reverse thing that I want to believe that I'm here because of my performance and not because of my gender. So therefore, you know, if I have to treat boardroom as a destination, it's a journey, I think, that is very critical, not only for us, but for the entire corporate sector. The emphasis that we need to put on bringing in talent, and as, you know, Neeruji rightly said that, yes, it's a tougher journey for a woman. I have seen so many well-deserved dropouts that have happened when it comes to women. At a marriage stage, you know, as is the journey in terms of entering is tougher, and then the dropouts which happen because of marriage, the first child, the second child, and that is a very unfortunate part of it. That is where I think the corporate governance policies which are favoring women gender is very, very critical, and not having a quota which is a quota for women in the boardroom. In the boardroom, we are here for a business, and it's not fair to either sexes and to the company to have anyone in the room because of the gender that they belong to. So that's my belief on this specific topic, yeah.
So to add to what she said and what you said, we moved from 6% to 18%, and we've seen a great growth in certain sectors like IT technology. Life sciences has been a great boost, where I see more than 24% women in the positions. Media, these two ladies here, are promising, and for women there's a lot of scope out there. Where we see, I come from energy and power sector, and that's where it's saddening to see that it's a very male-dominated or male-heavy, I would say, industry. And the women participation at senior levels and boards is measly. It has stagnated over the years to less than 15%, and a handful of 600 to 800 women are actually in senior positions. So whilst we see this and we know the things that women can bring to board, what we have tried to do is through our association, IMA, we have started a chapter called Women in Power chapter, which is specifically dedicated to women in power. And it's a networking platform where they can come together, exchange ideas, they can network, and mentoring happens out there. There are a lot of training, skilling sessions that we do. So to answer your question to that, yes, there has been a significant move, but there needs to be a lot more done on that platform to enhance women's participation.
Okay, Masumi, I know that you're a woman with diverse views, but I want to quote you in one of the works that you had written, where you had said, over the years, the gender insensitivity part has undergone the much needed change. However, bias, a product of innate conditioning, though much weakened, persists. To my mind, this behavioral change has not been a product of some deep self-reflection on the part of men in positions of power, rather the collective conscience and certain movements that have triggered and then buttressed this change. I want you to elaborate on this and what brings you to this thought. Also, how do you think the society has played a larger role in carving that narrative on gender?
So I wrote that article on Women's Day, and it was largely about my journey, and the larger theme was about women empowerment. Having said that, I reflected on the fact that gender is just one of our identities. In my case, an exogenous identity. And people have many other identities which are not necessarily just gender. And the workplace today is open to plurality and acceptance. And therefore, despite the challenges that women have in society or at their homes, how do we make the workplace a more safe, secure place to bring in their authentic self? And so, largely, like I said, it was about women empowerment. But, just to leave it at that and say women empowerment and society has a role, homes have roles, workplace has a role, is just the tip of the iceberg. I'm all for the increase of women participation in the workforce, informal or formal, which is a great thing, and we must. And over the years, we have seen actually women's participation going down. COVID was a big, dampener. When the maternity benefit went from 3 months to 6 months, there's a study which says that women's participation, it's a team lead study, I forget the exact year when it was done. We lost about 1.2 crores women. But, representation of more women in the workforce, all of this, and women empowerment is, let's say, topic A, a subject A, which is very, very important. But I also want to talk about the subject that you are talking about, which is about taking women's participation higher in corporate governance. These are topic A, which is women empowerment, representation on one hand, and topic B, which is corporate governance. And I have scrounged the internet to find out a proper definition of corporate governance, and there's so many definitions. So I want to use my phone once to just read out how the Corporate Governance Institute defines corporate governance. It says, corporate governance is a set of rules, practices, and processes used to direct and control an organization. Boards of directors are the primary force determining corporate governance. Accounting, transparency, fairness, and responsibility are the 4 fundamental principles of corporate governance. Now, to draw a connection between women empowerment and corporate governance, I'm not sure, okay? Because there are studies, but there are no direct links to say women empowerment will lead to corporate governance, or having more women in the board is good or bad. Let me just use a parallel. I'm going to talk about microfinancing. When MFIs were working in India way back, when the studies were being done, the studies were done to show that are MFIs helping
household below the poverty line, bridge the gap and come above the poverty line. And the results were mixed, okay? Because we were measuring the wrong parameters. I won't say wrong, may not be the right parameters. When Abhijit Banerjee, Esther Deflo, et al., they started doing the studies, and they showed an MFI client, in this case the household where the woman is there. When you studied them, you actually saw improvement in certain parameters. So therefore, the parameter of more girl children going to schools, the age of marriage going up, the gap between the firstborn and the secondborn, that increasing. So you knew that these are the right parameters to measure, and they could prove it. So my question is, if we're talking about accountability, responsibility, fairness, transparency, some of them would be possibly gender neutral, but we really cannot connect them with women empowerment or with that. So there has to be something which allows that. And we cannot look at the West for this, because even there is a mixed result. Many of the boards are, many of the countries like France, Germany, Norway, for instance, it is mandated that you have so many numbers of people, so many number of women in the board. There are mixed results again. So therefore, just women empowerment is connected. Yes, we feel intuitively, and possibly things like fairness will go up when you have women on the board, because women throughout the journey, through their career, they go through more conflict, the lifestyle changes, some of those which Hema was referring to, like when you're married, when you have your children, when you go to a new home as in-laws, those have an effect, and I would suspect fairness and responsibility, women will do better.
I will touch upon that point in greater detail, but Sonal, coming back to you, the core of it goes down to how there is a sense of judgment, especially in certain sectors, because it is said that, women are physically weaker. Like, for example, you hail from the electrical and power sector, and just a while ago you were sharing with me that, now we see women doing the electrical and plumbing jobs. And we as a company are promoting that and want that. As a sector also, there need to be greater reforms and measures to be able to inculcate that. How do you see that change happening?
Well, the change is already there. We are seeing the change. It's at a slow pace considering the industry that I am in right now. But we are seeing significant movement in the direction. So when I entered, I can give my experience, when I entered the boardroom the first time, and it dawned upon me that I'm facing all of this, completely, they were all men on the board at that time. So it's not that I could demand respect out there. I realized that I had to actually show it by my work. I had to show it by my presence, by my the way I present things, the way I present myself out there, the way I bring value to the board. And that's what would get me the respect that I wanted on the board. And it's one thing to be able to get an entry out there. You can say policies will allow women to come on board, but it's up to you to be able to be there on board and prove your worth and stay there. So, and your question, which you said, yes, within our company, we have a 50% workforce, which is women, very few on the senior positions, but we're working towards that. The industry is seeing a sea change where we are seeing a lot of women, not only in the office roles, but also in the roles of ground reality, where women are working as electricians, they are climbing up the poles, they are doing the electrical work out there. And that's really heartening to see that the change is visible, it is coming there, and all we need to do is, as seniors, as both male and female seniors in the management, in the associations, to give these women the confidence and the encouragement to be out there, to grow there, and just prove your worth. You are already a good multitasker. You can think on your feet. You are smarter, and you're equal to the, if not better, I would say, but definitely equal to the other male counterparts of yours. Do not need to undermine yourself, to not have a glass ceiling for yourself and say, hey, look, I cannot do that. Well, actually, you can. And only if you break that barrier for yourself, you will be able to jump on the other side and do maybe better than men in the industry today.
Add to what she said, that, if the requirement is of 10 engineers in a boardroom, for example, and, we have 100 men out there to be picked up from and 10 women engineers to be picked up from. Having a 5 each is not fair to anyone, right? So we need to have those 100 engineers to pick up from a women's sector also. And that is where we need to prepare the journey part, the ground rule, where we need to have more women who are ready and to be taken in that role. Yes, if 2 out of those 5 are coming, I think what is very critical for all organization is to maybe the story, that women's story, to be told louder, to be celebrated in a bigger way, because it has to be an inspiring story so that we can start building that 100 of women engineers. But it has to be well-deserved on credibility, on confidence, and on performance, and not on gender, yeah.
Add to the talent pool. That's exactly what she said, that if you do that, that story which comes out, it will help build the talent pool of women down the line.
Yeah.
If I may just add, and I want to talk about something Dr. Niru Kumar said, and I really, really believe in that. I'm the sponsor of DEI in my organization, Group M, and I'm the first woman on the board of Group M, okay? And Dr. Niru Kumar gave that lovely example of the 3 steps, wherein, diversity is great, and diversity is not just about gender. Inclusivity is great. It means, bringing everyone along. But what is important is equity, okay? Many times, as board members or women who reach the top, we become very defensive. And then we tend to forget what happened to us in our journey, in our past. And then we want rules for everybody to be the same. You cannot have the same rules. Equity is very, very important. And thank you for reminding us about the Dr. Niru Kumar.
I want to come to the exact same point and referring to one of the interviews you had given, where you had said that in order to provide more opportunities for women leaders, we have to ensure that women talent is nurtured within the organization, keeping the work environment safe, zero tolerance to sexual harassment at workplace, eliminating gender bias, providing equal opportunity, being sensitive, and also this point that we mentioned, being sensitive to lifestyle changes like motherhood, encouraging mothers to return to work. Flexible work policies are some of the initiatives that we need to encourage at more and more organizations. Now, you have adopted that. Do you also believe that being a woman boss on the board helps to be more sensitive towards these changes and executing them? And why is this something that must go across the board?
I do not know whether being a woman boss makes me more sensitive. Sensitive, certainly, yes. But it doesn't make me any less of a taskmaster. And it's not a good or a bad. If you know, there are 2 ends of the spectrum, tough and love, okay? So certain things that we as, in our organization, we have inculcated, and I have quoted all of those with so much of pride because we are following those in our organization, are also the policies saying that conflict, the conflict when you're a 40-year-old or let's say an 40s and early 50s when you're already sitting in the board are very different from the conflicts that women face every day. There are everyday issues which a woman goes through, everyday conflicts, and there are life stage conflicts, like when you return after giving birth, after you get married, you need to go early because you have domestic responsibilities as well as your work responsibility. So therefore, giving lip service and saying that, we need to do this, we need to do that is not enough. One should also be conscious. There are only so much that one can do at the workplace. What happens when a person goes back home, is not something you are in control of. What happens when a girl boards the metro or a bus is not something that you can control. All you can control is what you do in the workplace. Some of the things, we as board members, we do to help us be more sensitive, not just to gender, but to other things, is this entire policy of reverse mentoring. So I have a mentor who would be a 27-year-old man who teaches me about their conflicts, their life, and on something that I'm not great at, let's say technology. So reverse mentoring is a great way in which you can sensitize board members, talk to them about your problems. I feel corporate governance, of which we are talking about, is incomplete when you only look at certain age cut, or by the time you are a CEO, it takes time. It is important that you have an advisory council of women between the ages of, let's say, 30 to 35, 40, because they have a different viewpoint of the everyday conflicts, of the conflicts of lifestyle changes. And those are some policy changes we need to bring. And I for one, am not sure whether mandating, you need to have so many number of people and so many number of women on the board is the right or the wrong thing to do, But intuitively, I feel, and I'm someone who loves giving examples. If we look at two sets of school, one where it only has male teachers and the principal is a woman, and another set of school where you have the teachers are male and female, and the principal could be male or female, doesn't matter. I would suspect the latter would do much better than one where you only had men as teachers. Okay, it is not just about making a woman the CEO. It is about how you bring the four principles of corporate governance through making everyone in the board sensitive. I think, and I have written in the same interview that you're quoting for, if you highlight the difference between men and women, nothing will be achieved. When you harp on the commonality between men and women, and you say that, we are partners in this together, that is when you will bring true change, whether it's policy or otherwise.
If I may just add, and I'm saying it out of experience, while we're talking about gender equality, I think as a part of nature and nurturing of women, we all have been brought up in a certain way. I definitely feel, and saying it with experience, a woman not only brings spark in a boardroom, but I think she's far more efficient, productive, and somewhere right now, I think it's the brighter side of that guilt that she carries, that she has to pack so much in a day, which makes her more productive. So I think that's the brighter side, but not saying that she has to carry on with that guilt forever. But yes, women definitely. So I strongly feel that if they are given the right push at the right stages, their capability to run faster is far higher, and the journey will be much shorter to get the right balance of gender in the boardrooms on merit.
But Hima, at a point where we are talking about gender equality, I also want to quote an example that I recently came across. A woman higher up in the ranks in her corporate organization, successful, is pregnant. And she says that, I see that the opportunities that were actually coming my way are receding now because I am going to have a baby, and somewhere my organization is judgmental of the fact that she will go on maternity leave. Point is that women face that. Yeah. And they're still feeling that sense of insecurity as much as we have been able to disrupt a lot of those, differences that were there. Having said that, and this is not about having a male boss or a woman boss, women are still feeling this. Yeah. Do you feel in a position of power that, no, that is not the case, or maybe it is not the case as you go higher up in the ranks?
No, so, okay, so I think feeling of insecurity is natural, okay, because you're letting go of something that you've built. But, having said that, it's the biological reason that a woman needs to rest, okay, I have had 2 kids, so minimum 3 months, now it's extended to 6 months. And that is also debatable, that why 6 months and why men get only 15 days. So you are assuming that it's the woman who has to take care of the baby for those 6 months and not the man. So those are, points that we were also discussing before this panel started. But I think this is on the organization to ensure that there is no insecurity. How you ensure that she is capable, keeping her physical requirements in mind, that she is delivering on the work till the last stage, and she is given that security of coming back and welcomed back with support because of her capabilities and because what she will bring on the table. So that's something which the organization has to. I think I've been lucky. I had a good home support and an office support. So I've had 2 babies and now grown up, of course. But during this journey. But yes, I have seen it in women, and there are some cases in my own team or within my own organization that I've done a one-on-one counseling. That I think there are a lot of things that a woman goes through during pregnancy, and this definitely is one big insecurity because it's a long break that they end up taking. And if the organization does not give them that confidence of taking them back and, not compromising on their growth prospects. So that's something which I think organizations have to be because that's where the maximum dropouts also happen. So
I want to add something to that, okay? Baggage is something women carry throughout their life, okay, of various kinds, okay? And this is something we were talking about. I'm not saying a baggage is a good or a bad thing. I'm neutral. I'm not talking, it's a fact of life. But the expectation, okay, and this is something which happened, and I'm giving you an anecdote. There's this girl who works in my organization, and her husband works in a nearby organization. They work the same number of hours. When they go back home, she said, I'm as tired as he is, but I'm expected to cook. While he's the boy, he's not expected to. And this in a house where her mother-in-law has worked for 30 years. She says, I have worked for 30 years, I've carried my baggage, now I want to rest. But she's not going to tell her son that, hey, you help your wife. Okay, the baggage is something, whether when you become older, it falls on you, whether it's aging parents, and when you're younger, your children going up. We talked about it during the break. But important thing is the organization has to accept 6 months means 6 months. It's a great progressive step that the government has taken. But, it also in a way says that all domestic responsibility, childbearing responsibility, child rearing responsibility falls on the woman. Whenever a woman takes leave to take care of the child, you said, "Arey, fir se chutti le li." But when a man does it, you said, "Oh my God, what a wonderful father. He took a day off to take care of his sick child." So these are conditioning, and you cannot change unconscious bias. It is there. All we can do as organization is sensitize them. As an organization, I'm very mindful that you can make those changes only at an organization level. Societal change, domestic change, those are long-term things which will take longer, and hopefully they will happen.
Sonal, I also want to talk to you about tier 2, tier 3 cities, because while there is a lot of awareness in the metros, and it is a lot better for women who are in the corporate sector in the metros, and at a time when we lay a lot of emphasis on startups, development in tier 2, tier 3 cities, in this particular decade that India is in, how do we bring about this mindset change in those companies in the smaller cities, in women who are wanting to get out of their homes, work, climb up the corporate ladder? How do we bring about that larger change?
So the point is not that you come from a tier 2 city or a tier 3 city or some small townships. The challenges that a man or a woman from those areas face is the same, I think, that where is the talent, where is the opportunity? So the question comes is that it's easier for men to travel to bigger cities like Delhi or Mumbai and, just take up a job. It becomes difficult for a woman to take up that position because there are a lot of other baggages, as she said, that are attached with it. However, having said this, the challenge is not between a man and a woman. It's more to do with the societal challenges that they face. one of the biggest challenges which I feel that women in this sector face is that they do not have peer groups like men do, networking platforms that like men do. Because what happens is at the end of the day, like we said, that a woman goes back home and she has children, their education, the home, the cooking, the social and other activities that she has to do. So she's kind of putting in more than, I mean, at least 20-25% more than what man is already doing at home. That leaves her with a very little window to hone on her skilling, hone on her peer groups, developing those groups who mostly want to meet up after office hours. Come on, let's grab a cup of coffee or let's meet over a drink, which is what they are not able to do. So that's one of the biggest challenges that we need to see how we can come around this. The other thing is travel, like I said. Travel being, if you're working and you have to go out of town for a day or two, well, that's still acceptable. But if you want to go for longer periods, that becomes a challenge. Now, these are factual things which over the period we'll have to see how we can advocate this through whichever means in the organizations or on your home front by educating peoples and families about it. But at the moment, this is still there. And as I see, in Tier 1 cities, there is still acceptability. Your husbands, your families are cooperative and supportive of you in the activities that you do. But going down to the Tier 2 cities, this is still yet to come. But we're going there, we're reaching there, and I'm sure if we keep persisting and we keep our ground and we keep our focus, I'm sure we'll see these changes coming in the board in the coming years. In fact, in the next 5 years, I would see if we really are targeted towards that.
So we are slowly on the verge of wrapping this conversation, and I want to quote Indira Nooyi here. I was watching one of her interviews where she went on to say that, most women, by the time they become CEOs, are, in the age group of like late 40s, early 50s, and they're in that stage of life. And that is also a stage on a personal level where you're raising a child, you have aging parents, you have like multiple responsibilities. And in that sense, it is not one career that you're taking care of. You're actually handling 3 careers. And needless to say, we women are multitaskers and we are gifted in doing that. But while we laud ourselves, what is your closing message? And how do you see in the times to come with women balancing it all, and probably men also being more sensitive to this change? Because like you had also asked me, why aren't there no men through this entire session on any of the panels? Why aren't men also talking about this? So what is your message?
I really don't have any message as such, but I want to just, since we were on the topic of corporate governance, we should not equate breaking the glass ceiling to corporate governance, okay, one. And second is, once women reach the top, they should not forget the struggle that they have been through and not become one of the men. You don't have to become one of the men. You just have to keep your identity. Our identities are like more than our gender, okay? And you have multiple identities. In my case, it is a dog lover, it's someone who loves to read, someone who loves to sing. And I don't want to be picked up only to come to panels where I'm talking about women empowerment, corporate governance, and largely, because it was Republic TV and I said yes, but I have told my PR agency, get me to panels where it's not just about women. Because women's voice need to be heard, not just on panel about women, but panel which are neutral about other topics. And that's my message.
So I think I'll speak from my heart here that the things that we need to keep in mind as women, one is that speak for yourself. Because if you don't speak, then others will speak for you. And they will do the thinking for you. And then their thoughts will become your thoughts. The second thing is have courage. Have courage to be out there. Especially when you're in the limelight, when things are coming down on you, you start getting these jitters and you start feeling inconfident about yourself, the fear sets in. And that's the time when you need to take a step back, breathe, garner the courage, and just go out there, and then things will just fall in place. Lastly, whatever you do, please do it with passion. I mean, if you put your passion into your work will no longer be your work, and things will start happening. So break that little comfort zone that you're in. Just step out there, and you'll see that the magic will happen.
So I was the one who said that why there are no men in the panel today, because I believe that we have to hear men talking about Stree Shakti. And like we spoke about child raising, I think it takes a village to raise a child, and you need the entire family support. And being called mother duties and father duties, it has to be parent duties. And whatever, depending on your job profiles, depending on your time, depending on your own skill set. Like, I served my husband breakfast this morning, and I look forward to making a delicious meal for my kids on a Friday night tomorrow. But not because I'm a mother, but because I like to cook. So, that's how it should be, and not, but at the same time, I'm sure that if I end up traveling tomorrow, they are not going hungry. So that's the kind of environment and equality that we need to look at. I don't want, this entire thing to, there are times when I sense an unspoken tension in men about this whole gender diversity. That's not the objective. We may, fighting for one equality should not lead to another inequality. So I think that's something which we need to be very sensitive about. And let's just, as I said, focus on the initial stages where we need to, the historic baggage that we are carrying, that we need to sort out, yeah.
Hema, you've ended this on the perfect note, and like I've been saying that, we need to have more and more conversations. While we've come a great length, but hopefully we're moving in the right direction and only going up. So cheers to all the women, and thank you so much for joining us on this. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our panelists. Thank you so much, Suresha, to all our eminent speakers. It was very engaging conversations. Now, women's education is a fundamental pillar of women's empowerment, serving as a catalyst that propels them towards greater independence, power, and influence in both their personal lives and within the broader society. The link between women's education and empowerment is a cornerstone of gender equality efforts, yielding numerous benefits that collectively contribute to a more equitable and progressive world. So for the next session on educating and encouraging women for a better world, we are very honored and privileged to welcome Dr. Kiran Bedi, former Lieutenant Governor of Puducherry, for addressing the audience. Of course, we all look up to her as a great source of inspiration. Dr. Kiran Bedi is the first woman to have joined the officer ranks of the Indian Police Service. She was the 24th Lieutenant Governor of Puducherry. She served the United Nations as a civilian police advisor in peacekeeping operations. Her expertise includes more than 4 decades of public administration, creative and reformative policing, and of course prison management. She's also the winner of the Magsaysay Award. It is also known as Asia's Nobel Peace Award. And apart from her professional achievements, she's also an Asian tennis champion, and past surveys by Reader's Digest and The Week magazine rated her as India's most trusted and admired woman in the country. So let's please welcome Dr. Kiran Bedi with a huge round of applause to the stage.
Good morning, all of you. Nice to see Arnav after a long time. Very, very grateful to all the panelists who've contributed great food of thought and some very original ideas. I'm glad I heard them. I'm feeling very nourished and empowered even more. Very good ideas emerged. What I have in mind for you, friends, probably it's becoming a very natural sequence of what I had in mind to share, and I believe it naturally follows from the panel discussions I've had. And here are my 10 thoughts, which I collected last night, but they seem to be in sync with the panels before. I did not know I would follow the panels, but I'm glad it is. Some of these thoughts, your panelists' thoughts, stand consolidated in what I'm going to share with you. These are more coming out of my experience of these years as I've seen the corporate world, public administration, and elsewhere. Here are my 10 thoughts. So it's not a discourse, but it's thoughts. First thought of mine is that behind every successful woman is herself. Why I say this? This is my experience. I don't have to go beyond that. Had I not been what I believed in and what I could do and had the confidence of doing it, I wouldn't have been here today. And since I'm one of your early birds who started the leadership in 70s, when you were not, some of you were not even born, that it was herself. And in herself, she's not alone. In herself brings her home. Besides herself, she's not alone. She's got a whole family. And in herself, she's got a whole team. But in the team, it's more of juniors rather than the peers. And she's got very few seniors. So in herself, this is what I feel, that behind every successful woman is her family, her team members, juniors, not the peers. Peers have issues and very few seniors. I'm talking of my time. Things have changed, as the panel very rightly said. My second thought is all women are working women. Only a few are salaried. This is my second thought. Why I say this is because many times when I ask, what are you doing these days? Oh, I'm only a homemaker. मैं घर में रहती हूँ. मैं घर में हूँ. She doesn't realize what a valuable work, what a contribution she's making to nation building. Because if a woman is giving all her time to the upbringing of her children, and in a very brilliant way, I think that's the greatest service she's doing. But she probably undervalues it. And she says she's not working. She is working. But she should say, I'm working from home. I'm working at home. Rather than saying, मैं कुछ नहीं कर रही. मैं सिर्फ घर में ही रहती हूँ. My second thought is this, if you could carry this along. My third thing, which I picked up from Sadhguru. And Sadhguru said, rather than trying to fit a woman into a man's world, we must create a society where the masculine and feminine have an equal role to play. I have seen this emerging. I've seen this grow faster in the corporate world, certainly in the bureaucracy. You have no choice. You're selected, you're identified, you're appointed, and you're playing an equal role. But in corporate world, you are growing yet to be, whether it's from the shop floor or from the board of directors. And there are many, many companies yet who have no women on the boards yet. Many. I recently addressed a directors conference, a group which is training women directors, and they told me the numbers which are involved, numbers of companies which still do not have women on the board. So it's still a growing issue. But question here is, we must create a society where both of them play an equal role. Now that's where I found, now let me go back to my own department, that when women are recruited in the police service, they're not being yet given an equal role. They're not yet being given an equal role, but are emerging towards that role. And we are losing a lot of valuable human resource. And I believe that a woman's, particularly law enforcement or security agencies, her prime energy time is below 30. And if below 30, and before she becomes a mother, below 30 is a prime age. And if you've recruited a woman at the age of 21, 22, how you use her next 8 years is very, very vital for the department. Because her pattern, her energy levels after 30 in motherhood, and then beyond 40, are bound to change. Whereas it's not so much with the men. It's not so much, I've seen this happen with the women. But if those 20 to 30 years, first 10 years are lost, they're lost, or they've just been allowed to pass, she's got adjusted to a certain comfort zone, and thereafter she stays as somewhere underutilized, a potential not recognized. So at that role of 21 to 30, if you look at her as an equal role, she may remain equal role beyond 30. And so will men start accepting her as equal role. For instance, the beat system, let's say the beat constable system. When you recruit women, young, 21, 22 years, instead of putting them in control rooms, put them straight away in the field and make them beat officers, foot soldiers. They will remain foot soldiers and young sub-inspectors, etc., or emerge as leadership in that position, that age group, as an equal role, where men will start also accepting them for equal role. But it's important that they play an equal role. It's not made equal. You've recruited them in uniform, then make them equal. Make them perform equally when you're giving them the same equal training. This is my third thought. My next thought is, a busy, vibrant, goal-oriented woman is so much more attractive than a woman who waits around for a man to validate her existence. I think this applies to even those who have moved up and looking for validation. We don't have to. We must enter with a sense of confidence, sense of belief. Instead of asking, am I right? Or being always in doubt. So don't stop seeking validation. That's a thought I wanted to leave in your mind, which I do see many women seeking validation even when they moved up. Go back and seek validation from your father, for your parents or your family, but not so much with people you work with. My next thought, friends, is in our society, the women who break down barriers are those who ignore the limits. Every one of us who have made a way through a man's world, it was a man's world, it still is a man's world, it's a long time for a man's world to continue because politically, it's a man's world. Bureaucracy is changing. Policing is still a man's world. Security agencies are still a man's world. Corporate world is still a man's world. When I say it's a man's world, because it's men predominantly taking the decisions at the right or wrong. I'm not being judgmental. That's the inheritance. That's what is a factor. That's being real. It's still a man's world. And a woman who does not break the limit, who makes a breakthrough, is one who ignores the limits. She identifies a limit and considers this as an opportunity. My next point, friends, is greatness is not measured. Our greatness will not be measured by what a man or a woman accomplishes, but by the opposition he or she has overcome to reach her goals. Now, these obstacles or opposition, I think, is the way men or women, now in this case, men or women, how did they counter an opposition and how did they deal with it? Not countering opposition is failure. Countering an opposition is failure, learning to succeed. So that's another thought, is where applies a lot to you all on leadership at the moment. Each time, next point is, each time a woman stands up for herself, without knowing it, possibly without claiming it, she stands up for all women. I did not realize this, but this is so true. It is said by Maya Angelou. So true. As I travel and when I come across young teenagers or middle-aged women or about a 30-year-old in that age group, she comes up and tells me, you did this so many years ago. I have forgotten even that I did it. Or a statement came on the television or in the newspapers. It made me stand up. It made me fight back without I realizing that what I was doing was also making many other women stand up. I'm giving you a personal example of what I'm encountering without knowing that this was happening, but it's a fact. So all of us, when we stand up for our causes, stand up for the right, stand up for the right path, stand up for the right decision, encounter a correct opposition. I'm only at the moment workplace, so that's what I'm mentioning. You never know what effect it's having on men and women down below. So it's very, very important that when you are on the path, you are not living for yourself. You're actually impacting society all around you. I've got 3 more points, and before I say something else. Women are not, I want to say, this is a very important remark, which I've again seen for myself in my policing. Women are not rehabilitation centers. I repeat, women are not rehabilitation centers for badly raised men. It is not your job to fix them, fix him, or change him, or parent him, or raise him. We want a partner, a companion, not a project. I've seen many, many wealthy families and educated families, etc. They just शादी के बाद ये ठीक हो जाएगा. क्यों शादी के बाद ठीक हो जाएगा? ये project है क्या? जो मुझे आप दे रहे हो? I've seen many people who've gone wayward. They had certain habits, maybe extravagance of habits. I'm not mentioning any particular habit. Extravagance of any habits, and we know extravagance of any habit is not healthy. And we start thinking that we are identifying. I think that's where the parents have a very important role, and that they're failing to perform, that they're passing on their sons to educated bride girls as rehabilitation projects. And before it's too late to recognize they actually had a project, and then probably become parent, motherhood, and does not know what to do. The last but not least is, and this is a fact, this is where I'd like to expand a little, a whole generation worked to empower women, and this generation is working to empower women. Look, the way we have girl-child campaigns. Whole generation is talking about the girl child. A whole generation worked to empower women, but forgot to teach men how to live with empowered women. That's another challenge which you women are particularly facing. We probably didn't have that kind of challenge, but I didn't have that kind of challenge because I settled it early on, saying, I'm joining the uniform, and we're going to have 2 homes. You will live here, I'll live here, we'll meet when we can. That's it. It was settled much earlier. Had I said, no, if I'm getting into the service, but what will we do? I was never in doubt. I'm in uniform, you travel, I'm not going to take leave. I am on uniform, I'm on traveling, I'm on patrolling. You join me? Would you like to join? And of course he did. Fortunately, I'm just being a little personal and to say, but that is an exception to the rule. That's not what I see today. I still do not see, friends, as a whole generation. I have started a campaign from my own NGO, and I think it might interest Arnab, or even the Republic Television. I'm starting a good boy campaign. We are always talking about empowered girls. Where is the good boy campaign? Because whenever I'm asked, why is this particular man, he's raped another girl, and he's done this, and I keep asking, and she said, police ne kuch nahi kiya, police ne kuch nahi kiya. I said, police to karegi. But what about the parents who groomed him? What about the school which created him? He was not born rapist, he's not born, he has learned it by absolute irresponsible behavior over the years. So I think that's what we need to do, balance. I think there's been an imbalance. While we continue the girl-child campaign, we now need to do parallelly a good boy campaign called the good boy. Good boy means a responsible boy. So Anab, if it interests you, I'm with you on that, is a good boy campaign. That means we go out, connect with, create youth groups, and in the youth boy groups, and then give them sense of social responsibility, community work, to serve, and doing gratitude, and doing giving. It's like responsible. And once these boys grow up, they will value. And then, of course, we at some stage integrate them with also courageous girls. So we have courageous girls, we have responsible boys. What we're having is, we're trying to encourage girls and make them more courageous, but leave the boys out from responsible behavior. Unless you have responsible boys, how will you have responsible men? And how will you have responsible men in the corporates or in families if your grounding has been weak? I thought these are the few thoughts I would share with you. I hope it takes forward the panel discussions. I think what is really the biggest challenge for a corporate woman today is not her profession. Now that's being as close to reality as what it is as I see. It's not her profession anymore. She's skilled, she's got the attitude, and she's got the aptitude. She's got all the three, and she's hungry, and she wants to serve. She's only looking for their opportunities. The problem is when you have projects at home. And when you have projects who don't understand and Indira Nooyi handled it very well. Indira Nooyi's husband, I think, is a very rare combination I've come across, who gave up a lot for her, kept accommodating for her, and she kept accommodating for him. But if you would read her book, then it is he who accommodated much more. Not her parents, not her in-laws. I think what's lacking here is, A, we have projects. Secondly, we don't have social systems in place. We don't have social systems to back up working women, corporate working women in leadership. We don't have day boarding schools. We don't have close-by creches to handle their children when they go, because 6 months is not enough. The child needs the mother always. Who says it doesn't? They need a parent always. And being left alone by themselves, I think that's the toll which is taking on our children at the moment in their upbringing. So where do we cover up? We can't keep women back home only to be at home. What we really need is a larger corporate and social systems backing up. A, we have a day boarding school. A, we have a geriatric care. A, we have playway schools, so that a work or peer support where the child can be not left alone when she or the parents return from work. I think today the challenge is not for a professional woman, her profession, or the corporate world, which is changing, and it will continue to change and evolve. I have no doubt it would keep moving up. Challenge is, how does the corporate world create social systems around her to have a child here admitted in the playway, and she comes back and picks up the child and goes home. Or we have a day boarding school where the homework is over for the child, and the mother doesn't have to say, homework kiya ki nahi. 3, her support systems, social support systems, family support systems, maybe delegated support systems to run a kitchen. She's desperately in need of time. Unless, of course, cooking is her hobby. Every woman's hobby is not cooking. She needs rest at that time. And she needs as much rest as the man would to unwind in any way. So what kind of support systems we create? I think these are the real challenges for you women in corporate world. Nothing like this exists in the policing. Still, they're not even talking about it. They're not even talking about it. So therefore, the policing women will continue to suffer a lot. I know they're going to suffer a lot. And by the time they're about 40 plus, they wouldn't know how to get back into the uniform. How do they value and respect the field work? The department is, I do not know even they created the social systems department. This is where they're desperately behind time. But the corporate world can afford, maybe charge the women in need. The change in the corporate, challenge in the corporate world for a working woman is now not her career, not her skill, not her attitude. No, but her holding back her home, which is actually her strength, but which is actually also becoming somewhere, in many cases, a big drain. That is what needs to be addressed. I want to thank you for the opportunity you gave me to speak.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bedi, for your forever inspiring and impactful words. For our next session on Break the Inner Barriers, Unleash the Stree Shakti, we highlight the incredible strength, the resilience and the leadership qualities women DCPs bring to their roles. It can inspire others to challenge the stereotypes and pursue the careers in law enforcement. So for that now, may I please welcome on stage DCP Suman Nalva, Training and Principal, Police Training School, Special Police Unit for Women and Children. Now, as an additional Deputy Commissioner, she's in charge of the Delhi Police's Special Unit for Women and Children. She has previously served on units focused on anti-corruption and crimes against women. She was earlier working as a Deputy Commissioner of Police in the Special Police Unit for Women and Children. She's a strong advocate of women's rights and has always worked, she has also worked as the subdivisional officer in the crime against women and anti-corruption unit. So for many years she has worked on multiple campaigns to promote women's safety. So joining her on stage is Ms. Sucharita Kukreti, Senior Anchor and Editor, Republic Media Network. Over to you, Sucharita.
Thank you so much, Rakshita. And I'm so delighted to hold this session with DCP Nalva because we don't very often get to grill a serving police officer. We're getting to do that today. But on a serious note, I would like all my audiences to know that DCP Nalva is the official face for Delhi Police, and she answers some very tough questions from our fraternity with effortless ease. Ma'am, today the questioning is not going to be about the police force, but about you being there at the center of the whole activity within the police force. So thank you so much for gracing the occasion. DCP Nalva, we just heard Dr. Kiran Bedi, and a lady who's led from the front, a lady who's an officer of repute for the forces. From her time to yours, I would like to know, how has the space for women police officers changed? And I ask that because even now, women constitute less than 12% of the police force. So how do you see that space opening up for women?
I was just talking to ma'am, and I was just telling ma'am, you have spoken about 25 years of my career in police. So I don't believe much has changed. As ma'am has said, for every successful woman, there is a woman, she herself is behind it.
Absolutely.
I totally second that, because it is my experience that because you're a woman, nobody is going to speak up for you. And if you have to be at any particular job, at any particular post, you have to be many times competent than a male colleague to be there, to be recognized. So that's the truth.
Do you think there's still a disparity in in the acceptance of a woman police officer vis-a-vis a male police officer within the police force and also with the common people that you deal with on a day-to-day basis?
Again, when we talk about women in police, we have different ranks. At the officer level, of course, we have a legacy with ma'am being there for a number of years and leading us. But at the lower ranks, of course, there is a disparity. I believe that we are not utilizing them as we should. And in the initial years, when they are recruited, when we sideline them into comfortable posts like office or CCTNS or, on the computer, so then we are wasting a lot of resources and we are making them unproductive for future also. So that's the reality which we see. Of course, there are some outliers, some women who despite all that are able to come out, be in the beat, do what they are supposed to, fight for, field postings, and they are doing very well. So I keep on meeting them. They are in, cybercrime. Some of them are, engineers. They have done their MCAs. So they are doing very well. And it's such a pleasure to meet them because they have broken the barriers. They have fought for it. Absolutely. It's not like it was handled on the lap.
Ma'am, how is the police force today tackling this challenge of creating an environment which does not see gender disparity? Do you think the police force is tackling that challenge? Because that is what is going to be opening up the space for more women officers today.
Again, at the officer level, I don't see any challenge because we get a lot of facilities, we get a lot of help. Because when we enter at the officer level, our parents, they are on board, our in-laws, they are on board, many a times even husbands are on board. But at the lower ranks, when the women joined, so that time, the expectations, the patriarchal expectations are still there. So that is very difficult for them to break. So that creates a lot of problem, whether it's, during their age of childbearing and child rearing. So it is a major challenge for them to kind of deal with. So at that level, I don't see much happening because again, policing is a very tough career. 24/7 availability of, of duties. You have to be there when you have to be there. If there is an arrangement of 15th August or 26th January, you have to be there at the, 3 in the morning in the field. When there is an IPL match happening, you are going to be there in the stadium till 12 or 1 a.m. So at that time, many of time you will see them, waiting for a pickup or drop from their husbands or their fathers. So that empowerment from within, that yes, I can do it on my own, that is still to come. So I think training has to do a lot with it. I believe that the training, if it is robust and if it is able to instill on our women in the ranks that they need to be independent, they can be independent, and they are shown the way to be independent, it will, of course, help. Because police department cannot do everything and everything. It is a choice that a person makes that I'm going to enter a police service. It demands some sacrifices. So we have to accept that challenge. We have to accept that reality of policing the city. So then only we need to enter this arena.
And ma'am, as you rightly said that not everything can be done by departments. I think Dr. Bedi also said that very clearly. Gender sensitization is very, very important at family levels as well. Because we know that when women are into police force, they would be wanting field postings, as you said. And there are times that being a woman, do you think that that is not a consideration? Because going out on a field, a lot of times people might feel, and senior police officers might feel, or people within the ranks, that that would hamper work on field because you have a family, you have kids to take care of, and also women also on the verge of having a family when they're about to have children. Do you think that that comes in a way hampering the growth for a police officer?
When you are into childbearing and child rearing, of course, there is sympathy within the department and you will be given a posting where you don't have to exert so much as you would in a field posting. But now that we are increasing the percentage of women in police, like in Delhi police itself, in next 3 years, we are planning to have more than 25% of women in police. So then this distinction will have to go. There will not be any other alternative. If there is a resource, if there is a manpower, that has to be utilized. If you are not doing, then you are not a good leader, whether it's at the SHO level, whether it's at the district level. So there will not be any what do you say, there will not be any leverage with the administrator to do away with them, that we don't want to utilize them. So they will have to be utilized. So we are not giving any choice.
Ma'am, you are a hero to so many who see you every day working with such passion, with such dedication. I want to ask you, when did you think that you wanted to take up a leadership role in active law enforcement? Because there are so many who would want to toe your line. So they would want to know, when did you think about this? And because you have a degree in mechanical engineering, you have a degree in human resource, and then you thought of coming to active law enforcement.
Again, it's a long time back. So I would say it's a personal choice. So I believe in the choice theory. Whatever I'm doing, it's my choice. I don't believe that I'm being forced into anything.
True.
So, wearing a uniform was something that, that gelled with me at that point of time. On the personal note, I was in my final year when my father died. So we were an all-women household. We have 4 sisters. One expired last year due to cancer. So we have 3 sisters now and my mom. So at that time, way back, when I was trying for a corporate job, I was an engineer, electronic engineer, 90s, it was a boom. But then, a lot of difficulties, a lot of issues. Most of the manufacturing units were way out there. There was no transportation. Mobiles were not there. So it was very difficult for me to hold a corporate job. And then, then of course the hassles of day-to-day living. When you have MCD person coming, DDA person coming and, demanding something. So it was an issue which we had never dealt with because, when it was always a father who was taking care of all these things. So at that point, I didn't even know the full form of UPSC. So at that time, I decided that I'm gonna, try this. So it was my first attempt and I got into policing and I really loved it. Because I believe wearing a uniform not only empowered me, but it empowered my entire family, my sisters. I could give voice to them. I could, give voice to a lot of other women. So it has been a very beautiful journey, though it had its own ups and downs, but I have really loved the whole path.
And as one of the speakers earlier said, that if your work is your passion, it really doesn't seem like a job. So I'm sure it is like that for you, ma'am. We as journalists, ma'am, come across crime against women. We meet a lot of women victims. And I still feel that in rural areas especially, there is still a hesitation in reporting a crime. Do you think that changes when a woman is at the center of affairs?
It definitely changes. It gives a woman, especially a woman victim, a hope that she can talk about herself. She can talk about her feelings. So I believe now that we have, because of the Supreme Court mandate also and because of the administrative thing, that all the crimes against women are now being investigated by women IOs. So I believe it gives a vent to their experiences, which a male would not understand what they are going through. So I believe this really helps.
Okay, ma'am, on a lighter note, we as journalists, often at home, we are told that stop questioning all the time. You're always in the questioning mode. So do you get to hear that at home, that stop being a police officer all the time?
My kids would second that.
That does happen. The job gets so much to you, that, and especially when you're passionate about your work, it does get to you, that you're always being a police officer.
It's just that sometimes you are so engrossed in your work. Sometimes there is so much, like during COVID, it was really a traumatic period for all of us. And I was in special branch at that time and we were doing contact tracing. So it was 24/7. We were trying to control, so it was like we were working 24/7. So at that time, it was really a high tension thing where I would, kind of went off at the slightest indiscipline I would see in my kids. So that was again a very tough time. But I believe it goes with everyone.
Now that you spoke of your kids, ma'am, I would like to know how does the family see the police officer at home, and you being keeping very, very busy with your work, that work-life balance is very important in every profession. And yours being even more demanding because it's a 24/7 job. So how do you see that work-life balance? That's very, I think it's a learning that every woman requires.
As has been said earlier, we don't have social systems in place to take care of our responsibilities. So sometimes we have to rely on our parents. So for me, it was my mother, who was a great pillar of support for me, who raised my children. And I'm very happy that she was able to instill good values in them. So I'm very happy with the way they have grown up. And they are very sensitive. I would say, as Kiran Bedi ma'am said, they are the good boys.
That's lovely to hear. We want more of those good boys. Fake, ma'am, another problem that seems to be plaguing us is of fake news, of propaganda on social media. I think, and Delhi police seems to be facing that on a day-to-day basis. Do you think that is a big challenge for you as a police officer, and how do you tackle that?
For any organization, I would say it's a big challenge. Just day before yesterday, I came across a very gory video, and Delhi police was tagged into it. It was a very bad video, and I was like really shocked to see that, and I wanted to know where it had happened. So then during investigation, we roped in our cyber crime teams and everything. So we came to know that it's a very old video of 2021 where a girl was molested. So again, for one day, 24 hours, till we were into that phase. So I was like really feeling, a lot of anger, a lot of emotions looking at that video. So of course it could have flared up and it could have led to anything. So we are constantly monitoring such posts, and I believe we are not doing much on media literacy. Who's posting what? Why that person is posting it, what is the objective of that post, and we need to tell people that if you repost, what is your responsibility in all that. So that has to be educated, that has to be thrown to people, that you will be responsible if you are doing reposting or doing whatever.
Ma'am, as a woman police officer, though I would want to see a police officer as a police officer irrespective of their gender, but do you think that as a woman police officer, there are greater challenges that you face on a day-to-day basis as compared to your male counterparts? Would you say that? Because on a day-to-day basis, even in respect to the people who come to you, who meet you, and also the entire police fraternity.
At our rank, I don't think we face that, but at the junior rank, of course. And when we initially enter, that time we have to become authoritarian for people to listen to us, whether it's our inspectors or sub-inspectors, so that they don't take us for granted. Yes. So there is a tendency, they're testing waters, how much I can take leverage. Right. So at that time, if you are able to kind of determine your authority, that, this is what my authority is and you can't, cross that. So then that boundary is established. So if you don't do that, then of course it's a bad career move.
Ma'am, DCP Nalva, from what I hear from our fraternity, is an officer who's always ready with an answer. And I think she's led from the front even in this session, ready with an answer and with a smile. Thank you so much, DCP Nalva, for this enlightening session. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Alva and Sucharita. Thank you so much, ladies. All right, now the practice of spirituality is not limited to finding solace through a search for the real purpose of life. The spirituality is based on the quest by people seeking to disengage themselves from their daily lives and grind to find inner space and inner peace. So this session on keeping calm in the VUCA world, that is volatility, uncertainty, complexity and ambiguity world, also, of course, as I mentioned, VUCA world, will address the importance of spirituality and the inner peace in the corporate world. So to take the conversation further, may I now invite on stage Acharya Pratishtha, yoga and spiritual guru. Now, Acharya Pratishtha ji is an internationally acclaimed yoga and spiritual guru, culture philosopher, mind therapist, author, and a former diplomat with more than 45 television shows on yoga at all leading channels, TV channels, 10,000 hours of lectures, innumerable performances, and workshops worldwide. So she is the director of Mokshayatan Yog Sansthan, President Shakti Seva Sanskriti Foundation, and founder Bharat College of Performing Arts. Acharya Pratishtha ji, in fact, has traveled the world widely for promotion of yoga and has also been honored as Tejaswini, top 100 women of India. So by the Vice President of India, and is also a recipient of honors including Queen of Kathak Yoga from Pulyan, China, and Ayurveda Samman by Association of Ayurvedic Physicians, Mauritius. And joining her on stage is Sudesha Sawant, Senior Correspondent and Anchor, Republic Media Network. I request both of you to please come to the stage, and a round of applause, please.
Very good morning to you all once again. I think it's good afternoon now. Acharya Pratishtha, while we are having a range of conversations and just so many thoughts that we've evoked when it comes to gender equality, eliminating gender disparity, and how women are achieving and moving forward to conquer the world, conquer the society. You bring in a very different aspect today. So I firstly want to start with you. We've, of course, heard about the multiple hats you wear and how acclaimed you are. But to balance so much, to actually take into so many directions, from being a yoga guru to cultural philosopher, mind therapist, author, and a former diplomat. So how did it all happen? Like, life happened to you, or you actually wanted to move into so many directions? How was it been?
Wonderful. See, I think I could do all this because I had the power of yoga with me. Because the basic definition of yoga is yoga karmasu kaushalam. Full perfection in your work is yoga. So you're sitting here doing your anchoring so perfectly, that's yoga. She introduced me so perfectly without a paper, that is yoga. So whenever we do anything perfectly, that's yoga. And I think I could handle so many things all together because yoga was there with me since I was born. So sometimes people ask me, when did you start your yoga training, Acharya ji? So I say, when I was in the womb of my mother. मछली के बच्चे को तैरना कौन सिखाएगा? तो वो संस्कारों में मिला, and I had been practicing yoga, and since I was 13, I started teaching yoga. And one thing that I learned in yoga is the concept of anitya. Concept of anitya means that everything around us, including this body, is temporary. So the real reason behind all the sorrow is that we are trying to find permanent solutions in a temporary life. Permanent ghar ho jaye, permanent gaadi ho jaye, permanent relationship ho jaye. And then one day, permanent ghar ho gaya, there is an earthquake, and we realize, oh, this house is not permanent. We keep on practicing yoga also thinking that I have to make this body good. But then one day we see a wrinkle and we feel, oh, jis pe itni mehnat ki? Because everything is temporary. So once you realize that everything is temporary, you learn to live in this very moment. And once you learn to live in this very moment, everything happens for you. So that was the key behind, managing so many responsibilities, including a stressful job of a diplomat. And yoga helped me doing that.
The importance of yoga and how we must inculcate it and make it a part of our lives is, of course, the more we talk about it, the lesser it is.
But yoga primarily is a male-dominated industry. Yes. How have you maneuvered your way through to fight this and actually lead in it?
Wonderful. And this is such a good question. I think whether we talk about yoga, whether we talk about classical dance, whether we talk about cooking, though these are considered as, females do it, but still all of them are male-dominated today. So I believe each and every woman who has achieved something in life, she had to go through a lot of struggle. And we cannot deny this fact. Generally, people think that, oh, you belong to such a lineage, being a daughter of Swami Bharat Bhushan ji, your journey had been very, very easy. But trust me, any women, koi bhi mahila hai, journey can never be easy because we have to do multitasking. We have to look after so many things. And similarly, happened with me when I was introduced as the youngest yoga guru. It was not something easy to be a yoga guru in a profession which is, as you said, male-dominated. So I did my own struggle, and today I am here and working so much in field of yoga. But yes, there were so many struggles, and I think every woman has to face that.
Today the West is stressing on the benefits of yoga, understanding the benefits of yoga, and they want to adapt this in their lives. You've been a former diplomat, you're a mind therapist, you're a yoga guru. How do you think we can actually bridge the differences and bring nations together through the practice of yoga? And I'm sure you ask this question very often.
Yeah, and this is such a beautiful question. So recently I was at a diplomatic program, and I was asked, why do you think United Nations declared International Day of Yoga? So a beautiful thought came into my mind. I said, just to give the true meaning to its name, United Nations. Now, what is the meaning of yoga? Yoga means to unite. So you must have seen a Hindi mark sheet and an English mark sheet. So at the end of English mark sheet, it's total. At the end of Hindi mark sheet, it's yoga. So yoga means to unite. It means to join. It means to live life in totality. So I believe today when individuals are scattered, when people are scattered, when families are scattered, when world is scattered, we need a science to synthesize. And what is that science to synthesize? That is the science of yoga. And today we are, it is so clearly visible that the whole world is coming at a single platform to practice, and not just practice, to adapt yoga as a lifestyle, which is a matter of pride for each and every Indian.
Rakshita also defined for us the VUCA issues, and you say that yoga has the answer to all of this. If that is actually true, and I'm sure you will explain to us how that is and how that can be achieved, such a huge part of the difficulties that we face in our lives is really what we can solve. What is the answer? How can yoga help us fight through all of that?
See, VUCA issue is not an issue of present times. But yeah, this name is something which is contemporary. But since life is there, VUCA is there. Everything is uncertain. Do we even know what is going to happen next moment? We don't know. So uncertain is the real truth, and change is the real truth. हमारे यहाँ शास्त्रों में कहा गया, क्षणे क्षणे. Every moment your body is changing. Do we even know that? We realize that. Every second, millions of cells die in our own body, and millions of cells generate. और शास्त्र कहते हैं, the real beauty is the beauty of change, So we need not to stop this VUCA issue, because things will change. Things are volatile. Things are uncertain. Everything is certain. Everything is uncertain. We need to learn a technique to adapt this uncertainty, to accept this uncertainty. That will happen only once we will know about our own self, which is actually the science of yoga. So there are some very simple practices we do by studying yoga philosophy. As I said, the concept of anitya, which means everything is temporary, which means instead of finding permanent solutions, we have to realize that everything is temporary. See, if we will be living in past brings stress. Future brings anxiety. So what is the way to live is to live in this present moment, because this moment is so special, so beautiful. I can't sit here and think about my family, my daughter, my students. No, right now this interview is happening and this is the reality. So just very simple things like everybody is sitting here. Nothing. You know, we have stopped laughing. We have stopped living. Just think, when was the last time you all laughed? हमको याद नहीं होगा. और अगर मैं अभी आप सबको हंसाऊं, आप कहोगे आचार्य जी का हो गया, खिसक गई हैं. लेकिन अभी मैं कह दूं मैं बहुत स्ट्रेस में हूं, you will say, हाँ, she is in stress. So we have generalized stress rather than laughing. तो एक बार हंस लेते हैं यहाँ पे हम सब. दोनों हाथ को खोल लीजिए, पेट को ढीला छोड़ दीजिए, and this will bring instant glow to your face. And this will, you know, help you in having more oxygen in your body, and you will start looking beautiful after this, and you will start living in the present moment. So just raise your hands, leave your abdomen loose, leave your chest loose. 1, 2. This is such a simple practice. Everybody can do it.
And you've suddenly enlivened the audience and the whole environment.
And laughter is, you know what happened? I'll just share one incident with all of you. So there are some, you know, incidents of Sohan Lal. I keep on talking about Sohan Lal, which are very popular among my followers. So once what happened, we were having a yoga class, and my Gurudev, he said, you know, what is the difference between man and animals? Humans can laugh, animals can't. So Sohan Lal was smart enough. He said, no, Guruji, there is one more difference. He said, what? Humans can smoke, animals can't. Gurudev said, okay, so there is one. What is good for me and what is bad for me. So laughing, if you laugh 5 times a day like this will burn your calories, this will make you slim, this will make your skin glow, and this will make you remember that we are born to be happy. Dukkhatra nivritti swarupananda vaptishcha. We all have one common goal. Whoever it is, whichever gender it is, we want to be happy. And we are doing everything to be happy. But the only problem is we are trying to search this happiness in temporary things. Once you seek this happiness in something which is permanent, your own Atma, which Atma? Jatasya hi dhruvam mrityu dhruvam janma mritasya cha. Then you will always be happy in whatever happens.
Again, coming back to you in your life, and I'm sure you get this very often, that you sure may have had it easy given the lineage that you come from and the father that you've had, but you say that it has absolutely not been easy, and you've had your own set of challenges that you fought through hard. Share that with us.
See, I come from a very small town, Saharanpur in Uttar Pradesh. That's another thing, that today we have Mokshaitan Yog Sansthan at the same Saharanpur, which is working in 60 countries. But I'm talking about the time when I was a child. It was not easy for someone coming from a small town and reaching that height, working in 60 countries, visiting places, taking that lineage forward when people believe that you need a male child to take the lineage forward. So there were so many struggles, not only from the outside world, but from within the family as well. But I believe your support of your parents is the biggest support a child can ever get. And I always say that I am the living example of Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, because my father had a daughter, and he decided to pass on that lineage, not to wait for a son to come, but to a daughter. I have a daughter, and I'm passing on that lineage to my daughter. The only thing, when I started my journey, I had only one, because we have worked, we have a foundation, Shakti Seva Sanskriti Foundation, though you have this wonderful Shakti program going on. So we work a lot for women. And one thing that, because, you know, there is so much of cases of female children being murdered within the womb. And I just thought that maybe this female feticide, if somebody, even if one person can just look at me and think that if she can do, why not my daughter? Why to kill her right here as a, you know, case of female feticide? I think that's the biggest achievement of my life. And that's what I thought when I started my journey. And I never knew that we will be having our own foundation and we will be working for women one day. And I think whatever you manifest, whatever you think, that happens if you have very clear intentions. Yeah.
You know, I really want to understand from you, because you're a yoga guru, you're a mind therapist, you're a cultural leader, and to actually culminate the three, intersperse it to come out with that, arrive at that one solution for your mind, body, and soul. How do you do that?
Such a beautiful question. Once what happened, I was representing, as I said, I have worked as a diplomat as well. So I was representing India at Bali Island. So I was there and there was a seminar on something like your subject and spirituality. So there were people from different corners of the world talking about their subject and spirituality. I was the youngest one there. So I was also introduced as the youngest yoga guru back in 2007. So I was the youngest one there. Everybody was talking about so many things. And then I said, I just want to ask one question. What is spirituality? And trust me, no one was there to answer me. No one could answer me. They said, spirituality is something which we love doing. I said, maybe somebody loves smoking. Can you call it spirituality? No. So then I defined spirituality, that I have learned from my guru. Whenever you want to find out what this word means, first translate it in your mother tongue. So my mother tongue is Hindi. I translated it. Spirituality means adhyatma. अब उसका संधि विच्छेद कर दो. Adhi, jama, atma. Anything that raises my atma, that raises myself, is spirituality. And what is the definition of yoga? Sanyogo yoga ityukto jivatma paramatmano. आत्म से परम आत्मा. What is आत्मा? आत्मा ऐसे नहीं होती है पेड़ पे उल्टी लटकी हुई जो फिल्मों में हम देखते हैं. आत्मा means me. That's आत्म. परम आत्मा, my best version. So it's a journey from me to the best me. आत्म से परम आत्म की यात्रा योग है और वही अध्यात्म है. So I have not done anything between two. They are same. Same is with classical forms. They elevate you. So anything that elevates you is spirituality. That's the easiest definition. हमको लगता है नहीं बेटी के हाथ पीले हो जाएं फिर शुरू करेंगे, नहीं ये वाला एग्जाम क्लियर हो जाए फिर शुरू करेंगे. नहीं, हम जहाँ खड़े हैं, we have to start our journey right now, right here. Do not wait for the right age to come. Do not wait for the right time to come, because there is nothing like right age, nothing like right time, nothing like right. This moment is right. Start from today. If you cannot do anything, just few things. सांस लेते हैं सब, 24 घंटा लेते हैं, याद भी नहीं आता ले रहे हैं.
I was just about to come to that in today's busy lives, given our lifestyle, given how we find it difficult to stick to a routine, a schedule, and still want to incorporate yoga into our lives, how can we best do it?
It's not a rocket science. Trust me, it's not. I mean, अभी तो dopamine industry चल रही है, oxytocin industry चल रही है, serotonin industry चल रही है. All these happy hormones you can generate within your body so easily through right techniques and right practices. Nothing much you can do, just what we did just now, attahas, do it 5 times a day, everyone. Second thing, just a 2-minute practice we will do right now, right here. And trust me, अभी आपको हंस के जो मजा आया ना, अभी ये अंदर का हास करके और मजा आएगा. So we can do it just for 2 minutes. Everybody just sit quietly, close your eyes, keep your spine straight, and take a deep breath in. लंबे से सांस लेंगे. Exhale. Again, take a deep breath in. पूरा लंबा गहरा सांस. Exhale. And just one more time, take a deep breath in. Exhale. Now with your closed eyes, smile and have gratitude for your breath. Be thankful for your breath. Be thankful for this body. Be thankful for this heartbeat. This morning, so many people left this breath, this heartbeat, this body. I have it. I'm so grateful. And then gently open your eyes. सिर्फ ये 2 मिनट का काम रोज सुबह कर लो, हम complaining mode से thankful mode में आ जाएंगे. You have so much to be thankful for. Why to complain all the time? Why to crib all the time? Why to have so many things? अरे ये नहीं हुआ, वो नहीं हुआ. जो हुआ उसको हम देखें. So this approach, this is the right traditional Bharat Yoga approach, which will change the do not use AC, but time that you use AC, make sure more than that time you spend outdoors. Abhi, you will not even remember when was the last time you were outdoor. We wake up in an AC room, we stay in AC houses, we sit in AC cars, go to an AC office, and whole day we are in AC. जिसके साथ रहते हैं वैसे बन जाएंगे. So now people are looking like machines. Why? Because they are staying with machines. You stay with nature, you become like. अभी कुछ husband wife होते हैं वो एक उम्र के बाद एक जैसे लगने लगते हैं. होता है ना? Because you're staying together. इसको सत्संगति कहते हैं. यही सत्संग है. वो सत्संग नहीं है कि हम बैठ के बस सुन रहे हैं किसी को. सत्संग हम किसके साथ हैं. So stay close to nature. Spend 20 minutes in sunlight. Take some deep breath. Laugh 5 times a day. Start your day with gratitude. And just one rule. First half an hour and last half an hour of the day become screenless. No screen for first half an hour and no screen for the last half an hour. Just this. And this will keep your mental health better. And water is a big healer. Keep drinking water. You will be healthy.
I am guilty. As I played, the first thing I wake up in the morning and my phone is in front of me. So you're right. This is exactly where we go wrong. And Nasi, before I let you go, you very briefly mentioned how there are multiple, techniques, surgeries, etc. that have come out for the body, for the skin, for us to look good. And you are as natural in terms of your appearance, in terms of taking to natural ways of life, and not going by the prosthetic artificial means of it. How do you do that, and how do you also propagate and send out the same message?
And I think this is not only for women. Even men are using fairness creams these days. So everybody wants to look beautiful. And we are born beautiful. Everybody, every one of us. The only thing is that we are not taking out time to go inside. Abhi, there are 2 calls. One is your inner call, one is your outer call. So abhi hamara network is so busy that, we have no time to go listen to that inner call. Very simple things. One is accept yourself. Love yourself the way you are. That's very important. Second thing, as I said, drink a lot of water so that, your toxins are out. Because I believe if I will tell you, you do this, this will make your skin glow, and my skin is not glowing, and I have applied makeup, that doesn't make any sense. So 45 television shows, I have never applied any makeup. And I think my age is, abhi I look younger because of yoga. So meri umr se dhoka mat khana. Matla age is good. And when you practice yoga abhyas, there are some see what happens. Because of the gravitational force, flow of blood is downwards all the time. So we need to do, what do we do? Anyone who is not doing yogic practices, what do we do to bring that flow of blood upward? Nothing. So when we practice some breathing practices, we do yoga abhyas, inverted practices, flow of blood goes upwards, so you have healthy hair, you have glowing skin, and last but not the least, you must learn a mechanism to relax your mind. More relaxed you are at the mental level. We believe that we have to work on body to make this body look beautiful, but we have to work on mind to make this body look beautiful. So once your mind is calm, practice Yoga Nidra, practice some very simple meditations, some breathing practices, and that will definitely help you achieve your goals as per the outer body. Yeah.
I want to thank you for sharing such wonderful tips, and I'm sure all of us would agree that this is not even as difficult to make it a part of our lives. So it is very, very doable. Yes,
I would just say to all the women who are watching this program, ऐसा क्या है इस जग माही जो सब तुम पा सकते नहीं, लेकिन कपोल कल्पना छोड़ो, मेहनत पर विश्वास करो. धरती पर तो लाखों आते, पलते, बढ़ते और मर जाते. अपनी एक पहचान बनाओ, सबसे ऊपर तुम उठ जाओ. दुनिया की नजरें हो तुम पर, हर स्वप्न यथार्थ बनाओ. अगर परमात्मा ने हमें सपने देखने की क्षमता दी है, तो हर सपने को पूरा करने की भी क्षमता दी है. But we have to dream while sleeping, and we have to work when we are awake. If somebody like me can come from a small town and visit places and achieve all that I have achieved, anybody can do it. Anybody. So just accept yourself. That's the real mantra.
Thank you so much. And with that message, we once again thank you for your presence here and sharing all these beautiful techniques with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Acharya Pratishtha and Suyesha, for that very enlightening session. And now, in a world where leadership knows no gender, this next fireside chat on the power of leaders in the boardroom seeks to celebrate and honor the indomitable spirit of women who have not only ascended to influential positions, but have also redefined the narrative of corporate leadership. Through their determination, acumen, and resilience, they have proven that the boardroom is a place where diversity thrives and innovation flourishes. May I now welcome on stage Ms. Naina Lal Kidwai, Chairperson, India Sanitation Coalition and former country head HSBC India. Big round of applause, please, for her. Naina Lal Kidwai is the chairman of Rothschild India. She has been the past president of Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry and retired in December 2015 as an executive director on the board of HSBC Asia Pacific and chairman HSBC India. She chairs the Primary Markets Advisory Committee of the SEBI. She is a member of the Indo-ASEAN Business Council, the Army Group Insurance Funds Investment Advisory Committee, the Harvard Business School's South Asia Advisory Board, Standard Chartered Bank's International Advisory Council, and the Mission Board of EQT Future Fund. And amongst many, she has also served as a member of the Government of India's Industry Task Force and the Prime Minister's Trade and Industry Council. And joining her on stage is Sucharita Kukreti, Senior Anchor and Editor, Republic Media Network. Over to you, Sucharita.
Thank you so much, Rakshita, and an absolute privilege to be sharing a seat with you, Ms. Kidwai, today. And the session is aptly called Power of Leaders in the Boardroom, and I feel like one merely sitting by you, alongside you, ma'am, today, because you've been a leader all your life, and such a privilege to have you on stage today. I would like to begin by asking, ma'am, most of us today in the hall are working women. We know women who are working. But what really holds them back from taking up leadership positions and more significantly boardroom positions? Because a recent EY report also says there's less than 5% of Nifty 500 companies have women chairpersons. So what really holds them back from taking up those boardroom positions, ma'am?
So let me start by first of all congratulating Republic TV to pick up on this important theme. I think Stree Shakti is so critical for our country's progress. And the more conversations we have on this subject, the better for India, let alone for us women who would like to thrive in our country. So women, whether in the boardroom or in a self-help group, in microfinance, what we need first and foremost is a safe environment. A safe environment to come and go from work, a safe environment to work in, and then the right ecosystem which enables us to thrive. And that right ecosystem depends on where you are in your work. So the right ecosystem in a company is to ensure equality of pay. When I was, in fact, starting work, it even mattered in terms of where the toilets were. I could assess a company's barometer of what importance they gave a woman based on where the toilets were. Because when I joined, I would have to go up 3 floors each time, which is not easy when you're pregnant and having your first baby, but 3 floors to access a toilet. So we have come a long way. At least now you have the toilets maybe right behind the Xerox machine or whatever, but at least women's toilets in the corporate world have happened. So it is a barometer of progress. So like that, today the initiatives and many of the bigger companies, maybe less so at the MSME and smaller companies level, tick the boxes of, so maternity leave, paternity leave, at least 6 months, sabbaticals, do you have a women's network, do you have a creche, etc. And those tick boxes, I think, by and large, are beginning to happen. The culture of the company, beyond the tick box, is what I always suggest to women who come to me to assess. Is that environment truly one where you, as a woman, are going to be allowed to thrive? that you can take charge and really rise to your level of competence. And that is a subtle difference between the tick box and the culture. And I think our companies need to do a better job of making that ecosystem one which is truly equal and which supports the women and the talent therein. At the grassroots level, the self-help groups, the microfinance efforts that is on in the country today, it's, again, an ecosystem, but it requires different skills, different mentoring, teaching skill sets, often to women who are not very literate, giving them digital tools so they can progress. So we have to cut this according to the cloth that we are trying to shape. And at every level, women will progress if we get the right ecosystem for them.
For my audiences, ma'am has authored a book called 30 Women in Power, Their Voices, Their Stories. Ma'am, I think, would you tell us, can you share a few learnings from that book? It's important to know how women who've been working have managed work-life balance along with leading to those leadership positions, the boardroom positions. Is that difficult? It must have been difficult, and you've written about it.
So I picked 30 women in power, mostly CEOs of companies across sectors, including media and IT, technology. There was a time where most of our MNC tech firms, multinational tech firms in India were headed by women. None of the Indian ones, but the foreign ones. And it was not really well known that that was the case. Everyone just celebrated the bankers, but forgot everything else. And that is why I felt the book was important. There were, interestingly, common learnings despite the variety of industries that I covered. I also picked 3 NGOs and 3 people from the services, the IAS, IFS. And the common learnings were inevitably that every one of these women had a passion for what they were doing, their work. So it is about enjoying what you do, which makes you give your all. Integrity. The women with one voice believed that integrity in dealing, and not just in terms of moral courage, but also in terms of ideas. If you believe in something, your integrity should be one to stand by that idea. So the courage and integrity were very important. I mean, otherwise, the fact that hard work was a given, that came from the passion. It also came, I think, from many of us of a generation who women who sadly believed we did need to be twice better than the guys in our roles. So we always worked harder in order to prove ourselves, always feeling like a bit of a goldfish in a bowl. I fear that syndrome still remains. Women today are watched more closely. When we fall, we are noticed more. But this is, I think, changing. It hasn't changed enough, but it is something we have to live with. So other than this ambition, now ambition was seen as a bad thing in women. It is probably one which gets noticed, but for every one of these women, quiet ambition was important. They had the ambition to succeed, they worked at it, they were very focused in terms of understanding that they wanted to get to the next level. You don't dream of being CEO the day you join a firm, but at every stage you're at, you look a little over the parapet and say, well, I could do that too. And so it's multiple steps, but it is one that keeps driving you ahead in an organization. The biggest lesson was how to deal with failure, because fail we will. So how do you pick yourself up when you fall? And I like to quote from nature here. I'm deeply engaged and involved in things to do with wildlife and the environment. And I'm happy to say that there is a syndrome called the law of wasted effort. So you think about it. Lions will actually fail 60% of the time when they hunt. That doesn't stop them from hunting. If you think of rain, most of it will flow down into the sea. We only catch so little of it. You think of fish and the eggs that they lay. maybe 10% will grow into fish. Nature lives with the law of wasted effort, but it doesn't stop doing that same thing. Why do we, as thinking human beings, get so disheartened when we fail? Let's learn from those lessons. Let's push it aside. Let's move ahead. And this dealing with failure was a very important theme across many of the women CEOs. And I would just add to that my own experience of all the naysayers. When I wanted to go to business school, all the uncles in the family, very traditional North Indian family, prevailing on my mother to say, going off to the US, how can you let her go? You should be getting her married, etc. The naysayers were the ones that actually put my back up, made me fight. So I was out to prove how wrong they were. And at every level, if you convert that negative energy around you into your positive to help you fight that very conjecture that you are not ready for it, that very thought that you should not do it, you find your own strength and it enables you to keep changing. The same women, they talk about what you've heard earlier today in terms of the backup systems, the family, the parents. There was one of the women, Aruna Jayanti, who was the head of one of the tech firms at the time, talked about how she used her professor at Stanford when she was studying there to babysit her kid. Arundhati Bhattacharya was chair of State Bank of India, asked and often had help from neighbors who looked after the kids. And then, of course, it's the traditional support systems of mothers and mothers-in-law. Many of the women relied on the mother-in-law. So the importance here of having a mother-in-law who you aren't fighting with, but it supports you, and we were just discussing that earlier. You have a mother-in-law at home that has enabled you to come to work, but those institutions become the support systems, and most important, your life partner, your spouse, your husband. That is a career decision. Without that support, you can never get to where you want to go.
I would like to tell the audiences that even the informal session that I had with Ms. Kidwai right before this session was as inspiring. And ma'am, you were just talking about how women were made to feel guilty about being ambitious. The men were supposed to be ambitious, but the women were made to feel guilty. Do you think that has changed over the years, or there's still a lot more to do on that front?
You know, I think it's changed in that there is at least support from family, from parents and fathers who have that sense of ambition. And again, alluding to my book, the fathers were very important figures in all those careers. So where you had fathers who believed in their children and believed in their girls, you got that progress. So the ambition that parents are bringing to their girls is important. But at work, I fear that an aggressive woman, a woman who's pushing her career, is still not maybe respected and is not maybe understood as well as a guy who's doing the same thing. And I think we, as leaders, have to recognize that we want our women to be ambitious, we want them to be aggressive, we want them to control their careers. I mean, I would be stunned how the guys would just pop out of their offices when I just walk from my office to the loo. And the women who could have followed me into the loo didn't come with me. So the other side of it is women maybe don't always push enough. We don't seize the opportunities. And we have to help to make sure that women take charge of their careers and demand and command a presence as they do it.
We're a hall full of working women, and we together can do that. We can seize the opportunity, ma'am. Yeah. Very inspiring. But, ma'am, there is also the call for an increased representation of women in boardroom positions. Do you think the dynamics of an organization changes when there are women at the top?
I think certainly, because people do look to see who those women are and how they deal with things. how they are respected in an organization, but it is not enough. So that's the sort of walk the talk at the top. But people leave because they have bad managers. That is the single largest reason given typically for people who leave an organization. So you have managers at all levels. At a call center, your manager would be a middle-level manager. How does that person lead? How does that person mentor? How does that person create the right environment is very important. So leadership at every level becomes important. But I think having leadership at the top certainly helps. The organization I took over as CEO of the bank, at the top layer was all men. So my entire team, when I got appointed as CEO, were men. By the time I left, 30% were women, because I was able, fortunately, to identify some of the roles where we brought in women from outside, but also plucked some from within the company to become what were some of the best in their fields, even lauded today. However, for those guys, I have no idea how they felt about me. They had to just suck it up. But the fact is that they needed sensitizing to the women that worked with them. So I set up work groups where women, typically all middle managers, were created into groups of 7 and 8 under each one of them, in the hope that they would learn how the women think. And we had what was a diversity and inclusion program for the women to identify in different subjects what was needed in the organization. And from that experience came one of the most interesting innovations in banking, in that we reduced our workday to 5 days. Imagine, in India, we had a 6-day work week in banks. Whole organization came in for half a day on Saturday. So we switched to a 5-day week because this simple idea, which was staring us in the face, had not struck any of us till it took these women in these working groups to say, well, how about a 5-day week? We kept the branches open on the 6th day with a roster, and the whole bank therefore benefits from the 5-day week. We increased everything by half an hour, basically told everyone that if this does not work, if productivity drops, we have a 6-month window, and then the bosses are going to take us back to a 6-day week. So everyone worked harder, and it became a huge success. And all my competition who was calling, having a laugh on the side that, you know, this is one of your mad experiments, have all shifted to a 5-day week. It took some 2 years to do it, but they all ended up doing it. And meanwhile, we raked it in, the women joined us. So leadership at the top can mean you sensitize an organization. In a way, it helps you. So the talent comes in your direction. The women who want to work and who are truly good feel, this is the company, this is the bank I want to join, because it's a better place for me to be. And I think creating that brand for ourselves as companies can really benefit us, because we then attract the talent. And from what I understand, you at Republic TV have a senior leadership at the top. I was just hearing from Sucharita, and that's probably why you will continue to attract talent such as her. Yeah.
Ma'am, the gender gap report by the World Economic Forum paints a very sobering picture of gender parity, and India also ranks relatively low on it. What are the steps do you think can be taken to bridge this gap in the various sections of the society? Very, very important.
So this is a big question, and one which we have to work hard at. But the one area I think we can tackle, and tackle very well in our country, is the digital divide. In fact, it was a very big theme at the G20 Women's Ministerial event in Gandhinagar, which I spoke on digital skilling. And it had a lot of resonance across countries, big and small. Because world statistics tell you that the boy in the family is more likely to have access to the smartphone. It's not just India. And then in the developing world, it gets even worse, where access to the internet is something which women and young girls have far less than the boy in the family. And In fact, that differential can be as much as 1.8 times. So it's a global phenomenon, accentuated in the developing world, including countries such as us. So here we are building this amazing internet and digital stack in the country. 40% of all global digital transactions happen in India. We have one of the most successful digital payment mechanisms anywhere in the world. We are marching ahead as a digital nation. And here's where, if our women get left behind, if our women cannot avail of these benefits, it would be one of the worst ever tragedies of our time. So empowering our women with the technology, yes, that window to the smartphone, and maybe we need booths in every city in the days like when we had these EPBX phone booths, and we did have that because there was a shortage of phone lines in the country in my lifetime, that we create access to the internet. Then we have to teach the skills. And I have seen, working at a very grassroots level with organizations like SEVA, the Self-Employed Women's Association, through COVID, they made this digital leap because they got taught how to read and understand designs on the computer, and they were able to copy those designs and then taught how to sell the product through the digital process and get paid on digital payment. And these are relatively illiterate women. So the beauty of the digital process is, and if we can go to voice and digital, think about it. Our women can leapfrog from being at home, unable to read, to having livelihoods, as indeed Seva taught these women, on being able to just see pictures on a computer and work and go ahead, through to actually then managing their money, because they all understand money, but being able to do it digitally, being able to access their bank accounts, which they often have bank accounts, but don't actually operate them. So we have to go the whole way in terms of that digital training. And it isn't difficult, but it's something we have to put our minds to. So I'm very passionate about the whole digital thing. For each one of us, I mean, myself, our generation, we have a lot of learning to do as well. How can we ensure that we are always tech and digital ready? And by the way, at FICCI, and we announced this at the G20, one of the contributions of India to the world is the Tech Equity Platform, which was put together by Intel for us. And I would urge you all to go there. And there's training there at all levels on digital training for women. And the purpose of this is that we all upskill ourselves to be ready for the future. And we need more such initiatives.
Ma'am, from what you said, you think there is still a difference in earning your money and having access to that money, especially for women in India? Because when you speak about financial prowess, and you also speak about the digital platforms to be able to access that money that you earn, I think that adds to the financial independence for women, because it's a different thing to be earning, and it's a different thing to be able to have access to that money, as you said, especially for women in India, even now.
Women do quite well about managing the money, whether they hide it under their beds or stick it somewhere under a pan. But they, in fact, interestingly, when demonetization happened, this was a very interesting feature that emerged, because women were producing notes from all over the place, which they weren't able to explain to their husbands. So women will manage their money. We would just rather that they put it in a bank account so they can learn to invest it as well. And many of the government's programs and the funding is coming directly into the banks. So for them to be able to manage and hold that bank account and not have their husbands access it would be important. And I think that's a tough space for many women. We actually only recently, in a program that I was looking at that SEVA's implemented, excellent loan program available for women coming out of COVID, etc. accessing it, the loans, was a big issue because even though it was set up that the banks, the local banks, helped them with the forms and dispensation of these loans, they were not comfortable going in to get that support, largely because the banks were somewhat dismissive about that whole process. So access is not easy. We can announce great programs, but how that last divide of how you make that woman available and enable her to access what is being provided her, the money in the bank account for her to control it, the ability to get a loan when she has problems filling out a form, are all parts of the areas we do have to address.
Ma'am, do you think that acceptance of a woman leader has a lot to do with societal upbringing? I'm sure you would agree. Because leaders are leaders. There are no women leaders or male leaders. Leaders are leaders. And I think that needs to be told right at the childhood level.
Absolutely. And I actually think that it's those first few years that are the hardest, because once you become sort of a leader, say in 10 years, you are there and recognized for your skill. And it's much easier because you can dictate, you are treasured by the company, you don't really worry about the man-woman issue as much as making sure that you are delivering as a manager, as a leader in the organization. And your skills stand up for themselves. It is those early and more formative years where you can get disillusioned if you're in an organization that doesn't support you, that doesn't allow you to grow. It's once you're heading companies or even heading a division. I mean, I was just 30, almost 30, when I was heading the merchant bank for Grindlay's Bank, where I was working. And at that level, it didn't matter. My customers were were men, typically. They had a problem in the first 5 minutes. That was their problem. Yeah? And the minute I sensed that they were uncomfortable with me, I made sure that I worked hard to dispel that discomfort, but didn't tolerate bad behavior either. So you can be tough once you're in a position to be tough. But the journey we have to help women in is that early part, that getting there. And have to have policies, whistleblower policies, sexual harassment policies, etc., where women can come out about issues that affect them and that these can be nipped in the bud.
Ms. Kidwai, at this point, I would like to tell you that you see a lot of women sitting here. We at Republic are a very strong woman force. We work together, and I take pride in that fact. Do you think that your fellow women workers can be your biggest strength at work?
Absolutely. I think that sisterhood is so important, and that is why many companies have set up women's networks. Some companies saw a bit of a backlash because the guys began to feel excluded and wondered why it was there. So they opened it up for guys to come and join, and you would get a smattering of guys, usually from HR, who would come and sit in on these sessions. And then over time, some of the women began to pull their male colleagues in as well. These women's networks are important. And I actually do not believe the view that often prevails that women managers and leaders do not help other women. I have grown up in organizations where I have seen how women who worked with me, worked for me, helped others. So a lot depends on the culture of the organization. I don't think women are soft on other women. I think that may be why some women feel women are not sensitive to them, because by and large, the rules that prevail apply to everyone. But I think that too is part of the training, that we are not working because we want special favor. We may want adjustment, we may want flexi hours, but we're not saying we're going to work less or contribute less, or that we want to be treated too differently from the guys. All the women that we surveyed and I would do these health checks all the time, would always say, we don't want quotas. We don't want anything special. We just want to be treated the same, enabling us to deliver and be recognized for what we deliver. Having said that, I think women do need a helping hand because they tend to push less. They don't necessarily seize opportunities that men do. We know for a fact that if there's a job, a guy will put his hand up when he's only 30% prepared. A woman who's 90% ready for the job is still wondering, can I do it? Should I do it? So those differences we have to cater to and help women to seize the opportunity. But I do think that organizations that have women, and once you're beyond a certain percentage, you're not just standing out there on your own, there is a sisterhood, which is very important. And that sisterhood becomes even more important when you look at the grassroots. If you look at what Seva does,
absolutely,
it's so critical that the village as a whole, when the women start to work, if it's one woman who takes a foot forward, she's going to get bashed up by her husband. But when the women as a whole move together to say, we want economic empowerment, we are going to be ready for the training that is being provided, the village itself changes. So that sisterhood becomes very, very important.
Ms. Kadwai, I spoke about your book that you authored, 30 Women in Power, Their Voices, Their Stories. What do you think has been the single most important factor that has led to the rise of women in corporate boardrooms?
So, of course, one is that woman herself, her talent, her passion, her ability to steer her career. The other is, I think, the ones of us who made it because we had support. And that support came from all quarters. Inevitably from the family, immediate family, as I mentioned, husband, mothers-in-law, fathers, in that order. But also, if we were lucky, and they were typically male bosses, the male boss who also extended a helping hand. And sometimes it came from the most unusual quarters. I mean, I was in Grindlay's Bank when it got taken over by ANZ, an Australian bank, and I thought, oh gosh, you know, the Aussies, they're male chauvinistic, this organization is going to be very different to work in. The biggest helping hand I got in my career was from the then country head of India, who was an Australian. And I was so wrong because individuals and bosses and men in different places are amazing and often, of course, a surprise, but they rise to the occasion. And in his case, he gave me a job at which I had asked to move from corporate banking to retail banking. And for bankers, you will understand you're going from working the corporate sector to a role which was typically run by gray-haired people who had been doing retail banking, understood banking systems. Because I believed I needed to do something different, so I was getting myself ready to, you know, be a general manager and a CEO. The guy who gave me that opportunity was this guy. Because when I told him this is my aspiration, he found the role for me. And the day he gave me the job, I had discovered only the previous day that I was pregnant. And the job I was given was to open offices around the world to direct NRI, non-resident Indian money, back to India. And so here I am now hesitating. I didn't dare tell him why I was hesitating. I go home, discuss it with my husband, and obviously go back the next day and have to tell the boss, look, only my husband and parents know, I've just learned I'm pregnant. And I could see he almost fell off his chair, didn't know quite how to respond. And then he looked me in the eye and he said, what would you like to do? And I said, I'd like to take the chance. And they gave me the job. I could have been flat out on my bed 3 months later. I have never worked harder. I worked till my 8th month. I felt that as in travel till my 8th month, work right through my pregnancy. He was the guy who put the faith in me. So sometimes we have this, we create glass barriers where they don't exist. We think we can't do it. We think a boss is not going to be supportive. And look how wrong I was.
So true, ma'am. And I think that is such an inspiring thought that you've just told us all. A lot of members of the audience would want to ask you a few questions because yours has been an inspirational journey. If we could just take the first question for ma'am, Ms. Kidwai.
The first ones are always the brave ones.
The first ones are always brave ones. Okay. Oh, okay. So the journey for women up to the boardroom comes from a man who's leading the boardroom, but with exceptional women in there.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me, ma'am? Yes. First of all, I just want to say that, yours is a truly remarkable journey. Personal courage. You've been very unconventional in everything that you've done. You've been a path breaker, and I know that when you entered the corporate world, it was maybe 10 years before liberalization as we know it. So you've seen the ups and downs of the Indian economic system. So remarkable journey, and thank you for coming to our dialogues. Ms. Kidwai, my question is about a comment you had made earlier. At one point you had said that you don't believe in the quota system. And you were talking in the context of Indian politics and the public space. You said that we don't need quotas, at least in legislative bodies. And I have seen as a reporter the amount of bias and prejudice which was there. When, as a reporter, we used to report on the Women's Reservation Bill, we saw some of the most sexist comments being made very openly 15 to 20 years back in Parliament by senior leaders about women wanting to enter Parliament. So there was a very strong chauvinism. Recently, however, you have said that you've changed your views on the need for quotas. And I want to ask you why you've changed your views. Earlier you felt that women do not need quotas in Parliament or in legislative bodies. But recently you have said that you have changed your view. So I'd like you to share why you've changed your view.
So this is always the danger of having Arnab in a room. He researches these things and comes up with these difficult questions. Yeah? So I initially believed, like a lot of the women who worked with me, that when you have quotas, even though you are capable and you've got the job because you're capable, the organization believes you got it because you were a woman, because that quota had to be filled. So you actually lose out in terms of the respect you otherwise command because you're actually up for the job because you're capable. And so when I set the policies at the bank, I made it very futuristic in saying by 2020, this was way back in 2006, we will have 30% women across all categories. So you made it a direction, you nudged the organization in that direction, didn't have quotas. So that was me. I realized that it takes too long. And I've seen the success of the regulation for women on boards, where we were in the sort of 4-5% level till the regulation made it mandatory to have one woman on the board. And one woman is, it's still a disgraceful one. We should be at 30%. But the direction was not just set in my sort of futuristic way, but it was mandatory. And we're now at 20% women in boards of the listed companies, the ones that are required to have it. And that journey happens in a short period of 3 to 4 years because we do it. We did the same in the Panchayati reservation, where, yes, it got misused. Yes, you got the women who were propped up by their husbands, as we know. But research has also shown that after she is re-elected for a second term, she comes into her own. She's no longer just there as a voice piece for her husband who's working behind the scenes through her. So I think if we have to jumpstart from a very low level, the quota becomes critical, and critical mass is important because, some of us just got used to it. It was like water off a duck's back, being the only woman in a room, having to stand up for your rights, etc. But being the only woman on a board is not the easiest thing for a lot of people. So we do need, in this creation, and hence the reservation, 1/3, etc., becomes important, is a critical mass and a sisterhood in there, which then is supportive, where it's no longer an issue of you're the lone woman making a statement. And the change that also has to come is women's issues aren't just about women raising them. So at the boards I'm on, after I've raised the issue a couple of times, I then begin to kick the guys into saying, where the hell are you on this? And the achievements that come from making sure the men ask the same question that you would have normally done, but you give them the question to ask it, is it about change? Because suddenly the ownership and the fight becomes for everyone as a whole. And I think, therefore, the quota helps because you get to a critical mass beyond which it won't matter, because women are just there. They're part of the landscape. They're not special. They're not that one voice. And the other is we will get there, but it's going to take so long that we have to jumpstart it today. So maybe a quota, which then goes away.
Ma'am, I'd just like to add to that because, like I said, a recent EY report says that about 95% of Nifty 500 companies have a woman board member, but only less than 5% have a woman chairperson. So why this stark gap, that transition from a board member to a woman leading the pack?
It will happen. I think the chairs of these boards, it's a question of time. Women on boards have been so few. Initially, everyone said we only want women CEOs, and there were only that many. It was inexplicable in some way because every guy who came on the board was not a CEO. Every guy who came on the board came on a board for the first time, but they would say, no, we want women who've done board duties before. So once people got a little used to the fact that, hey, you just have to do it, it changed. So now, typically, a person who goes to chair a board will either be from the family, in which case families now have to, and are picking their girls. And you see some of those chairs coming from families, maybe because they didn't have sons, but are indeed appointing their daughters to chair. But for those of us who come in from the professional world, once you're on a board, you begin to be in line to be vice chair and chair because of the experience. So I think you will see that now, because as the body of women on boards grows, there will be, over time, the chairs coming from those organizations.
Ma'am, so much to learn from this enlightening session with you. You've been a leader. All right, ma'am, please go ahead.
Yeah, so I just changed my question because you mentioned about the Gram Panchayat. I'm asking this question because I come from I'm measuring the waters of two different worlds. So while we see personalities like you at the helm of affairs, I'm working with the remotest of the communities, be it in Ladakh, Munshiari, Panchachuli, or even in the Northeast with the women artisans. And while there's a disparity, very big disparity that we see in two areas. One, in the opportunity, existence of the opportunity. Second, is even being aware of your own capabilities, where women are conditioned to believe that they can only move if they're supported. And then it's a huge, long journey, which we feel is, we've been talking about it to the tier 1 or tier 2 cities. So how do you look at this disparity that's existing in our country or even in other worlds? While we've been, as a faith-based leader, I've been working alongside the UN lines and figuring out how to bridge that gap, but we'd like to know your opinion on that.
And, I'd started by saying we have to cut the solutions according to the cloth. And clearly, when you're looking at grassroots India, the issues are different. In that, I should say the issues are the same, but then the answers and the tackling of it have to be different. And one of those ways is the digital process and empowerment of women through that. The other, I think, is what is one of the most exciting journeys our country is on is the self-help group movement, which government is supporting, but was really discovered by the microfinance sector. And it's a sector which I have worked with and in for the last 30 years. And it is at a wonderful inflection point, very mature right now, where women are already combined into groups, particularly in rural India. It's less successful in the urban context. And these women stand guarantee for each other when they take loans. And initially the loans are taken, as you know, for, wedding in the family, illness, education, etc. But the real training that should come is to help these women and to repay the loans is livelihood. So giving them livelihoods, teaching them a skill is not difficult, because the ability then to pay the loan increases, but they themselves become economically empowered. And I've seen how quickly it happens. Microfinance institutions that have understood this, set up like they call it a management school, taught these women how to trade their vegetables with using a mobile phone to just get the prices from surrounding mandis. The woman who just stitched petticoats for her village then employs 25 women through her skills and is able to market her petticoats in the surrounding village. So just showing them the way, basic financial skills, how to make money, how to save it, how to arrange their lives around an economic process that works for them. But it's not easy, because they don't get the support systems we can afford. So when a Seva woman does her embroidery, she doesn't understand a date target easily. She's embroidering whenever she has free time. But can she then deliver the product the way we need it in an e-commerce world is the challenge. Does she stitch with the same thread of high quality that you need? Because when she's going from home, the input she has should be of the quality that delivers a product which organizations like you can support and sell across the world. So those inputs, those trainings are what people like yourselves become very critical for. So really glad to know you do what you do.
Ma'am, an absolute privilege to be hosting this session with you, and a very, very inspiring talk, and so much to take back home, ponder over and learn from. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kidwai and Sucharita, for that wonderful session, and very engaging and insightful session here. Ladies and gentlemen, we now request you all to kindly proceed for lunch, and you all can please join us back at 2 p.m. for resuming this, the upcoming sessions. We are going to have some more sessions, and we have, of course, an appetite for some more insightful sessions, so please join us back at 2 p.m. Thank you so much.
first. They have used tear smoke shells to disperse the crowd, although there had been a lot of appeal coming from the Jammu and Kashmir. The situation is worse, and there are no BMC officials who can be seen here.
बहुत से SDRF की वो इस वक्त रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन में लगी हुई है। कई लोग फंसे हुए थे, पर उसी को लेकर हमारे नौजवान इंडियन आर्मी की ओर से किस तरीके से रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन किया जा रहा है।
News first.
Mr. Rahul, one of your leaders has abused the president. Why did you fabricate evidences? He raised the issue of institutions. When the ED goes after you, these problems don't have.
जो इल्जाम लगाए गए हैं लिकर पॉलिसी को लेके आपने ही ड्राफ्ट किए। आप मुझे हेकल मत करिए। किससे बचाव किया जाना है? सर बड़ा हादसा हुआ है सर।
Republic means nation first. Republic came face to face with terror. 1 year, 2 months, and 28 days later, NIA arrested the same ISIS suspect. Republic spoke up when the media didn't utter a word.
I ask tonight, on what basis can any NBFC get its debt restructured with any assistance from the government?
And eventually, justice was done. While exposing the Khalistani threat, Republic is avowedly pro-army.
With video proving exactly how our forces hunted down the terrorists hundreds of kilometers.
The only channel with raw proof of surgical strikes.
In Balakot, Pakistan, between 3:45 and 3:53 a.m., a terror camp destroyed in 8 minutes.
And the first channel to put out airstrike evidence. Republic heralds social reforms.
In the 41-day period, a woman with possibly between the age of 10 and 15 will possibly have a menstrual cycle. Let it bring it down to basics. You don't want to talk about it, but these are uncomfortable.
Arnab led the Right to Pay campaign.
Be superior to the free will of women who believe in Lord Ayappa and want to exercise their free and constitutional right to enter. Section 377 is dead. It's history.
We campaign for social reform.
They are not free.
It was Republic that called for Section 377 to be struck down.
The undercurrent of fear or the undercurrent of guilt.
Republic puts people first. In fighting for gender justice,
90 million Muslim women freed today from the clutches of showers who use religion to snatch their fundamental rights, to deny them the right to equality and liberty.
Republic TV led the global coverage of the Ukraine war.
When the Russian invasion of Ukraine began, this is the very place where the intense street battle, the motive of the Russian army appears to be to attack residential areas.
The first channel to show the Bucha massacre.
What you see right now on your screens is the reality, the truth of this war where thousands and thousands of Ukrainians have lost their lives.
And the only Indian channel to speak to Zelensky.
President Zelensky, what is your response to this narrative that Russia is taking to the world on Bucha?
Politics of the Russian Federation is to consider that we don't have an independent.
Republic was also the only channel to report from under siege regions.
Inside this airfield, light combat vehicles from the Russians as well as the Ukrainians completely charged.
Republic putting a laser focus on news.
You used to say Baghdadi is the lord of all. What did you say? You something like that. What did you say about Baghdadi?
लालू जी, आपके शहाबुद्दीन से क्या रिश्ता है?
अरे तुम बराबर यही सवाल पूछते हो।
फोन पे आप बात करते हैं सर शहाबुद्दीन से?
गिरोगे यार। अरे छोड़ो।
जेल
कैसे बात हो जेल से?
शाबुद
तुम्हारे पास होगा टेप?
टेप है, वो चलाए
चलाते रहो, हरि का भजन गाते रहो।
पत्रकारों को आपने गालियां दी।
बहुत बदतमीज है तुम्हारा उनको।
आपने भी तो उनसे बदतमीजी करी।
फिर वही जवाब बोल रहा है, दे देंगे तुम करना से गिर जाओगे।
लालू जी,
आज टीवी बने हुए लोगों को अपील किया है कि आज टीवी का बाइकाट करो। ये भारत के लोगों की जीत है। वंदे वंदे।
The values that Republic TV stands for. Nation first.
Minus more than 8 degree temperature and the snowfall around is above. See how the Joans are making their way.
People first.
They have used at most tear smoke shells to disperse the crowd, although there had been a lot of appeal coming from the Jammu and Kashmir. The situation is worse and there are no BMC officials who can be seen here.
कौन से एनडीआरएफ की एसडीआरएफ की वो इस वक्त रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन में लगी हुई है।
कई लोग फंसे हुए थे, पर उसी को लेकर हमारे नौजवान इंडियन आर्मी की ओर से जिस तरीके से रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन किया जा रहा है।
News first.
Mr. Rahul, one of your leaders has abused the president. Why did you fabricate evidences? He raised the issue of institutions. When the ED goes after you, these protests don't happen.
जो इल्जाम लगाए गए हैं लिकर पॉलिसी को लेके आपने ही ड्राफ्ट किया। आप मुझे हैकल मत करिए। किससे प्रताप किया था ना सब बड़ा हादसा हुआ सब।
Republic means nation first. Republic came face to face with terror. 1 year, 2 months, and 28 days later, NIA arrested the same ISIS suspect. Republic spoke up when the media didn't utter a word.
I ask tonight, on what basis can any of NBFC get its debt restructured with any assistance from the government?
And eventually, justice was done. While exposing the Khalistani threat, Republic is avowedly pro-army.
With video proving exactly how our forces hunted down the terrorists hundreds of kilometers.
The only channel with raw proof of surgical strikes.
In Balakot, Pakistan, between 3:45 and 3:53 a.m., a terror camp destroyed in 8 minutes.
And the first channel to put out airstrike evidence. Republic heralds social reforms.
In a 41-day period, a woman with possibly between the age of 10 and 50 will possibly have a menstrual cycle. They will bring it down to basics. You don't want to talk about it, but these are the uncomfortable.
And Arnab led the Right to Pray campaign.
Be superior to the free will of women who believe in Lord Ayappa and want to exercise their free and constitutional right to enter. Section 377 is dead. It's history.
We campaigned for social reform.
India now free.
It was Republic that called for Section 377 to be struck down.
The undercurrent of fear or the undercurrent of guilt.
Republic puts people first. Fighting for gender justice.
90 million Muslim women freed today from the clutches of shows who use religion to snatch their fundamental rights, to deny them the right to equality and liberty.
Republic TV led the global coverage of the Ukraine war.
When the Russian invasion of Ukraine began, this is the very place where the intense street battle, the motive of the Russian army appears to be to attack residential areas.
The first channel to show the Bucha massacre.
you see right now on your screens is the reality, the truth of this war where thousands and thousands of Ukrainians have lost their lives.
And the only Indian channel to speak to Zelensky.
President Zelensky, what is your response to this narrative that Russia is taking to the world on Bucha?
Politics of the Russian Federation is to consider that we don't have an independence.
Republic was also the only channel to report from under siege regions.
Inside this airfield, live combat vehicles of the Russians as well as the Ukrainians completely charged.
Republic putting a laser focus on news.
You used to say Baghdadi is the lord of all. What did you say? Something like that. What did you say about Baghdadi?
लालू जी, आपकी शाहबुद्दीन से क्या रिश्ता?
अरे तुम बराबर यही सवाल पूछते हो।
फोन पे आप बात करते हैं सर शाहबुद्दीन से?
गिरोगे यार। अरे छोड़ो।
जेल
कैसे बात हो जेल से?
शाहबुद
टेप चला तुम्हारे पास होगा टेप?
टेप है, वो चलाए।
चलाते रहो, हरि का भजन गाते रहो।
पत्रकारों को आपने गालियां दी।
बहुत बदतमीज है तुम्हारा रिपोर्ट।
आपने भी तो उनसे बदतमीजी करी।
फिर वही जवाब होता है, दे देंगे तुम करना से गिर जाओगे।
लालू जी,
आज टीवी बने हुए लोगों को अपील किया है कि आज टीवी का बाइकाट करो। ये भारत के लोगों की जीत है। वंदे वंदे।
Values that Republic TV stands for. Nation first.
Minus more than 8-degree temperature and the snowfall around is above. See how the Jawans are making their way.
People first.
They have used it most tear smoke shells to disperse the crowd, although there have been a lot of appeal coming from the Jammu and Kashmir. The situation is worse, and there are no BMC officials who can be seen
In Balakot, Pakistan, between 3:45 and 3:53 a.m., a terror camp destroyed in 8 minutes.
And the first channel to put out airstrike evidence. Republic heralds social reforms.
In the 41-day period, a woman possibly between the age of 10 and 50 will possibly have a menstrual cycle. Let it bring it down to basics. You don't want to talk about it, but these are the uncomfortable.
Arnab led the Right to Pay campaign.
Be superior to the free will of women who believe in Lord Appa and want to exercise their free and constitutional right to enter. Section 377 is dead. It's history.
We campaigned for social reform. It was Republic that called for Section 377 to be struck down.
The undercurrent of fear or the undercurrent of guilt.
Republic puts people first. Fighting for gender justice.
90 million Muslim women freed today from the clutches of shows who use religion to snatch their fundamental rights, to deny them the right to equality and liberty.
Republic TV led the global coverage of the Ukraine war.
When the Russian invasion of Ukraine began, this is the very place where the intense street battle, the motive of the Russian army appears to be to attack residential areas.
The first channel to show the Bucha massacre.
What you see right now on your screens is the reality, the truth of this war where thousands and thousands of Ukrainians have lost their lives.
And the only Indian channel to speak to Zelensky.
President Zelensky, what is your response to this narrative that Russia is taking to the world on Bucha?
Politics of the Russian Federation is to consider that we don't have an independence.
Republic was also the only channel to report from under siege regions.
Inside this airfield, light combat vehicles of the Russians as well as the Ukrainians completely charged.
Republic putting a laser focus on news.
You used to say Baghdadi is the lord of all. What did you say? You something like that. What did you say about Baghdadi?
लालू जी, आपकी शहाबुद्दीन से क्या रिश्ता है?
अरे तुम बराबर यही सवाल पूछते हो।
फोन पे आप बात करते हैं सर शहाबुद्दीन से?
गिरो गया। अरे छोड़ो।
जेल
इससे बात हो जेल से।
टेप आई थी शहाबुद टेप चला
तुम्हारे पास होगा टेप?
टेप है, वो चलाया।
चलाते रहो, हरि का भजन गाते रहो।
पत्रकारों को आपने गालियां दी।
बहुत बदतमीज है तुम्हारा उर्दू।
आपने भी तो उनसे बदतमीजी करी।
फिर वही जवाब बोल रहा है। कह देंगे तुम करना चाहिए जाओगे।
लालू जी,
आज टीवी बने हुए लोगों को अपील किया है कि आज टीवी का बाइकाट करो। ये भारत के लोगों की जीत है। वंदे वंदे।
The values that Republic TV stands for. Nation first.
Mine is more than the degree temperature and the snowfall around is above. See how the Jawans are making their way.
People first.
They have used a tear smoke shells to disperse the crowd, although there have been a lot of appeal coming from the Jammu and Kashmir.
The situation is worse, and there are no BMC officials who can be 377 is dead. It's history.
We campaign for social reform.
India now free.
It was Republic that called for Section 377 to be struck down.
The undercurrent of fear or the undercurrent of guilt.
Republic puts people first. And fighting for gender justice.
90 million Muslim women freed today from the clutches of showbiz, who use religion to snatch their fundamental rights, to deny them the right to equality and liberty.
Republic TV led the global coverage of the Ukraine war.
When the Russian invasion of Ukraine began, this is the very place where the intense street battle, the motive of the Russian army appears to be to attack residential areas.
The first channel to show the Bucha massacre.
What you see right now on your screens is the reality, the truth of this war where thousands and thousands of Ukrainians have lost their lives.
And the only Indian channel to speak to Zelensky.
President Zelensky, what is your response to this narrative that Russia is taking to the world on Bucha?
Politics of Russian Federation is to consider that we don't have an independence.
Republic was also the only channel to report from under siege regions.
Inside this airfield, light combat vehicles from the Russians as well as the Ukrainians completely charged.
Republic putting a laser focus on news.
You used to say Baghdadi is the lord of all. What did you say? You something like that. What did you say about Baghdadi?
लालू जी, आपकी शहाबुद्दीन से क्या रिश्ते हैं?
अरे तुम बराबर यही सवाल पूछते हो।
फोन पे आप बात करते हैं सर शहाबुद्दीन से?
अरे छोड़ो
जेल
कैसे बात हो गई
शहाबुद्दीन
तुम्हारे पास होगा टेप
टेप है, वो चलाए।
गाते रहो, हरि का भजन गाते रहो।
पत्रकारों को आपने गालियां,
बहुत बदतमीज है तुम्हारा ग्रुप।
आपने भी तो उनसे बदतमीजी करी।
फिर वही जवाब बोल रहा है, दे देंगे तुम करना से गिर जाओगे।
लालू जी,
आज टीवी बने हुए लोगों को अपील किया है कि आज टीवी का बाइकाट करो। ये भारत के लोगों की जीत है। वंदे वंदे।
Values that Republic TV stands for. Nation first.
कभी मन में ये नहीं हुआ कि नहीं खतरा है यहाँ पे, हम डर गए तो बाकी का क्या होगा, बाकी देश का क्या होगा?
Minus more than 8-degree temperature and the snowfall around is above. See how the Jawans are making their way.
People first.
They have used tear smoke shells to disperse the crowd, although there had been a lot of appeal coming from the Jammu and Kashmir.
But the situation is worse and there are no BMC officials who can be seen here.
बहुत से एनडीआरएफ की एसडीआरएफ की वो इस वक्त रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन में लगी हुई हैं।
कई लोग फंसे हुए थे पर उसी को लेकर हमारे नौजवान इंडियन आर्मी की ओर से किस तरीके से रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन किया जा रहा है।
News first.
Mr. Rahul, one of your leaders has abused the president. Why did you fabricate evidences?
He raised the issue of institutions. When the ED goes after you, these protests don't happen.
जो इल्जाम लगाए गए हैं लिकर पॉलिसी को लेके आपने ही ड्राफ्ट किए आप मुझे हेकल मत करिए
सर क्या कहना
किससे बर्ताव किया जाना है सर
बड़ा हादसा हुआ है सर
And now it's kind of battleground with the sound.
Republic means nation first.
Owed your allegiance to Baghdadi.
Yes. Republic came face to face with terror. 1 year, 2 months, and 28 days later, NIA arrested the same ISIS suspect. Republic spoke up when the media didn't utter a word.
I ask tonight, on what basis can any NBFC get its debt restructured with any assistance from the government?
And eventually, justice was done. While exposing the Khalistani threat, Republic is avowedly pro-army.
With video proving exactly how our forces hunted down the terrorists hundreds of kilometers.
The only channel with raw proof of surgical strikes.
In Balakot, Pakistan, between 3:45 and 3:53 a.m., a terror camp destroyed in 8 minutes.
And the first channel to put out airstrike evidence. Republic heralds social reforms.
In the 41-day period, a woman possibly between the age of 10 and 50 will possibly have a menstrual cycle. Yes. Bring it down to basics. You don't want to talk about it, but these are the uncomfortable.
Arnab led the Right to Pray campaign.
Be superior to the free will of women who believe in Lord Ayappa and want to exercise their free and constitutional right to enter. Section 377 is dead. It's history.
We campaigned for social reform. It was Republic that called for Section 377 to be struck down.
The undercurrent of fear or the undercurrent of guilt.
Republic puts people first. Fighting for gender justice.
90 million Muslim women freed today from the clutches of chauvinists who use religion to snatch their fundamental rights, to deny them the right to equality and liberty.
Republic TV led the global coverage of the Ukraine war.
When the Russian invasion of Ukraine began, this is the very place where the intense street battle, the motive of the Russian army appears to be to attack residential areas.
The first channel to show the Bucha massacre.
What you see right now on your screens is the reality, the truth of this war where thousands and thousands of Ukrainians have lost their lives.
And the only Indian channel to speak to Zelensky.
President Zelensky, what is your response to this narrative that Russia is taking to the world on Bucha?
Politics of Russian Federation is to consider that we don't have any independence and
Republic was also the only channel to report from under siege regions.
Inside this airfield also you would have one of those light combat vehicles of the Russians as well as the Ukrainians, completely charred.
Republic putting a laser focus on news.
You used to say Baghdadi is the lord of all.
No,
What did you say?
I say he's the lord. Basically,
No.
I'll say you one time.
But you, something like that. What did you say about Baghdadi?
मैं आपको एक सेंटेंस में आपको समझ में आ जाएगा अब्ला को कैसा लगेगा इस तरह. I'm texting him on Facebook. I said like अब्ला अगर हंसी आ रही हो खिलाफत आ गई. He was so sweet. He was like खिलाफत is cool. He knew zero. And I called him and explained the concept of खिलाफत.
लालू जी आपके शहाबुद्दीन से क्या रिश्ते हैं?
अरे तुम बराबर यही सवाल पूछते हो.
फोन पे आप बात करते हैं सर शहाबुद्दीन से?
यार फालतू करता. हट गिरोगे यार. अरे छोड़ो.
बातें होती हैं जेल में.
कैसे बात होगी जेल से?
टेप आए थे शाहबुद होगा. टेप चला
तुम्हारे पास होगा टेप.
टेप है वो चलाया.
चलाते रहो, हरि का भजन गाते रहो.
पत्रकारों को आपने गालियां.
बहुत बदतमीज है तुम्हारा रिपोर्ट.
आपने भी तो उनसे बदतमीजी करी.
फिर वही जवाब बोल रहा है. दे देंगे दुम का नाच के गिर जाओगे.
लालू जी
आज टीवी बने हुए लोगों को अपील किया है कि आज टीवी का बाइकाट करो. ये भारत के लोगों की जीत है। वंदे वंदे।
The values that Republic TV stands for. Nation first.
कभी मन में ये नहीं हुआ कि नहीं खतरा है यहाँ पे, हम डर गए तो बाकी का क्या होगा, बाकी देश का क्या होगा।
Minus more than 8-degree temperature and the snowfall around is above. See how the Jawans are making their way.
People first.
They have used tear smoke shells to disperse the crowd, although there had been a lot of appeal coming from the Jammu and Kashmir.
But the situation is worse and there are no BMC officials who can be seen here.
बहुत से एनडीआरएफ की एसडीआरएफ की वो इस वक्त रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन में लगी हुई हैं।
कई लोग फंसे हुए थे पर उसी को लेकर हमारे नौजवान इंडियन आर्मी की ओर से किस तरीके से रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन किया जा रहा है।
News first.
Mr. Rahul, one of your leaders has abused the president. Why did you fabricate evidences? Rahul, he raised the issue of institutions. When the ED goes after you, these protests don't happen.
जो इल्जाम लगाए गए हैं लिकर पॉलिसी को लेके आपने ही ड्राफ्ट किए, वो सब फर्जी। आप मुझे हेकल मत करिए।
सर क्या कहना चाहिए?
किससे बर्ताव किया जाना है सर?
बड़ा हादसा हुआ है सर।
And now it's kind of battleground with the sound.
Republic means nation first.
Owed your allegiance to Baghdadi.
Yes.
Republic came face to face with terror. 1 year, 2 months, and 28 days later, NIA arrested the same ISIS suspect. Republic spoke up when the media didn't utter a word.
I ask tonight, on what basis can any NBFC get its debt restructured with any assistance from the government?
And eventually, justice was done. While exposing the Khalistani threat, Republic is avowedly pro-army.
With video proving exactly how our forces hunted down the terrorists hundreds of kilometers.
The only channel with raw proof of surgical strikes.
In Balakot, Pakistan, between 3:45 and 3:53 a.m., a terror camp destroyed in 8 minutes.
And the first channel to put out airstrike evidence. Republic heralds social reforms.
In the 41-day period, a woman possibly between the age of 10 and 50 will possibly have a menstrual cycle. Yes. Bring it down to basics. You don't want to talk about it, but these are the uncomfortable.
Arnab led the Right to Pray campaign.
Be superior to the free will of women who believe in Lord Ayappa and want to exercise their free and constitutional right to enter. Section 377 is dead. It's history.
We campaigned for social reform. It was Republic that called for Section 377 to be struck down.
The undercurrent of fear or the undercurrent of guilt.
Republic puts people first. Fighting for gender justice.
90 million Muslim women freed today from the clutches of chauvinists who use religion to snatch their fundamental rights, to deny them the right to equality and liberty.
Republic TV led the global coverage of the Ukraine war.
When the Russian invasion of Ukraine began, this is the very place where the intense street battle, the motive of the Russian army appears to be to attack residential areas.
The first channel to show the Bucha massacre.
What you see right now on your screens is the reality, the truth of this war where thousands and thousands of Ukrainians have lost their lives.
And the only Indian channel to speak to Zelensky.
President Zelensky, what is your response to this narrative that Russia is taking to the world on Bucha?
Politics of Russian Federation is to consider that we don't have any independence, and
Republic was also the only channel to report from under siege regions.
Inside this airfield also you would have one of those light combat vehicles of the Russians as well as the Ukrainians, completely charred.
Republic putting a laser focus on news.
You used to say Baghdadi is the lord of all. What did you say?
I say he's the lord. Basically,
No.
I'll say
But something like that. What did you say about Baghdadi?
मैं आपको एक सेंटेंस में आपको समझ में आ जाएगा अब्राम को कैसा नहीं है I'm extending one phrase. I said like अब्राम अगर हंसी आ रही हो खिलाफत आ रही है. He was so sweet. He was like खिलाफत is over. He knew zero. Like God and explained the concept of खिलाफत.
लालू जी आपके शहाबुद्दीन से क्या रिश्ते हैं?
अरे तुम बराबर यही सवाल पूछते हो।
फोन पे आप बात करते हैं सर शहाबुद्दीन से?
गिरो गया। अरे छोड़ो।
बातें होती हैं जेल में।
कैसे बात होगी जेल से?
टेप आए थे शहाबुद्दीन होगा। हाँ टेप चला
तुम्हारे पास होगा टेप?
हाँ टेप है वो चलाया।
चलाते रहो हरि का भजन गाते रहो।
पत्रकारों को आपने गालियाँ
बहुत बदतमीज है तुम्हारा रिपोर्टर।
आपने भी तो उनसे बदतमीजी करी।
फिर वही जवाब बोल रहा है दे देंगे दुम कर नाच के गिर जाओगे।
लालू जी
आज टीवी बने हुए लोगों को अपील किया है कि आज टीवी का बाइकाट करो। ये भारत के लोगों की जीत है। वंदे वंदे।
Values that Republic TV stands for. Nation first.
कभी मन में ये नहीं हुआ कि नहीं खतरा है यहाँ पे, हम डर गए तो बाकी का क्या होगा, बाकी देश का क्या होगा.
Minus more than 8-degree temperature and the snowfall around is above. See how the Jawans are making their way.
People first.
They have used tear smoke shells to disperse the crowd, although there had been a lot of appeal coming from the Jammu and Kashmir.
But the situation is worse and there are no BMC officials who can be seen here.
बहुत से एनडीआरएफ की एसडीआरएफ की वो इस वक्त रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन में लगी हुई हैं।
कई लोग फंसे हुए थे पर उसी को लेकर हमारे नौजवान इंडियन आर्मी की ओर से किस तरीके से रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन किया जा रहा है.
News first.
Mr. Rahul, one of your leaders has abused the president. Why did you fabricate evidences?
Rahul, he raised the issue of institutions. When the ED goes after you, these protests don't happen.
जो इल्जाम लगाए गए हैं लिकर पॉलिसी को लेके आपने ही ड्राफ्ट किए, आप मुझे हेकल मत करिए.
सर क्या कहना
किससे
चाहेंगे?
बर्ताव किया जाना है
सर बड़ा हादसा हुआ है सर.
And now it's kind of battleground with the sound.
Republic means nation first.
Owed your allegiance to Baghdadi.
Yes.
Republic came face to face with terror. 1 year, 2 months, and 28 days later, NIA arrested the same ISIS suspect. Republic spoke up when the media didn't utter a word.
I ask tonight, on what basis can any NBFC get restructured with any assistance from the government?
And eventually, justice was done. While exposing the Khalistani threat, Republic is avowedly pro-army.
With video proving exactly how our forces hunted down the terrorists hundreds of kilometers.
The only channel with raw proof of surgical strikes.
In Balakot, Pakistan, between 3:45 and 3:53 a.m., a terror camp destroyed in 8 minutes.
And the first channel to put out airstrike evidence. Republic heralds social reforms.
In the 41-day period, a woman possibly between the age of 10 and 50 will possibly have a menstrual cycle. Yes. Bring it down to basics. You don't want to talk about it, but these are the uncomfortable.
Arnab led the Right to Pray campaign.
Be superior to the free will of women who believe in Lord Ayappa and want to exercise their free and constitutional right to enter. Section 377 is dead. It's history.
We campaigned for social reform. It was Republic that called for Section 377 to be struck down.
The undercurrent of fear or the undercurrent of guilt.
Republic puts people first. Fighting for gender justice.
90 million Muslim women freed today from the clutches of chauvinists who use religion to snatch their fundamental rights, to deny them the right to equality and liberty.
Republic TV led the global coverage of the Ukraine war.
When the Russian invasion of Ukraine began, this is the very place where the intense street battle, the motive of the Russian army appears to be to attack residential areas.
The first channel to show the Bucha massacre.
What you see right now on your screens is the reality, the truth of this war where thousands and thousands of Ukrainians have lost their lives.
And the only Indian channel to speak to Zelensky.
President Zelensky, what is your response to this narrative that Russia is taking to the world on Bucha?
Politics of Russian Federation is to consider that we don't have an independence, and
Republic was also the only channel to report from under siege regions.
Inside this airfield also you would have one of those light combat vehicles of the Russians as well as the Ukrainians, completely charred.
Republic putting a laser focus on news.
You used to say Baghdadi is the lord of all. What did you say?
I say he's the lord. Basically, I'll say the one side.
But something like that. What did you say about Baghdadi?
मैं आपको एक सेंटेंस में आपको समझ में आ जाएगा अब्ला को कैसा लगेगा इस तरह. I'm texting him on Facebook. I said like अब्ला अगर हंसी आ रही है खिलाफत आ गई. He was so sweet. He was like खिलाफत is cool. He knew zero. And I called him and explained the concept of khilafat.
लालू जी, आपके शहाबुद्दीन से क्या रिश्ते हैं?
अरे तुम बराबर यही सवाल पूछते हो.
फोन पे आप बात करते हैं सर शहाबुद्दीन से?
यार गिरोगे यार. अरे छोड़ो.
बातें होती हैं जेल में.
कैसे बात होगी जेल से?
टेप आए थे शहाबुद्दीन होगा. टेप चला
तुम्हारे पास होगा टेप.
टेप है, वो चलाया.
चलाते रहो, हरि का भजन गाते रहो.
पत्रकारों को आपने गालियां.
बहुत बदतमीज है तुम्हारा रिपोर्ट.
आपने भी तो उनसे बदतमीजी करी.
फिर वही जवाब बोल रहा है. दे देंगे दुम का नाच के गिर जाओगे.
लालू जी,
आज टीवी बने हुए लोगों को अपील किया है कि आज टीवी का बाइकाट करो. ये भारत के लोगों की जीत है. बंदर बंदर.
Values that Republic TV stands for. Nation first.
कभी मन में ये नहीं हुआ कि नहीं खतरा है यहाँ पे, हम डर गए तो बाकी का क्या होगा, बाकी देश का क्या होगा.
Minus more than 8-degree temperature and the snowfall around is above. See how the Jawans are making their way.
People first.
They have used tear smoke shells to disperse the crowd, although there had been a lot of appeal coming from the Jammu and Kashmir.
But the situation is worse
And there are no BMC officials who can be seen here.
बहुत से एनडीआरएफ की एसडीआरएफ की वो इस वक्त रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन में लगी हुई हैं।
कई लोग फंसे हुए थे, पर उसी को लेकर हमारे नौजवान इंडियन आर्मी की ओर से किस तरीके से रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन किया जा रहा है।
News first.
Mr. Rahul, one of your leaders has abused the president. Why did you fabricate evidences?
Rahul, he raised the issue of institutions. When the ED goes after you, these protests don't happen.
जो इल्जाम लगाए गए हैं लिकर पॉलिसी को लेके आपने ही ड्राफ्ट किए
वो सब फर्जी है।
आप मुझे हेकल मत करिए।
सर क्या कहना
किससे
चाहिए
बर्ताव किया जाना है सर?
सर बड़ा हादसा हुआ है सर।
And now it's kind of battleground with the sound.
Republic means nation first.
Owed your allegiance to Baghdadi.
Yes.
Republic came face to face with terror. 1 year, 2 months, and 28 days later, NIA arrested the same ISIS suspect. Republic spoke up when the media didn't utter a word.
I ask tonight, on what basis can any NBFC get its debt restructured with any assistance from the government?
And eventually, justice was done. While exposing the Khalistani threat, Republic is avowedly pro-army.
With video proving exactly how our forces hunted down the terrorists hundreds of kilometers.
The only channel with raw proof of surgical strikes.
In Balakot, Pakistan, between 3:45 and 3:53 a.m., a terror camp destroyed in 8 minutes.
And the first channel to put out airstrike evidence. Republic heralds social reforms.
In the 41-day period, a woman possibly between the age of 10 and 50 will possibly have a menstrual cycle. Yes. Let it bring it down to basics. You don't want to talk about it, but these are the uncomfortable.
Arnab led the Right to Pray campaign.
Be superior to the free will of women who believe in Lord Ayappa and want to exercise their free and constitutional right to enter. Section 377 is dead. It's history.
We campaigned for social reform. It was Republic that called for Section 377 to be struck down.
The undercurrent of fear or the undercurrent of guilt.
Republic puts people first. Fighting for gender justice.
90 million Muslim women freed today from the clutches of chauvinists who use religion to snatch their fundamental rights, to deny them the right to equality and liberty.
Republic TV led the global coverage of the Ukraine war.
When the Russian invasion of Ukraine began, this is the very place where the intense street battle, the motive of the Russian army appears to be to attack residential areas.
The first channel to show the Bucha massacre.
What you see right now on your screens is the reality, the truth of this war where thousands and thousands of Ukrainians have lost their lives.
And the only Indian channel to speak to Zelensky.
President Zelensky, what is your response to this narrative that Russia is taking to the world on Bucha?
Politics of Russian Federation is to consider that we don't have any independence, and
Republic was also the only channel to report from under siege regions.
Inside this airfield also you would have one of those light combat vehicles of the Russians as well as the Ukrainians, completely charred.
Republic putting a laser focus on news.
You used to say Baghdadi is the lord of all. What did you say?
I say he's the lord. Basically,
No.
I'll say you on time.
But you, something like that. What did you say about Baghdadi?
मैं आपको एक सेंटेंस में आपको समझ में आ जाएगा कि अब्राह को कैसा नहीं है उस तरह। I'm texting him on Facebook. I said like अब्राह अगर हंसी आ रही हो खिलाफत आ गई. He was so sweet. He was like खिलाफत is cool. He knew zero. I called him and explained the concept of खिलाफत.
लालू जी, आपके शहाबुद्दीन से क्या रिश्ते हैं?
अरे तुम बराबर यही सवाल पूछते हो।
फोन पे आप बात करते हैं सर शहाबुद्दीन से?
यार गिरोगे यार। अरे छोड़ो,
बातें होती है जेल में।
कैसे बात होगी जेल से?
टेप आए थे शहाबुद्दीन होगा, टेप चला
तुम्हारे पास होगा टेप।
टेप है वो चलाया भी है।
चलाते रहो, हरि का भजन गाते रहो।
पत्रकारों को आपने गालियां दी।
बहुत बदतमीज है तुम्हारा रिपोर्टर।
आपने भी तो उनसे बदतमीजी करी।
फिर वही जवाब बोल रहा है, दे देंगे दुम कर नाच के गिर जाओगे।
लालू जी
आज टीवी बने हुए लोगों को अपील किया है कि आज टीवी का बाइकाट करो।
ये भारत के लोगों की जीत है। वंदे वंदे।
Values that Republic TV stands for. Nation first.
कभी मन में ये नहीं हुआ कि नहीं खतरा है यहाँ पे, हम डर गए तो बाकी का क्या होगा, बाकी देश का क्या होगा।
Minus more than 8-degree temperature and the snowfall around is above. See how the Jawans are making their way.
People first.
They have used tear smoke shells to disperse the crowd, although there had been a lot of appeal coming from the Jammu and Kashmir.
But the situation is worse and there are no BMC officials who can be seen here.
बहुत से एनडीआरएफ की एसडीआरएफ की वो इस वक्त रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन में लगी हुई हैं।
कई लोग फंसे हुए थे, पर उसी को लेकर हमारे नौजवान इंडियन आर्मी की ओर से किस तरीके से रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन किया जा रहा है।
News first.
Mr. Rahul, one of your leaders has abused the president. Why did you fabricate evidences?
Rahul, he raised the issue of institutions. When the ED goes after you, these protests don't happen.
जो इल्जाम लगाए गए हैं लिकर पॉलिसी को लेके आपने ही ड्राफ्ट किए
वो सब फर्जी है।
आप मुझे हेकल मत करिए।
सर क्या कहना
किससे
चाहेंगे
बर्ताव किया जाना है सर?
सर बड़ा हादसा हुआ है सर।
And now it's kind of battleground with the sound.
Republic means nation first.
Owed your allegiance to Baghdadi.
Yes.
Republic came face to face with terror. 1 year, 2 months, and 28 days later, NIA arrested the same ISIS suspect. Republic spoke up when the media didn't utter a word.
I ask tonight, on what basis can any NBFC get its debt restructured with any assistance from the government?
And eventually, justice was done. While exposing the Khalistani threat, Republic is avowedly pro-army.
With video proving exactly how our forces hunted down the terrorists hundreds of kilometers.
The only channel with raw proof of surgical strikes.
In Balakot, Pakistan, between 3:45 and 3:53 a.m., a terror camp destroyed in 8 minutes.
And the first channel to put out airstrike evidence. Republic heralds social reforms.
In the 41-day period, a woman possibly between the age of 10 and 50 will possibly have a menstrual cycle. Yes. Let it bring it down to basics. You don't want to talk about it, but these are the uncomfortable.
Arnab led the Right to Pray campaign.
Be superior to the free will of women who believe in Lord Ayappa and want to exercise their free and constitutional right to enter. Section 377 is dead. It's history.
We campaigned for social reform. It was Republic that called for Section 377 to be struck down.
The undercurrent of fear or the undercurrent of guilt.
Republic puts people first. Fighting for gender justice.
90 million Muslim women freed today from the clutches of chauvinists who use religion to snatch their fundamental rights, to deny them the right to equality and liberty.
Republic TV led the global coverage of the Ukraine war.
When the Russian invasion of Ukraine began, this is the very place where the intense street battle, the motive of the Russian army appears to be to attack residential areas.
The first channel to show the Bucha massacre.
What you see right now on your screens is the reality, the truth of this war where thousands and thousands of Ukrainians have lost their lives.
And the only Indian channel to speak to Zelensky.
President Zelensky, what is your response to this narrative that Russia is taking to the world on Bucha?
Politics of Russian Federation is to consider that we don't have any independence, and
Republic was also the only channel to report from under siege regions.
Inside this airfield also you would have one of those light combat vehicles of the Russians as well as the Ukrainians, completely charred.
Republic putting a laser focus on news.
You used to say Baghdadi is the lord of all. What did you say?
I say he's the lord. Basically, I'll say one side.
But something like that. What did you say about Baghdadi?
मैं आपको एक सेंटेंस में आपको समझ में आ जाएगा अब्रार को कैसा निकला इस तरह. I'm texted him on Facebook. I said like अब्रार अगर हंसी आ रही हो खिलाफत आ रही है. He was so sweet. He was like खिलाफत is cool. He knew zero. Like called him and explained the concept of खिलाफत.
लालू जी, आपके शहाबुद्दीन से क्या रिश्ते हैं?
अरे तुम बराबर यही सवाल पूछते हो.
फोन पे आप बात करते हैं सर शहाबुद्दीन से?
गिरोगे यार. अरे छोड़ो.
बातें होती हैं जेल में.
कैसे बात होगी जेल से?
टेप आए थे शाहबुद होगा. टेप चला
तुम्हारे पास होगा टेप.
टेप है, वो चलाया भी.
चलाते रहो, हरि का भजन गाते रहो.
पत्रकारों को आपने गालियां.
बहुत बदतमीज है तुम्हारा रिपोर्टर.
आपने भी तो उनसे बदतमीजी करी.
फिर वही जवाब बोल रहा है. दे देंगे दुम का नाच गिर जाओगे.
लालू जी,
आज टीवी बने हुए लोगों को अपील किया है कि आज टीवी का बाइकाट करो. ये भारत के लोगों की जीत है. वंदे वंदे.
Values that Republic TV stands for. Nation first.
कभी मन में ये नहीं हुआ कि नहीं खतरा है यहाँ पे, हम डर गए तो बाकी का क्या होगा, बाकी देश का क्या होगा.
Minus more than 8-degree temperature and the snowfall around is above. See how the Jawans are making their way.
People first.
They have used tear smoke shells to disperse the crowd, although there had been a lot of appeal coming from the Jammu and Kashmir.
But the situation is worse and there are no BMC officials who can be seen here.
बहुत से एनडीआरएफ की एसडीआरएफ की वो इस वक्त रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन में लगी हुई हैं.
कई लोग फंसे हुए थे पर उसी को लेकर हमारे नौजवान इंडियन आर्मी की ओर से किस तरीके से रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन किया जा रहा है.
News first.
Mr. Rahul, one of your leaders has abused the president. Why did you fabricate evidences?
Rahul, he raised the issue of institutions. When the ED goes after you, these protests don't happen.
जो इल्जाम लगाए गए हैं लिकर पॉलिसी को लेके आपने ही ड्राफ्ट किए.
वो सब फर्जी.
आप मुझे हेकल मत करिए.
सर क्या कहना
किससे
चाहेंगे?
बर्ताव किया जाना है सर?
सर बड़ा हादसा हुआ है सर.
And now it's kind of battleground with the south.
Republic means nation first.
Owed your allegiance to Baghdadi.
Yes.
Republic came face to face with terror. 1 year, 2 months, and 28 days later, NIA arrested the same ISIS suspect. Republic spoke up when the media didn't utter a word.
I ask tonight, on what basis can any NBFC get its debt restructured with any assistance from the government?
And eventually, justice was...
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I request you all to please settle down and be seated. We are about to resume just a few moments from now. Request you to please be seated. We are about to resume. Please settle down. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to resume the next session. So kindly be seated, all of you. Thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Techno Phantom presents Republic Dialogue, a thought leadership series. State partner, Uttar Pradesh government and Madhya Pradesh government. Special partner, Ravan Group. Today's edition on Stree Shakti, breaking barriers. Now, this next session revolves around the indomitable spirit of women in the world of sports. Women athletes have defied the odds, broken barriers and triumphed on and off the field. This session on women in sports, leading through examples, is a celebration of their dedication, their passion and their contributions in the realm of sports. So may I please now welcome on stage Padma Shri Dr. Deepa Malik, President, Paralympic Committee of India. She's an inspiration for millions of women in the country. Dr. Malik is India's first paraplegic women biker, swimmer, rallyist and India's first ever female Paralympic medalist. A big round of applause for Dr. Deepa Malik. She was a member of Prime Minister Modi's high-level committee for celebrating 75 years of India's independence. And Dr. Deepa Malik has been appointed as a member of the government's All India Council of Sports and is currently serving as the president of the Paralympic Committee of India. In fact, the Indian team has won the highest number of medals in the history at Tokyo Paralympics under her leadership, under Dr. Malik's leadership. And for this historic feat, Dr. Deepa Malik has been conferred with the Asian Order 2022, the highest honor among all Asian countries participating in para sports. Dr. Malik is also a recipient of 5 Presidents of India Awards, 4 Limca World Records, 3 international awards, 68 national and state medals, and 23 international medals. And joining her on stage is Suresha Sawant, senior anchor and correspondent, Republic Media Network. Over to you, Suresha.
Thank you so much, Rakshita. And Deepa, I'm glad I'm getting to have a conversation with you once again. Welcome, and thank you for being here. I've always said this, you're an inspiration to all of us, you're an inspiration to the entire country. The more we hear your story, the lesser it is, because every time it gives us goosebumps and, you know, helps us take to a whole new angle in life when it comes to positivity, determination, you know, having that fighting streak. But today I want to start by asking you, Deepa, how is it through all these difficult phases, through all these challenging phases, you've always been able to maintain that focus and determination through the difficult times?
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity to share my thoughts. Republic has always been very kind and very proactive, talking about inclusive India, and that is how I want to see. And when you ask me this question, that how I kept my motivation going and what really drove me through all the challenges, because challenges were many. They were emotional, they were physical, they were gender related, they were disability related, they were infrastructure related, they were social mindset related. So endless barriers, but I think when your purpose is strong, when your motivation to bring about a change, as they say, be the change that you want to see around yourself. And the whole journey of ability beyond disability has been to drive the change home and create my new India as an India which is accessible infrastructurally, in the mindsets, and also digitally, because that is a new arena where we need inclusive accessibility on all the information technology and digital devices. And early years, I think where it all began, I was chest below paralyzed. I think most of you know about that, that 24 years ago, a tumor left me totally paralyzed below the chest with bladder and bowel challenges. So the paralysis was not in my mind or my soul. I always said that maybe my body got paralyzed, but my soul was never paralyzed, because I was happy to be alive. I was happy to be around my 2 children. I was happy to celebrate life. But in the eyes of the society, and a very near and dear ones, that is because they are stereotypically biased, tuned, trained to think on a tangent which takes you that a person in paralysis is just a homebound, room-bound, bed-bound liability, which is going to be a source of sadness, demotivation, incapacitated, creating more financial expenses in the house, and no longer has the adjectives which describe you as a person of fun, frolic, fashion, dance, travel. I mean, all this was taken away from a person who was, whose innate nature was outdoors, who loved traveling, who loved dancing, who loved biking, who was always a public person. All I did was lay down in a bed and look at the ceiling, because there were no options for me. There were no mediums which were thought around to give me the same persona that I owned. Helping someone, assisting someone, getting a nurse to give you a bedpan and give you catheterization and enema to pass stool in a bedpan, someone to come and bathe you, a doctor to come and do your physiotherapy, that is fine. That is basic need of a body in a certain medical condition. What do you do about a person and their mental well-being, their internal happiness, and the sources of happiness which that human being enjoys? So that was the question mark, and I think that in the quest of answers to these questions, I set out on my own journey. My resume was just read, first person to do that, first person to do this. Whatever came my way, whether they were creating records in adventure sports, whether they were winning medals in sports, at an unconventional age when I started, everything was powered and dedicated, aimed, inspired towards finding myself and letting people know that I'm happy and I'm still the same Deepa.
You know, Deepa, so far, whenever we watched your interviews and we've, heard of your story on various platforms, a lot is spoken about the physical challenges you faced and how you conquered those. But today I want to talk to you about the mental and emotional challenges that you faced as a woman. You know, earlier this morning we had a panel on women CEOs and how they've climbed up the corporate ladder. And Dr. Kiran Bedi happened to mention that, when it is about successful CEOs, for example, Indira Nui, it is also about a very supportive husband she's had at home. What was your domestic setup like when it came to your husband and your children through a time that was so challenging?
Well, the time that I was getting paralyzed, my husband was at the war. The Kargil war was going on. So he literally saw me after 4 months of my being paralyzed. So you can imagine getting diagnosed to shifting from Jaipur to Delhi to get operated, to be in the pre-operative stage where doctors told you that you will not be alive, you may die, the tumor infection may spread, but if we are able to save you, you will be chest below paralyzed. To the initial shock of opening my eyes after a 45 days of coma, after 3 major surgeries to the spinal column, only to discover that the only thing that I can move is my hands and my neck, and I need support to sit up, I need support to have a bath, to pass urine. A body which had won a beauty contest just 6 months ago when my husband was on a course in Ooty, in Wellington. And suddenly you are the topic of discussion because you no longer have a body that is capable of making a person be alive in it. And the typical feeling of rejection. And अगर मैं अपनी ठेठ हरियाणा की भाषा में कहूँ, तो कतई कंडम होगी, आदमी का ब्याह करा दो, दूसरा गरीब घर की छोरी ले आओ और इसको भी देख लेगी, पति को भी देख लेगी, बच्चों को भी माँ मिल जाएगी. So even my motherhood was challenged. My love for my children was challenged. I don't know how to express it, but the grandparents thought that now they were supposed to bring up my children out of love. My husband left army without having any discussion with me. The whole reason of my marriage was that he was a person who will make me travel, who will make me go to different parts of the country. There is an adventurous life that he leads. Every morning he will go to games and I will go watch him play. And then 8 o'clock I'm going to be doing brasso on his uniform and see my man wearing the army uniform and go to office. All this was just taken away from me without any consultation because he, out of love, felt that now Deepa can no longer go places, travel. How is she going to? So nobody was looking at the solutions. There was always an accusation of disability on me. And that was emotionally very taxing. It was emotionally like you're alive, you're breathing, you're eating, and you're doing your daily routine, but there is nothing beyond that. How can you live like that? And I was just 30 years old. So it was a lot of emotions. I had to win back my children. I had to win them back because after 8 months, when I returned home after basic rehabilitation, I realized that they were no longer coming to me. Whether if they had to eat, they had to go out, they had to dress up, they had to look for their uniforms, they had to pick up their tiffins. They were not looking at me. And for a mother, being alive and losing your children, to someone else, be it be anybody. It was a lot of turmoil. It wasn't easy. And then I had to regain the faith of everyone. I had to regain the faith of myself, then the faith of my children. Of course, when I expressed that I want to move out of my in-laws' house, however palatial that was, but I want to find my own journey. I wanted to play sports because that became my calling. My husband said, again out of love, I want to put it on record that there is no fight as such, but he also got lost in the process. Because he was ignorant of disability, and if my own husband was ignorant coming from an educated background, how ignorant my country would be, how ignorant a common man or a common citizen of my country will be, and how ignorant and pained the persons in disability will be if this is happening to me. And that is where it all began, and these were the challenges I had to overcome.
You know, Deepa, since morning we've been having these conversations of how, the work environment needs to change in that sense, of how corporates need to restructure and bring in governance policies which are more supportive in terms of promoting the women workforce. But while we are expecting that from outsiders, this is something you face within your own home, and that too when, you come from an army background and which is most progressive in its mindset. You're rightly mentioning that, if this is the story you faced, what must it be like in the tier 2, tier 3 cities for women who are still waiting to break these shackles, fight these gender stereotypes, these gender biases, and you must have faced that even when you announced that decision that now I'm going to, go into javelin throws and swimming and, I'm going to take this up fully. What was that first reaction? And even at your workplace, when you stepped out, what was the reaction you got?
छोरे कतई पागल होगी, बुढ़ापे में खेल रही है. I mean, I left, I started swimming at 36. I took to athletics at 40. I started preparing for a Paralympic level medal at 46. And at 48, I created my third consecutive Asian record in javelin after becoming the first woman in Paralympics. So the first woman to win an Asian medal in athletics, to the World Championship medal, and to win the first Paralympic medal across any sport. So obviously, and then I left home and I came to Delhi. There were a lot of constraints, financial constraints, because CSR was not aligned to parasports. Parasports was considered as a recreational charity sports. Nobody understood that it was very much mainstream, and I'm so grateful. I'm very, very grateful to Arnab. He has been a continuous support. Whether my first TV program that came in 2006 when I was running a restaurant and I had declared a financial independence and self-reliance by running a garden restaurant from a wheelchair, to then making an appeal. I remember that award ceremony where Arnab said that, imagine, now this is important, Arnab said that he gets 2 minutes to speak and the chief guest, who was our vice president, he gets 3 minutes to speak. But Deepa, you get 20 minutes to speak. So imagine to get 20 minutes as against Arnab, who only speaks for 2 minutes. But that changed everything, because that 20 minutes of conversation gave me what a following, and my voice had validity, and I was heard. I was made a part of the policy making after that, because there were 25 union ministers attending that function. And from there, I think the real turning point happened even for parasports, because I pushed the policies, my voice was heard, and very grateful to Honorable Prime Minister, sir. Even before he was elected as a Prime Minister, Honorable Modi ji had invited us for Chai Pe Charcha, and on that he asked, and I just said, sir, I'm going to vote for you if you bring about changes for parasports. And the moment he got elected, to that day, to even as recent as day before yesterday, he was talking about Paralympic sports in his 15th August speech. So that focus has come. So it has been a tremendous, tremendous journey. But when you say about the stereotype and the mindset, you very rightly said, even in the corporate governance. Now, currently, I have undertaken a corporate governance course. I have my examination on 1st of September. And every module that I'm studying, every module, I have to undergo almost 49 courses and different case studies. Every module only says, uses the gender he. The whole module says, if the independent director has done this, will he be liable to do this duty? The duty is his duty, his liability, his penalty. There is no her in the whole module. So and then they're saying modules for more independent women directors to come up. But not a single module has a female gender as a reference point as a director. Yes, and this is on the Ministry of Commerce website. So I think that is where we have to start changing, because the more he you read, the more he you read, having done 27 courses out of 49, somewhere at the back of my mind is like the corporate directors can only be a he. So yeah, so this is there.
In 2016, when you won that silver medal at the Rio 2016 Paralympics and became the first Indian woman to achieve this feat, what was that feeling like when the Indian flag was raised to your honor, and that too at a platform like that? You know, usually in moments like this, there's a quick flashback of all the tough times that you've gone through. And as we say in television, cut to, it comes to that very moment.
For me, it was a mixed bag. I'm very honest, because just before I left for the Paralympics, I was dragged to the High Court by a fellow athlete saying that she cannot throw this distance. She has cheated her way into her selections. So for 15, 20 days, I was in and out of the High Court, and there was a lot of media stir around it. And the whole point of winning this medal was to save my integrity and express my honesty, that what I did is with total honesty. So that was a lot of pressure when I was throwing. That was my first and foremost thing, that if I have to win a medal, if I have to perform, my honesty should be. So I was taken to court for a 4.48 meters throw in the local trials in India, and I won my medal with 4.61 meters. So that was a huge, huge relief. So it was a sense of relief. Then, of course, the realization that I had scripted history. It was a moment of great joy. And when my daughter continuously calling me, Prime Minister has tweeted, Prime Minister has tweeted, now President has tweeted, mob, the media is going crazy back home. And I didn't know that it's made so much of a difference. But yes, the first interview that I gave when I came back, and I was asked the same question, I said, it's a feeling, it's a paradox. On one side, I feel happy that I could open the account for female Paralympic medals in India. But what took India, independent India, more than 7 decades to make a female Paralympic medal? 1972. The first male Paralympic medal had come. But the first female came in 2016, and that's a point of concern and thought.
Absolutely. And you know, now you're a motivational speaker, Deepa. You're on so many of these platforms where you tell your story and inspire all of us. But like you're saying that, you know, you still continue to delve into working for women empowerment and trying to explore various sections of the society. Like I say, you're a part of many of these platforms. We are talking about women in tier 2, tier 3 cities. What's the story in rural India that you still see when it comes to women fighting these gender stereotypes? And how do you plan to work towards that? How is it that you address these women?
I think if you go to rural India, you see more of women empowerment, to be honest. They're working in the fields, they are working a lot and becoming a part of the system. But yes, when we go out there and we see today's even the rural woman is very evolved. And I have seen sports becoming a huge medium of change. And like I'll tell you my personal experience when you talk about rural. We were doing a workshop. We have a small NGO where so we were doing a disability awareness workshop, and we were talking to, we would collect 7, 8 districts together and then ask them whether paperwork is, have they got their UID ID, are they getting their compensation, are they making utilization of the government policies under which they can get some compensations, they can get loans, they can get treatment, they can get assistive aids through the welfare agencies of the government. So there was this 7 sarpanch sitting, and there was this almost a 63-year-old lady sitting in Haryana. And when she heard all this, and she says, okay, we are allowed a pension, of almost 2,000, and then as you grow old, it becomes 3,000 a month. And I could see her do this, and she had an accident, and she was already disabled for almost 13 years. She got up, she was on crutches. She came to the sarpanch and she gave him 1 slap. And she said, मैं तेरे को वोट क्यों दिया था? तूने ईब तक बताई क्यों ना? मेरा तो घना नुकसान हो गया. So that's the level of, you give them knowledge and they're raring to go. And I think that's what we need to do, and that's what interactions like these do. When we speak about a subject, we put a focus on it, and with reputed media houses like yours, the voice is carried to every corner of the country.
Deepa, you're writing a book now. You mentioned Arnav, and you know, people who've been a very vital part of your journey, who helped you push through the most difficult times. This is your stage now. You know, who are those people? We want to know about them too.
See, like I mentioned, I always say that no success can be achieved alone. It's always a teamwork. Even when I was running a restaurant, I owe it to the chefs out there, to people who were supporting, laying the table, cleaning the plates. So it's always a teamwork. If I talk about my sports journey, there has to be a coach, a physio, a nutritionist, a mental wellness trainer, a funding agency, a federation, a government policy. So many people come together, and that's when you can, and in my life journey also there have been a huge contribution of many, and of course, like I just mentioned, how Arnav has always appeared in my life and made a huge difference. Even today we were talking about a very strong initiative that we need to take forward in the field of awareness towards persons with disability. So always we come up with a concrete thing, and if you ask me in this platform, I'd really like to give a huge shout out to all the efforts done by my daughters. They have been my major pillar of strength. They have been my extended parts of my body. My elder daughter met with an accident. She also has hemiplegia on the left side. And so we are a mother-daughter duo, but sports has been a huge medium to empower us. We are the only mother-daughter duo in the world who have played together at the same time in the same competition and won medals for the country. So very proud of that. And she's again getting... And we're a very strange family where normally, I always say, normally a mother dresses up a child, gives bath to a child, gets the child ready, packs their food packets, their milk bottles, their diapers, puts them in a stroller, takes them to a park or place of play. But it is my daughters who have bathed me, put me in my diapers, put me on my wheelchair, packed my gym bag and my training equipment bag, and taken me across the world to play for India. So there has been a reversal of role, and when people said, "Are iske to chhora bhi na hua," I'm really blessed to have 2 daughters who have been my everything.
Fantastic. You know, Deepa, with all the accomplishments, awards, medals, all that you've won in life, and you've reached this stage. Today we are sitting here. Do you ever feel a sense of plateauing? Do you feel that you've reached a plateau, and now how do you, or a peak, and how do you cross this, reach newer heights?
I think I'm one of those really fortunate beings who has every medal in her kitty, who has participated in every major sporting event, who probably has every award that can come on a mantelpiece from a country, internationally, in the field that I am. I think plateau is only when you're only aspiring for just individual glory. When you become a medium to carry the light forward, and they say true leaders make more leaders. And so your journey starts all over again. You never hit a plateau, because initially it was my journey. Now I'm responsible for many journeys in the leadership role. So you again start from scratch, and you're again climbing the heights. And I'm so happy, like you just said, when I went to Rio, it was only one female medal. But when I took the team to Tokyo, there were 3 female medals that happened. In Tokyo, they were just a participation of 2 quota allocated seats and 1 bipartite seat for women. There were 350% increase in just 4 years, and 14 female participants went on a qualification slot in Tokyo, and we are only on the rise. So I feel that if you continue to have the fire within, and you have a purpose to follow with the passion and honesty to bring about a change and to become a part of the change and touch many lives to make them better, you will never hit a plateau.
Deepa, I believe all of them are sitting here watching you right now, and some of them who want to ask you questions. Let's open the floor for questions for Deepa. All right. Anyone in the audience?
I'm sure there's one question there. Yes, I see a hand raised.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Ma'am, I want to ask, we have suppressed so many opinions, suggestions of women to that extent that now they're afraid to come up. They are so afraid to take stand for themselves, and even after trying to bring them out of their shells, we are not able to. Then how can we help them in this scenario?
Change is a continuous process, and it is the theory that we as athletes learn, try until you succeed. So it's a process, and it's work in progress. So we have to continue to be focused, and even if we individually, one person can change one life and give better values to the future generation. I think the newer generation that is coming up, we give them the right education, the right values. More than focusing on women empowerment, we teach our sons right. We will have the change come in. It has to happen. It is inevitable. So you have to continue. And like when my father named me Deepa, so there is a few lines I have written dedicated to my father. And the poem, of course, is very long, but it ends, आग की ज्वाला सा, ज्योति के उजाला सा, दीपा रखा है मैंने नाम तुम्हारा, जीवन के किसी भी संघर्ष से डर न जाना, दीपा बेटी तुम सदा उम्मीद का एक नया दिया जलाना. So
anyone else?
Hello, ma'am. It was such an inspiring story that you just told. I'm almost emotional. I just wanted to ask, ma'am, how you mentioned about your mental wellness trainer. How did you overcome all that you would have gone through? It must be really a trauma for the family, for you. How did you overcome? I'm sure there must be many amongst us, our families, who have so much that they go through every day. They deal with such things. What do you want to tell them? How to deal with it? What thought to sleep to at night, so that every day is a new journey?
I'm so happy you asked, because again, it's a moment of gratitude to my mental trainer. Preeti worked very hard with me, especially when it was time to prepare for the Paralympics, because that is the biggest competition. And my event had changed from javelin to shot put. And I just had 1 year to master the art of shot put, because for 2 consecutive Asian Games, I had made consecutive records in javelin throw. So everything had changed: equipment, diet, the weight of the equipment, the skill training. And my age was 46. So there was a lot of, so when I used to sit for my sessions professionally with her, and she analyzed my progress report as a sports person, she says, she opened her chart out and she explained to me, sports is not your problem. You have zero fear of acquiring a new skill. You have zero fear of performance. You have zero fear of faith in yourself and disciplining yourself as an athlete. Your fears are different. I said, now what are my fears? So sometimes we don't even identify. Because we are preparing for a sport, we thought that sports is the fear. But the underlying tones of my mental ill health were more carrying the guilt. Because when I came to Delhi, I lived out of 1 room in Shahpur Jatki Gali. And any relative from the North India who came to meet me said, oh my God, she's living in a servant quarter. She's a general's daughter-in-law and a colonel's wife who's a commandant in the armored corps. And, now she's defaming the family. Has her husband left her? What is a 46-year-old woman doing and playing? She's ignoring her children. This is the time, because my daughter was 26 by then. They said this is the time for her to focus on their marriages, their careers. What is she doing making her own career? She's chasing a dream which is impossible for an Indian to achieve. Kahan medal aate hain Olympics mein? Aur Divyang ke to bilkul hi soch hi nahi sakte. So these were the noises and the voices. These were the allegations. This fear of sabotage. So there were more these fears which were troubling me. And then I was taught in the conscious mind, in the subconscious mind, to shut down these external noises. And this whole process, there's a proper professional process they taught me through. And I urge people to identify their fears and be open to talk about them, have a clear communication around it. So she gave me certain exercises, certain visualization exercises, certain exercises to shut down the voices, work more on my self-esteem, work more on my purpose, and stop feeling guilty, because half the time I feel women are burdened with guilt. Because to be able to be at workplace, you have to sacrifice. So if a man is sacrificing family time, it is taken as hard work. But if a woman is sacrificing her family time, they say, oh, she's neglecting the home. So we are not superwomen. We are not Wonder Womans. We don't wear a red cape and fly at night across the planet and the stars. We are human beings. And we can't do it all. Priority and prioritization takes you towards your passion and your goal. And when you prioritize something, that means you are cutting something down in your list. And when you are cutting something down, that means some things get left behind. But if your purpose is met and you are holistically balancing with priorities, whether it's your children, whether it is your aim, your focus, I think guilt should not take over. The moment that happens, that's where the problem begins. And I learned not to be guilty. I'd rather be proud that I'm being able to do what I'm doing, which many other women were not able to do.
Yes, yes, please. Give him another mic.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Okay. Good afternoon.
What an honor to have you on this platform and a great privilege to listen to you. I'm not too sure if I'll be able to articulate my question well, but just try and understand whatever I can gather is this whole journey of yours. how much of that you owe to your own courage, and how much of it was encouragement from, like you mentioned, your extended parts of your body, and how much was truly Stree Shakti?
Whether you call it courage or you call it Stree Shakti, I think I owe it to my first gurus, who are my parents. Because the right values given by them at impressionable age. Father never gave colors to genders. He never gave genders to colors, hobbies, clothing, passion. He always said, and he never said, "Mere beta hai." He always said, "Ye meri beti hai, और मेरी बेटी को क्रिकेट खेलना पसंद है, मेरी बेटी को बाइक चलाना पसंद है, मेरी बेटी को आउटडोर्स पसंद है." And there was a mother who herself was a rifle shooter and led the NCC parade of 26 January in her city, wearing a crisp uniform way back. So I think the values that I've got from my parents, and the person that they have made me, because I wouldn't have been as courageous. I have suffered from disability as a child for 4.5 years, and that's from 5 years to 10 years of age. And if they had let me become a weakling, or someone who had, जिसे हिंदी में हम कहते हैं, अगर मेरे अंदर हीन भावनाएं आ जाती, या मेरे अंदर एक अपेक्षित भावना आ जाती कि मेरे माँ बाप मुझे प्यार नहीं करते, I was a very healthy and a very sound mentally, emotionally child, despite my own journey of challenges. So this courage comes from them. This Stree Shakti comes from them. And I am truly, truly grateful to both of them, combined with the value system which my teachers gave me in my school education. I do a lot of workshops in school. I go and meet a lot of students, because that's the right stage. You never change. You are still the same person that you were in your class 10th and 12th. If you look back, your innate nature will not change after that. Your experience will change. You may become a better version of yourself, but the core values will always be what you were made as a child. So I think it all starts there.
Thank you so much, Deepa. Like I said, every word that you say is so inspiring. And for me, I think the one line I will never forget moving forward is how you mentioned that you're doing your course. And through that, it says, he will do this, he will do that. And I think that is the thought that we need to be aware of, and that is what that is why we are having all these conversations, because this is the very.
So there is a chapter which says why women independent directors are important and mandate, but the course on independent directors says he. So yeah.
So like I said, I don't think this is something I will ever forget. Thank you so much.
Thank
and
you.
Your last message to the youth today's generation, because like I said, you've been saying that your daughters have been huge supporters and played that very important role in your life. What is the message you put out to their generation?
I think to the new generation, I'll not give a suggestion, but I'll request and make an appeal to them to be able to choose and make the right choices. So many options are available to this new generation that they are confused. We did not have this kind of exposure. We did not have this kind of options. We did not have this kind of accessibility to information that this generation has. So choose the right options in life, choose the right kind of values in life, and always remember that you are the future of your area, your geographical area, your country. And now that we are talking about the whole planet being one family, we are the global leaders of G20 today. So we also have to have not just a small vision, but a larger vision, that you have to be sustaining the planet. You have to have the right habits. You have to take care of this very precious planet by having serious sustainability goals and values in your system. And be that citizen of a country who participates in nation building in a positive way. Because each one of us can contribute and be that building block of the new India that our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji is dreaming of. It is, we have done our bit to bring it to India at 75. It is their duty to take it from 75 to India at 100.
Absolutely. Deepa Malik, thank you so much once again. Let's have a huge round of applause for her.
Right, that was a really inspiring session, and always Ms. Deepa Malik is always an inspiration to several of the women across the country, the young and old and everybody, and she's an icon, not just a sports icon, but also as far as Stree Shakti is concerned in India and of course across the world. And now we are moving on to our next segment. In this session on She the Entrepreneur, we celebrate the women who have risen to leadership roles against all odds, breaking the barriers and shaping the future. By recognizing their achievements, we amplify the call for gender equality and inspire a generation of leaders to pursue their dreams with courage and conviction. May I now introduce our distinguished panelists. Dr. Priyanjali Datta, CEO, Arogya Holistic. She has been contributing to women healthcare and cancer detection organizations for oral, breast and cervical cancer using data modeling, behavior science and artificial intelligence tools to detect the disease early and prevent it from progressing. This solution brings up awareness by 70%, accessibility by 60% and affordability by 70% for diagnosis, ultimately leading to cure. I'd also like to invite Ms. Sakshi Vij, CEO and founder, Miles Cars, and Executive Director, Cars on Rent. Ms. Sakshi Vij is the CEO and founder of Miles Car and the Executive Director of Cars on Rent, India Private Limited. Ms. Sakshi Vij has been instrumental in shaping the personal mobility and space in India over the last 17 years, and having represented global car rental brands in India, successfully built one of the largest radio taxi brands in India and also built the largest B2B chauffeur driver rental brands in India within Cars on Rent. She launched Miles Car in November 2013. And of course, joining her on stage will be Deepti Sachdeva, Senior Anchor and Editor, Republic Media Network. A big round of applause for our distinguished panelists. I request you all to please come up on the stage.
Hi, good afternoon. Can we have a huge round of applause for both the ladies here? I think that's what we keep forgetting. You're calling it Stree Shakti, but we forget to even clap or applaud all the achievers who are on the dais. And that's just a bit of injustice, I think, to them. So congratulations for everything that you've achieved so far, and more power to both of you. As we welcome both of you. I was just outside on the coffee table and I just saw her and I'm like, I didn't recognize who she is, though, I'd Googled her and read about her. But I think that's the power of an ordinary citizen. I will not even say just women achievers. These are achievers in their own right. And unfair to, I think, bracket all of you as women or men, because at the end of the day, I mean, just because you're a woman, we don't get any special advantages. I think the struggle is even more. But because I want both of you to talk, and Sakshi, if I can ask you first, there are a lot of questions that have been asked of you. A lot of them are cliched. Where did you begin? How was your journey? How do you feel? What do you want to do? Before I ask those cliche questions, what is that one question that no one who's interviewed you has asked, but you want to tell everyone about it? What is that one thing?
Thank you so much, and so honored to be in the company of ma'am who's right here, and I think we're a tough act to follow from what we've just heard, so thank you so much. I think the moment I think about my journey as an entrepreneur, everyone is usually talking about ideas of, behind every woman there is a supportive man, behind every behind every successful woman there are circumstances that led her to do whatever she did, and these are, I kind of call them cliched because I think opportunity is something that an individual decides and picks up on based on their upbringing, and that's something that one should always sort of keep in mind. Whatever you've learned over your time, you choose your opportunities because of that upbringing. And I think that's something that we touch upon a lot lesser now. We talk about a lot of shortcomings that came our way, the things that were not right, but there was a lot that was right. And I think that's something that we need to discuss a lot more as we look at a stage where inclusivity is becoming more and more important. And so yeah.
That's a short and sweet answer. Does this mean you don't believe in talking too much? Working too much is the key to success?
Work is always something that should talk more than what you say.
Anyone who talks a lot is not bound to be successful.
No, not at all. I think anyone who talks a lot has a flair.
That's the only thing that we guys do. We keep talking a lot in the day, and that's why I think it's important to hear from all of you. What about you? What's that one thing you've never been asked about, but you definitely want all of us to know about you, your journey, and about who you are?
Thank you. I think that's a brilliant question to begin with. And what Sakshi said, I want to second and build up on that. Also add a few of my thoughts. What we have been asked a lot and focused on are already out there in the media. But what we have not been asked are very specific nuance frameworks, what really worked for us. Let's say, how in this world, I was just reading an article in the morning, how much Indian and global women entrepreneurs have contributed as opposed to investments that has been made in the market. And what we have been struggling with is getting investments because there are some nuances in the industry where people still question a little bit of pure women leadership boards. How can that become better? We have very good case studies on that. So for example, I was reading this by Boston Consulting Group that in US, in 2020, for every $1 that was invested, 78 cents were made by women entrepreneur startups as opposed to 31 cents by male entrepreneur startups. So, and there were only 92 startups by women as opposed to 238 by men. So what really worked for those women entrepreneurs? if we can bring out those case studies and pass it on to the leadership board so that it can train them better, is something I think should be asked more.
I think it's an interesting start, and just looking at the response of the audience, that is, I mean, lackluster to call the least, considering that you have people who've achieved so much sitting here. But Sakshi, does this mean that when women sit and talk, there aren't too many people who are wanting to even listen or accept what they've done? You know, even if, you know, it's a woman who has achieved what you have achieved, Sakshi, with the kind of journey, with the kind of your struggles, where you are women achievers underrated? I mean, are we as a society ready to accept that women achievers are equally powerful, they are equally capable, and you must listen to them because their stories can also inspire you?
I think let me begin by saying we don't have an option. We have to accept.
There's always an option in life, no? Do you agree?
I'm saying there is no option but to accept women leaders to be taken seriously. I think women leaders need to be taken seriously. I think we are now, and you know, as per statistics that you just shared, and also if you just look at the quantum of women that exist in today's workforce, or the ones who are wanting to come back to the workforce, or the kind of opportunities that women are creating for themselves, I think the enthusiasm itself and the drive should make everyone take notice. There was a time, and you know, I was just sharing with you, there was a time when I just started working, and even something as simple as having a female only, you know, like a washroom for females in one of the offices that I went to did not exist. And this was about 17 years ago. And the times are obviously very, very different right now. I was in an industry that was primarily dominated by men, because mobility, automotive as a space was something that sort of had, you know, a huge amount of men working in there. Females, you know, there were no females in factories, there were no females, even female drivers was a very alien concept at one point in time. Now you see them, you know, joining the workforce even as, you know, cab drivers, etc. So times are definitely changing. I think we're taking, we have the advantage of bringing in a shock value. When you see, so I still remember the first time I sat in a cab in which the driver was a female. I was just so happy. And I took note, and I took a picture with her, and I tweeted about it, and I was like, this needs to go out. There have to be more females doing it. Why not? And then I went back to the journey of figuring out why it was so difficult for females to become commercial cab drivers. And the journey was that the entire, and similar to how independent directors were all males, and you know, you just mentioned about it, how the whole concept is written for males, the entire journey for women to get a commercial cab driver license in India was something that was essentially all, you know, focused. I mean, it was extremely difficult. For a new gender to come into the workforce, they needed to first show 10 years of work experience, which did not exist. So if somebody had to just get into a workforce, the policy was written in a manner in which it didn't exist. But that's changed. I think there have been women and men in various spheres, in various industries, who have come up and helped that change come into being. The ground level is always, you know, where it starts, and which is why we've seen some changes. Now we are seeing, you know, women coming in leadership roles a lot more. So I think things are changing. I think there's a lot of change that that we are sort of seeing in this in an overall workforce space.
Before I come to you, Priyanjali, with your permission, I quickly want to take one little follow-up question to that. And because you spoke about female drivers, you know, the mentality of men, I think even now if you have a women driver on the road, I mean, they just want to ensure that somehow they register their point. Oh, ye to ladki chala rahi hai. Tabhi ye aise chal rahi hogi gaadi. I mean, beat it. That is the truth. That is the reality of today's time. And in that world where there aren't obviously too many women, I want you now, at this point, Sakshi, to tell our viewers what you actually do, how did you start this, and where you are today.
So you're very right. When I started working, and I started my career as a marketing person in Cars on Rent, my responsibility was to develop strategy to build new businesses. We were a private equity invested company. With the likes of Sequoia and Westbridge, etc., who had invested in the entity. We had some government, investment funds who'd also invested in the organization. One of the first entities that had actually raised money in the, in the mobility space in India. It was unheard of. And at that point of time, and this was back in 2006-07, where we said that, okay, we need to organize an industry which was otherwise very scattered. So the age-old question of taxi kahan se aati hai? Mere roadside pe ek uncle ji hain, unke paas, he has a car. Whenever I ask him, he picks me up, or takes me wherever. Or most people used to have either there was some form of public transport, which was also still developing. But we recognized that in India as a market, there was a lack of a well-organized, good quality, cab rental service. And that's where Cars on Rent was born. That's where we also launched one of the first radio cab brands in the country, which was again, there was a lot of policy making that we did with the government at that point of time, because radio taxi had to be a regulated product. It was something that, the various state governments sort of developed over time. Post that, I think the interest then was, how do you make mobility far more accessible? And that's what I have been, passionate about for the longest time. And that's when I started working on car sharing, which was an idea then how do you make a vehicle available to anybody and everybody? Why do I have to spend lakhs and lakhs of rupees or take loans for purchasing a vehicle, which gives me a certain amount of convenience, but also makes me a lot more mobile. And that's how car sharing and car subscription was launched with my current brand called Miles. The idea behind that was, how for the longest time, the head of the family used to decide kaun si gaadi leni hai. And this was because it was a very expensive purchase. You were typically spending about 6 to 7 lakhs, or at least taking a loan of that amount to be able to get a car. And we said that's not required. How do you make sure, through intelligent technology and through an asset-light model, how do I make sure that you can have access to a car whenever you want and only pay for that period of time? And drive it around and then give it back and then take a different car. Why not bring concepts that make mobility easier to any decision maker in the family? So why can't the women, for example, just go ahead and decide? Why we today have homemakers who are just saying, well, that much I can make. I want to run a small business. I need a car of my own. Why can't I just take a car which costs me, say, 10,000 rupees a month? Or why can't I take a vehicle for my daughter who goes to college every day? I remember we'd done some, we'd introduced nanos when they were launched, the Tata nanos when they were launched in India. And we saw so many fathers coming in and saying, you know what, I want to give this car to my kid because it's affordable and I will feel safe, when my kid goes to their college and just travel around. So I think that's really been my journey. We today work with over 10 million customers who are using our platform for with chauffeur and without chauffeur vehicles. We work with corporates across the country, and we also work with automotive companies to help them sell cars in a more accessible manner through subscription. So that's really what I do.
You think this is worth clapping on? I mean, this is a fantastic concept that she's leading the industry with. Priyanjali's journey is not very different. It's full of a lot of struggle. And I think moments of personal suffering that really tell you something needs to be done. I mean, you cannot depend on someone else to come and make that change for yourself, but you tell yourself, hey, listen, I need to do something if I need to change this and ensure that this does not happen. Now, this is barring the fact if you're a man or a woman, barring gender. How did your journey begin, and what is it that has motivated you so far, Priyanjali?
Thanks, Deepti. So I think I will divide my answer into two parts, where I will talk about where I come from and why am I doing whatever I have been doing and what I have been doing. I come from Meghalaya, which is a matrilineal society in the northeastern part of India. I have seen my mom, my sister, my family, my dad see a very different construct of society of how women are treated. It is driven by women with very, very supportive, gender-agnostic family, which does not think about gender. It is run in a very sustainable ecosystem where women entrepreneurship is not even a word. It is entrepreneurship. When I want to address myself or any other new person who wants to pursue entrepreneurship or is an achiever already, I would call them an entrepreneur and not a woman entrepreneur. That's where I come from. My journey began when I moved to Delhi for my higher education, went to my med school, and in an incident, my mom struck with a difficult health condition, which in the whole world did not have enough research to give her the right care treatment. And she's right here today. Even today in the world,
let's extend a great hand for her, because I read about her. She says her parents are the biggest support system. And I think it's not without parents like you, ma'am. If I could request you to please come up here. I wish you would have told us
they both
that
are
your mother's
definitely
here.
what has made me come wherever I am. So.
And I've read most of your interviews where you say that all the influence in your life and all the courage that you get is through your parents.
Yes.
Ma'am,
That's true.
बैठिए, please. आइए तो बैठिए.
Deepti,
Please continue to sit, please.
Thank you.
We'll hear about you, then we'll hear from ma'am, please.
Sure.
Go on.
So my mom is a music teacher. We come from a Bengali family in Meghalaya. And we saw her going through a very difficult disease. And that was when I was in college. I did not get enough medicine that could cure her. And today that fact stands the same. And that's why after a lot of research, I decided I don't want to pursue clinical practice anymore. I would like to go and look for a solution which will give millions and millions of people in the world the opportunity to live their life with good technology. That's where my journey began. And I started working very hard and learned a lot about AI. AI has a lot of notion in the world right now, but I started my journey with AI 8 years ago and started building an intelligent engine which would augment the expertise of best of doctors in the world. And hence, we could diagnose cancer and other diseases in 2 lakh women in 4 countries without the physical presence of a doctor. That helped them to save crores and crores of money and their lives. So this is a small thing that I could do for my mom and my dad and my sister and for everybody that I want to work for. And I saw that after that I moved on to work in mental health and creator economy, because I believe that with the onset of generative AI, where a lot of ethical issues are being questioned about how human will sustain against this intelligence, I think our product that I've been working on, which uses generative AI to augment the skills of best therapists, best life coaches, best professionals like her, you, ma'am, and everybody in the audience, so that your expertise can be scaled and can reach billions of people who can't learn or meet from you otherwise. Creator economy, peer-to-peer learning, expertise, content, everything can be augmented and scaled with AI infinitely. I faced a lot of age issues because I was considered quite young when I was going out to ask for investments. But I could manage with the best of men who supported me and women to raise around $2 million for my first company. And men who have actually supported me are role models for me, just like women in my life, who come from very good backgrounds, who have done their IPOs and agreed to become my co-founder, who is apparently a young professional today. So I'm very grateful about that. And not only in India, but also in US, I think age agnostic, gender agnostic opportunities is what I would want to expand to everybody I meet and build good technology in every field that I can go, be it media and entertainment, be it fashion, be it health, be it wellness, so that when the time comes, my aim is to build a canvas for my life that I've done something for at least a couple of 100 millions of people in the world. That's
fantastic.
my journey.
And you know, Priyanjali is very humble, but in a gist, I'll tell you in 20 seconds what this young lady has achieved. She comes from Meghalaya, like she told you all. Her mother was having a serious health condition, and this is where she realized that she needs to do something. So she creates an app. The app is Arogya. It's called Arogya. She's just told you more about it. It's going from village to village, scanning women for serious health condition, including cancer. Think of it, you know, in situations, in villages in Haryana, in otherwise, in remote parts of the country, where women don't have a voice. I think उनसे इतना पूछ लो कि आपके पेट में दर्द है, आँख में दर्द है, यहाँ तक तो ठीक है. उसके beyond आप जैसे ही जाते हैं, I've read these things about you, that you've put this first person account, कि how difficult this is. And in an area like this, to have achieved what you have done, Priyanjali, and fantastic. I mean, we keep thinking about this, कि यार change कैसे लाएंगे, what can we do? And here she is taking charge of the situation herself and going ahead with it. And fantastic. Let's have a huge round of applause for her, please. And ma'am, Priyanjali is an achiever, but आप तो उससे भी बड़े achiever हैं, because माता पिता के support के बिना कुछ नहीं होता. मतलब no matter what, I think पेरेंट्स का जब तक सपोर्ट नहीं होता है, तो जब प्रियांजलि ने आपको समझाया या आपको जब पता चला कि प्रियांजलि क्या कर रही है और आज क्या करती है, तो आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे? ऑडियंस सुनना चाहेंगी कि एक माँ का नजरिया कैसा है?
मैं सबको नमस्कार जनाती हूँ, आप लोग सब लोगों को. एक्चुअली मैं बंगाली हूँ, मुझे इतना अच्छा हिंदी भी नहीं आती है, तो मैं ओके मैम, थैंक यू सो मच मैम. एक्चुअली मेरी बेटी जब क्लास 10 पास हुई तो उसने उसके पापा को बोले हैं, पापा मैं दिल्ली में मतलब पढ़ना चाहती हूँ. तो उसके पापा कह रहे, बेटा तुम इतनी छोटी उम्र में कैसे तुम अकेली रह जाओगी? बोले पापा मैं सकूँगी, तुम बिल्कुल, मैं हिम्मत रखती हूँ, तुम मुझे थोड़ा सा इनकरेज करो. तो एक्चुअली मैं थोड़ा सा टेंशन में थी, क्योंकि आप लोग को तो पता है क्लास 10 के बाद उम्र कितनी होती है. वो भी हम लोग मेघालय इंटीरियर में, उसके पापा एग्रीकल्चर में जॉब करते थे. तो मैंने सोचा ठीक है बेटा, अगर पापा का एग्री होती है तो तुम चलो. तो उसके पापा लेके आए क्लास 10 के पास दिल्ली में. तो आके उसने मेडिकल की पढ़ाई शुरू की है. तो उसके बाद जब उसने कंप्लीट करते करते तो आरोग्य को लेके जब उसने मतलब बात शुरू की है, तो मैंने बोला पापा का तो थोड़ा कुछ अलग ही था बेटा, तुमको दूसरा बिल्कुल कंप्लीट करके. बोले नहीं माँ, मैं तो सबकी सेवा करना चाहती हूँ जितनी मतलब मेरी मन है. तो उसी टाइम से वो आरोग्य के लिए बहुत मैं आप लोग को क्या बताऊँगी, बिल्कुल उसका खाना भी हम टेबल में रखते थे, वो खाना भी वो छोड़ के वहीं सो जाती थी. बिल्कुल मेहनत, बहुत फुलफिल मेहनत के साथ उसने आगे बढ़ी है. तो मैं डर गई थी फर्स्ट टाइम, पता नहीं मेरी बेटी सक्सेस हो पाएगी कि नहीं. तो जब वो फर्स्ट टाइम शुरू किया यूपी से, मेरठ एक बहुत ही इंटीरियर प्लेस था, उसके पास सारे वीडियो है वो सब। तो जब उसने दिखाया था मम्मी ऐसी है, वहाँ पे ऐसी है, तो पीने का भी पानी नहीं था उस गांव में। तो उसी टाइम उसने बहुत अच्छा से वहाँ का जो विलेज के जो बहुत अच्छा से अरेंज किया था। तो वही फर्स्ट टाइम जर्नी उस यूपी से ही शुरू किए हैं। तो आप लोग के आशीर्वाद से अभी वो ठीक ठाक सब कुछ कर पा रही है। बस आप लोग आशीर्वाद कीजिए और वो आगे बढ़े। बहुत ही मेहनती वाली है मेरी बेटी। और हम लोग को, मेरी छोटी बेटी भी डिसेबिलिटी है, उसकी बैठी है मेरी छोटी बेटी। प्लीज स्टैंड अप श्रियांजलि, स्टैंड अप बेटा। मेरी छोटी बेटी है, हाँ, अभी गाड़गी कॉलेज से पास आउट हुई है। उसका भी अभी 3 इयर्स उसका पैर में 12 रॉड्स लगी हुई थी, ऑपरेशन, पार्ट्स ऑफ 3 ऑपरेशन। हाँ, तो मेरी छोटी बेटी भी बहुत मेहनत वाली है। मेरी 2 बेटी, वो लोग बहुत समाज के लिए बहुत सोचते हैं। यही मुझे सबसे अच्छी लगती है, जे सबके लिए सोचो, खाली अपने लिए ना सोचो। बस मुझे यही कहना है। आप लोग सब अच्छा से रहिए, यही मेरी आशीर्वाद है। नमस्कार।
थैंक यू मैम। थैंक यू। एक छोटा और सवाल, प्रियांजलि ऐसे बहुत सारे सीक्रेट्स हमें नहीं बताएगी, लेकिन बताइए कि ऐसे सुपर सक्सेसफुल होने के लिए, ऐसा आइडिया आने के लिए और उसके ऊपर इतनी मेहनत करने के लिए, आपने बताया कि कैसे कैसे आप खाना रख देते थे, वो खाती नहीं थी, काम में लगी रहती थी, तो क्या वो सक्सेस का फॉर्मूला है? लोगों को बताइए। और लोग सेलिब्रेट करते हैं वुमेन्स डे, वुमेन अचीवर्स, और मुझे लगता है कि हर महिला मैम अपने आप में एक अचीवर है, बिकॉज बहुत सिचुएशंस, चाहे आप शहर में हो, चाहे आप गांव में हो, कहीं भी हो, आपको एक मेंटालिटी को फाइट करना होता है डे इन एंड डे आउट। लेकिन वो इंस्पिरेशन क्या था प्रियांजलि में? और मतलब आपने जब उसको देखा और देखा कि वो कितना बड़ा नाम है, she's a doctor, she could have a fantastic career otherwise, but she decided to go into the villages and she's done what like not many people might have wanted to do. एक अच्छा करियर था इनके सामने, डॉक्टर बन गई थी। डॉक्टर्स अच्छी पढ़ाई करके, अच्छी मेहनत करके अच्छे हॉस्पिटल में होते हैं, बट टुडे शी इज मूविंग फ्रॉम वन विलेज टू द अदर, शी इज बीन आउटसाइड, कितना नाम कमाया। तो इसके पीछे सक्सेस का फॉर्मूला क्या है?
सक्सेस का फॉर्मूला मैं क्या बताऊं? सच जो तुमने जो बताया, सब पेरेंट्स चाहते हैं वो जब डॉक्टर हुए हैं, तो मुझे भी आशा था जब अच्छे हॉस्पिटल में जाएंगे, बैठेंगे, मेरी बेटी उस हॉस्पिटल में डॉक्टर है, मैं सबको बता पाऊंगी। ऐसे तो थोड़ा सा डिप्रेस तो हम लोग थे, हम मेरे हस्बैंड दोनों ही। तो फिर मनी मन तो बहुत दुखी होती थी, बट बेटी का जो मन है उसके साथ ही मेरा चलना है। हम जबरदस्त तो नहीं कर सकते बच्चे को, नहीं बेटा तुम मेरी जितनी इच्छा है तुम पूर्ण करो। उड़ा उसकी जो मन है वही, जैसे मैम ने बताया, वो जो अब यूएस गए थे फर्स्ट टाइम, तो वो भी मैं डर गई, अकेले मेरे बच्चे कैसे यूएस जाएंगे। यूएस गई, अकेली गई, वहाँ पे जाके सक्सेसफुल हुई है। फिर स्विट्जरलैंड गए, वहाँ पे उसके अवार्ड भी मिला था, टॉप 50 ऑल ओवर इंडिया में टॉप 50 में उसका अवार्ड मिला था। फिर यहाँ पे भी हम नहीं थे, हम मेघालय में थे, तो मैम भी यहाँ रिप्रेजेंट ही है, श्रुति ईरानी, वो सब लोग भी उन लोग को मतलब मेडल दे चुके हैं। तो मैं तो मम्मी होके इतना तारीफ नहीं कर सकती मेरी बेटी को लेकिन आप लोग की आशीर्वाद से जितनी भी आगे बढ़ चुकी है, बहुत ही सक्सेसफुल हुई है। मैं आशीर्वाद करती हूँ मेरी तरफ से मेरी बेटी और भी आगे जाए और सबकी अच्छा से सेवा कर पाए, इतनी मेरी कामना है आप लोगों से। थैंक यू सो मच मैम।
थैंक यू, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। साक्षी, ऑन दैट सेम नोट, आप बैठे रहिए, आप चाहते हैं तो बैठे रहिए, इट्स ओके। On that same note, see, parents, you also started with your dad. Your journey has been different. You know, many would say when you have parents who are equally supportive, like a lot of you are very lucky, touch wood, that you have parents who support you in your journey, in your fight. But a lot of people fight this day in and day out, you know, unless you get that parental support. How important was that when you told your dad or what you want to do, how you want to go about it? What was his very first response? What did you hear from your folks, from friends? I mean, did they all support you in what you're doing?
So you're right. I think there is a lot of, we're extremely fortunate, and I would go to the extent of saying we're extremely privileged to have grown up in households where being a daughter or a son was not considered different. My mother is an educationist. She was a teacher for the longest time. My father's father was an educationist. So I come from a family where education was sort of the most important thing. And there was a lot of stress on how do you continue to educate yourself. And that is what will lead to the opportunities that arise in your world. Having said that, I am fully aware of the fact that there are a lot of people who don't have those opportunities. There are a lot of people who are not able to educate themselves as much as they want to. And that is something that I hold very dear to myself. I continue to, from time to time, gain insights into areas that interest me. Right from understanding about mobility as a space to understanding various management styles to, now I'm actually very curious to understand from you because I'm very interested in what's happening in the generative AI space. As the world progresses, it was really important for me to keep on educating myself and therefore be aware of what's going on and prepare myself for the world that is coming. And I think that's what I've continued to do. And for that, I've received a lot of support. Some of the questions that were perhaps asked of me when I started off was, do you really want to do this? Is this really you? Is this a space you want to be in? And to be honest, I think I asked myself that question as well. Do I want to be in mobility all my life? Is that my calling? Because I think when I started working, nobody was talking about mobility as a sector also. There were no cab aggregators. There was no, immense amount of funds going into, companies everywhere. It was a bet that I was willing to take. I was fortunate to have the opportunity to take that bet. Over the course of time, I realized that I have literally hit the jackpot by being in an industry that changes every month. There is a new, innovation that comes in this industry. There are tremendous amount of founders that have come in. The opportunities that exist, I continue to believe that I think as far as mobility and automotive as a sector is concerned, we're really scratching the surface right now. And I think in doing so, whatever questions that came my way, they were sort of answered by what was happening in the industry itself. So I was very lucky to be in this space. And as I continue to do it, I remember there was a time when, when I had just started working, all my friends used to just keep asking me, Goa mein gaadi milegi kya? Tumhari gaadi Goa mein milti hai kya? Because everyone knew how to hire or rent a car in Goa. And I always used to say, listen, I think we need to get out of Goa. I think cars need to be an easier thing to have. Why are we so, stuck on individual personal mobility as a space? India is a country where public transport has also come in much later. And it's now developing in a great way. But, there's a lot more that needed to be done. And which is where I, really started working on car sharing as a concept. Really, being able to have anybody to drive around and have the safety of being able to drive in your own vehicle is what I wanted to create. And I was fortunate to have that opportunity. And it's so wonderful to hear your mother speak about you. Truly from the heart, I think. So it's very good to see.
And you're making it sound so simple that all this is so easy, just think about an idea, get down to it, and everything is easy. But, this conversation is going to be incomplete, though we are towards the fag end, Priyanjali, but the struggles. Because struggles tell us where we lack, what we need to do, and how can we make things better. So, when you're talking of struggles, what is it that you believe perhaps has laid the roadmap to where you are? And what is the message that you want to give out to our audience also, an audience that loves to celebrate a Women's Day and an International Women's Day and a lot of other things, and then they believe, okay, uske baad sab chalta hai. Then you need to keep telling them that every day is Women's Day, and you see this all banter happening otherwise. But we as a society, do you believe we are really very welcoming, forthcoming towards women, their ideas? Do we treat them as equals at all, Priyanjali?
So I will share the frameworks that has helped me and some learnings. First, talking about struggles, I think as a technology entrepreneur, especially in the field of AI, there's a lot of male dominance by nature because of the industry. And hence, a lot of education in terms of lifespan of, the last few centuries. Also, a lot of dominance in the field exists for its reasons because male has been doing more work in that industry than females. So by lifespan, of course, the higher amount of skill lies quantitatively with men. However, with perseverance, initially it's very hard to break walls. What I every day in the morning imagine is, it's okay, Priyanjali, it's about taking the hammer and breaking walls. One more wall, second wall.
Do it every day. Every day, let's break a new wall.
Let's break a new wall. There's always a way to break through, is what I have really believed in. Intellectual honesty is important. Am I capable? Irrespective of age, gender, race. Am I putting in the right skills and effort? The moment, yes, the initial friction of a women representation in the VC space where venture capital funding, even today, goes more to the male ecosystem, that's not because of choice of VCs, that's because more male startups exist. And also in the space of technology, when we are going out to do bigger things, girls need to understand one thing, that intellectual honesty is very important. Am I building myself the right way? एक दिन लोग भगा देंगे, दूसरे दिन भगा देंगे, उसके बाद नहीं भगाएंगे when you're actually delivering value. And they see that you are producing value, you're irreplaceable. Second, judgment over luck. Many times, we can feel our failure is because of our luck. Most of the times that happen. In cricket, jab toss karte hain, that's kind of luck. But the judgment the captain takes ki main bowling karunga ya batting karunga is out of calculative decision. We do a lot of calculation to take a risk and a call. So judgment over luck. Third thing that I want to share is emotional intelligence. Putting yourself in the shoe of 10 different people. When we talk to somebody between two human beings, especially in the era of technology where I know how psychology of human is used, to make these social media apps. Har microsecond mein dopamine nikalta hai and we go back to scrolling. Emotional intelligence is important because when two people are talking in this age, there are 10 personalities talking. Who I think I am, who the other person thinks I am, who I am really representing as, and so on. So there are many conflicts out there. Hence, be very aware, abstract yourself, zoom out and see, are you being the best version of yourself, or do you need to work on yourself more before making a luck call or a judgment call? So all these frameworks have helped me a lot. In the world where entrepreneurship for women is difficult today, I agree. I will not deny that fact. A lot of people have helped me, and that's what is the mantra.
Nice. I think those are good tips. Good tips that always work in life. I'll give the final word to you, Sakshi. Picking out from what she said, it said that women are more emotional. They think from their heart. They end up making wrong decisions. Do you agree with that? I mean, do you believe that really works? And the other thing is, that same quote that we began this conversation with, that behind every successful man, there is a woman. But I've read about your husband. I don't know whether he's here in the audience or not. You're not married? Sorry.
You got the wrong person.
Oh, I'm so sorry. But who's that successful man in your life? Is it your dad? Is it your friends? Is it important to have someone backing you only? Then can you be successful?
I think having a good support system is exceedingly important. It helps in ways that you can't even imagine. Being a lone runner in a race, especially of up the ladder, it is something that the more people that you have, the more people you carry with you, the better it is for you. And I'd want to actually connect that to the idea of emotional intelligence and being, emotional. I would actually call it being emotionally intelligent, because I feel like that's what women are, and that's what businesses need today. We need to be more emotionally intelligent. Skills can be acquired from anywhere, and there are enough people who've educated themselves and acquired skills and also had tremendous amount of experience of utilizing those skills. Emotional intelligence adds depth to any decision that you take in the workplace. The fact that there are enough there is enough data available which says that the more inclusive of a workplace, the better the ideas, the larger the market you're reaching out to. That's not because everyone's coming with the same skills. There are 10 AI engineers sitting in the same room. But if it's a diverse group, they're all thinking from their stories. Their storylines is what is developing the business, and their storyline is what is bringing together that business further. And I think that's the advantage, that's the benefit that we should seek from any group that brings in inclusivity. And yes, gender inclusivity is extremely important. And the more women that are there, I feel more emotional, the better, because I think they just bring in a perspective that an all-male room may not even be thinking about. So I think those are critical. I have had the support of my parents. Yes, my father started working in this industry and then built a company which helped me get into this sector and then discover what it had in store. But at the same time, I think my mother was one of those who sort of put this thought in my mind that, listen, very early in life, in spite of all the facilities that I had growing up, I was very sure that work was more important than any support with respect to having, getting married or whatever else, etc. I was just told, listen, the first thing that's important is you need to be self-sufficient. And that self-sufficiency is what has helped me grow further in whatever decisions I've taken in my career.
And, pardon me for having asked you that question, because I think I have just mixed up with you and my next guest who's waiting here in the audience, because I was just driving from Chandigarh to Delhi this morning. But, because I've asked you that question, is that a standard question that most women have to be asked? Because had this been a conversation with men, perhaps no one cares, that who's your wife, are you married or not? But why is it that in spite of everything that you do, everything that you achieve, all the good talk that we do and we have, is that one question that you will be asked? You're always prepared to answer that question. Are you married and then you have kids? They forget everything else that you might have achieved in life.
I would agree. It's not the first time that everyone has mistaken the fact that I probably have a husband somewhere who's supporting me. But that's not there.
And I'm glad you don't have that.
And I mean, not having anything against having a partner, and kudos to everyone who works and has supportive partners, and I'd love to have one at some point in time as well. But I think what's important is, are we seen for who we are? And you're right. I think a lot of times we are asked questions related to who's that person sitting behind, because there was that age-old thing behind every successful man, there's a woman. And then we were forced to say, what is it behind every successful woman? Let's find out. Is this a man?
Find a man
is it somebody else? What's happening? But I think over time, things will change. I'm positive.
When will that time come? We don't know, but we hope that time arrives soon. And women are individuals in their own right. I'm not sure if the audience agrees. Do you agree with that? Things will change, Deepa ma'am?
Talking about husbands, I just want to add that I became financially independent from 2003 onwards. I have not taken a penny, and I can say anybody can introduce RTIs on my accounts and see that a woman in disability has not taken a penny and has raised her own funds, whether by driving in rallies, participating in events, becoming a motivational speaker, fighting for policies. However, whenever I win something or whenever I'm in a social gathering, the first line I hear, oh, she's so lucky to have a good partner. And trust you me, in 2010 I left home and we are all right with this. And it's not that, but you're right. The foremost thing is saying, oh my God, a husband must have gone through a lot. And my husband today is a happily retired person. I'm the breadwinner. And so, yes, you are right. I don't know why, but the issue is that these questions are asked by women. A man would never ask me, is your husband paying for you? It's like woman, husband allows you to do it. You know, when you picked up your car and you left Ahmednagar to come to Delhi, did he allow you? And I was like, when did I take the permission? I just left. So I think women need to change their questions. Women need to change their thought process also. Just believe that a woman can do it all by herself as well.
Oh, yes. So stop giving so much importance to men, I think.
No, I think,
let's think about yourselves also. Why not?
No, but
change, think about yourself.
I would definitely say that I'm really have a lot of respect for men who believe and have faith in women capabilities, and it takes a very empowered and a very confident man to believe. And if you're talking about a man being a man, I think kudos. Today, if I talk, just until a couple of months back before Radhika ma'am retired, you see the sports setup. The Secretary Sports is a woman. The DG NADA, that is National Anti-Doping Agency, Director General is a woman. The President of Indian Olympic Association is a woman. The President of a Paralympic Association is a woman. And the Executive Director of Team Sports was a woman. She just retired. So having 5 women in leadership roles and then winning 7 Olympic medals and 19 Paralympic medals, which has never happened in the history before. So kudos to men who believe that women can do it and encouraged into leadership roles.
Yes, absolutely. And in spite of everything that she said, as we need to wrap, still, because I love politics and I can't do away with politics, still we had women wrestlers at Jantar Mantar still fighting for justice. That's the story. Ladies and gentlemen, that's about it. It's been a fantastic conversation with both of you. Thank you so much, ma'am. And more power to both of them for creating more stories, more legacies. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Deepthi, and our wonderful ladies, and also, of course, Deepa Malik ma'am for that engagement here. All right, now moving ahead with our next session on defending the boundaries of the nation. This focuses on the vital contributions of women in the armed forces as we gather to recognize the unwavering dedication, the remarkable skills and unyielding spirit that women bring to the defense and security of our nation. This session aims to shed light on the evolving role of women in the armed forces and the strides they have made in forging a path towards gender parity. Now, we salute the brave women who have stepped forward to serve the nation. Without further ado, now I'd like to invite on our stage our esteemed panelists for this session, Lieutenant Colonel Anila Khatri. Lieutenant Colonel Anila Khatri is the first in her family to join the armed forces. She joined NCC in a college. She got to learn and live like an army officer. And of course, she was an army officer in making back then. She was inspired to make her passion her profession and attended a camp at the Officers Training Academy in Chennai. And she thereafter decided to join the Indian Army. After the graduation, as an army woman, she devotes her time and energy to keeping her country safe. I'd also like to invite Lieutenant Commander Tushina Thakur Indian Navy. Lieutenant Commander Thakur is an education officer who got commissioned in January 2012 after completing her ab initio training at Indian Naval Academy. In 11 years of service, she has carried out roles in administrative, training and recruitment activities of Indian Navy and was also posted as an instructor in the National Defence Academy in Kadakwasla, where she was instrumental in setting up the BTech curriculum for the cadets for the very first time, for which she has also received a commendation from the Chief of Integrated Defensive Staff to the Chairman, Chiefs of Staff Committee. Also, I'd like to invite to the stage Wing Commander Vyomika Singh. She is an accomplished helicopter pilot with more than 2,500 flying hours across all varieties of terrain, including specializing in high-altitude terrains of Jammu and Kashmir and the Northeast. Wing Commander Vyomika has led numerous massive rescue missions, including a most recent one in November 2020 in Arunachal Pradesh. In 2021, she has also successfully summited the Mount Manirang Peak at 21,650 feet as part of the Tri-Services All-Women Mountaineering Expedition. For her outstanding professionalism and diligence, she has been awarded by the Chief of Air Staff and Air Officer Commanding-in-Chief of an Operational Command. So please welcome our wonderful ladies here with a big round of applause. Thank you so much. And joining them is, of course, Suresh Asavan, a senior anchor, Republic Network.
Thank you so much, ladies. I feel extremely fortunate that I'm sitting in your company. And like I said, so many girls watching this show today want to hear your story. They want to know because they want to be like you when they grow up. So whatever questions I ask you, I want all three of you to answer and share your story and how it was while you were growing up. Firstly, did you always want to be in the forces because you are the first from your family to be a part of the forces, and how has the experience been like for all these years of service?
Good evening. I think the experience has been really tremendous, terrific, and exhilarating. I was in class 6th when it happened, that eureka moment. I realized that I want to be the pilot and own the sky. We were having a class discussion on the meaning of names. My name is Vyomika. Vyom means the sky, so I told so. So somebody from the back of the class, she shouted, "So you own the sky, you're Vyomika." That day, my class teacher said, yes, I think she'll own the sky, and I owned that idea, and since that day, I wanted to be a pilot. Yes, as I grew up till, this was 1991 or 2, at that time, there were no pilots coming into the Air Force, and the only place I knew that time, pilots are only in the Air Force. I used to, later on, as growing up, school time, I went through the employment news where all the advertisements would come. And I was a little disheartened, rather very sad, unmarried male candidates only. Then later on when I graduated, I did engineering. Final year in engineering, I got to know, yes, you can get it through UPSC. Then I applied for SSB, and then that moment happened when I was later awarded the wings, and I became a helicopter pilot. And since then, I think I've never looked back. It's a roller coaster of experience, especially being a helicopter pilot. You take on variety of roles. I've flown sea level to heights of 18,000 feet, done a lot of casevacs, and made decisions of leaving this person and taking this person, and then maybe come back next day, seen the weather, negotiated it. And I think that's about it. It's been an excellent experience, and I love it. Thanks.
Hello? Sorry. So good evening, everyone. And I would like to start it's a matter of pride for my family and me that I'm the first one to join the Navy. And I really don't have any background of military. Most of my family members, my father, they are from central government or public sector. So I was the only one who took an initiative to join the noble service and join the armed forces and breaking the old barriers in the thought. So I would like to submit that how I get introduced to Navy, you know, like no idea at all what is armed forces, and if somebody talk about it to me, that what is armed forces, I think that it is army. So it was my best friend. She introduced me to the services. She introduced me to his elder brother who is from armed forces. And within a conversation with him, I get that ignition and a spark to know about military. So intrigued by the defense lifestyle, the discipline culture, and of course the mesmerizing uniform, I decided, rather I volunteered, that definitely I'm going to put my next life or my entire life dedicated to the services, and that's how I joined the Navy. And I would like to brought out, like, since I have a completely civil background, so transitioning to Navy was the biggest challenge for me. And the biggest difficulty, and I think that I can pass through, is the initial training phase. So it tested my potential. I experienced that I have to stretch out my limit, you know, suffer that lack of sleep, go through the training day and night, and there's no time to rest. And at the same time, you have to be academically sound and have to face the physical training as well. So I think that tested my limit. And I believe firmly that is the training structure of the Navy that is so meticulously and thoughtfully designed that I can actually transit smoothly from the civil world to the Navy culture. So I'm really proud that I'm here.
A warm good evening to all of you. I'm audible? Yes. Yeah. A warm good evening to all of you. So as you said, the first one in the army, I don't think it's a great deal because there are women far and few. By default, you become the first one in the family or the first woman in the family to join the armed forces. The motivation for me was the uniform itself. It was the charm of the uniform. I really liked Marine uniform. I mean, there was a different aura about them. I wanted to be a part of it too. And as God would have it, I had parents who never, objected to it. I mean, when I had told them that I wanted to join the armed forces, they didn't even bat an eyelid. They were like, okay with it, please go ahead. My mother was a little concerned though. I mean, that was all about it. But right from the time I was in college and I joined NCC, this thing firmed in. And then it was just Indian Army that I'd wanted to be a part of. And since the commissioning, I can't remember a dull day. Every day is full of some event or the other. And even when I'm getting ready in the morning and I look at myself in the mirror in the uniform, you know, it adds a zing to the mood and it stays throughout. And it carries you through. So it's been a wonderful 17 years that I've had in the army. Thank you.
Wonderful. This is exactly what I wanted to come to next. The mesmerizing uniform, the aura of the uniform, and what was that first day like, and the change that it brought in you from the girl that you were to the woman that you became after you wore the uniform, and the sense of responsibility that you feel towards the nation, which of course was always there. But how was the change like?
Suddenly, I joined the academy 5th of July 2003. It's been about 18 plus years now. When I went to the academy, I was going to enjoy. It was an adventure, the train journey, entering the academy. And when you entered the academy, there was a lot of things that the activities that we do at academy are now offered at a prize at a farmhouse, sack race, or you roll in the mud. Those were the activities which were taken as punishments. Actually not punishments, but they were taken as physical strengthening exercises made rather they were told to us like punishments. So there were people who took it as punishment. I loved it. At 23 years of age, after 4 years of engineering, 1 year of working outside in public sector, You're telling a woman to go roll in the mud and not enjoy it. So I think that was the part. I enjoyed every bit of my academy. It brought out the athlete in me. I won gold in all the track and field events that could be. Rather, they limited me to enter only in 4 events. And coming from you, thank you, ma'am. And then you realize there's so much power in you. And that you could only make out when you do it. And I think that's what uniform gave me. It gave me a lot of confidence of doing things that nobody imagines that you can do. You can climb the rope only with those 2 hands. You can lift your weight with those 2 hands. Yes, you can do a cartwheel at 40 years of age also. So I think that is what is there. And with this strength, not only physically, it is mental strength that you gain at academy. There you are pushed to so much corners. Rather, you are pressurized too hard on the corners that your brain is I think part of your brain is activated. And every day there is a new, now in the service, not only in the academy times, now every day a new challenge comes your way, new decision making. Your skills are growing every day. And I think that's what the uniform has given me. It has given me that inner strength that I can handle anything, come what may. Aren't they? It's like that. Thank you.
Talking about what I was and what I am now, I think it's a phase shift. You know, it's the other side of the mirror. I never knew that I have those capabilities in me, which I realized after getting trained from the services. So I tell you one instance. Then when I was in a college, and in a college there was some sports meet as a part of the annual function. So none of my friends took me in the kho-kho part or a sack race or anything because then I'm pathetic. You know, that is the word I can actually count on. So after joining the academy and stretching out myself, realizing that I have this thing in me, and why couldn't I see that? Because maybe I never had exposure. I underestimated me. So that changed me. You know, today I'm a fitter, smarter, a person, I'm a leader. You know, that proud that you hold when you call yourself a leader, you're leading the men. It itself is a different level of satisfaction you're going to. And the spark that you see in the young children when they see you donning this uniform is something unmatchable too. So I would like to say that Navy or the armed forces gives you the way of life. You know, at the end of the day, you're confident, you are ready to take on any challenges that comes to you, and they give you so much of a training and so much of exposure that you mastered in almost every aspect. You know, they've been not just giving you the task, but at the same time they're training you for the task at every scale, at every levels. So yes, it is like that.
So, Suesha, for me, you know, it was not much of a physical difference because before I joined Army, I was playing basketball nationals and all. So physically, I found it quite easy. But when I got commissioned and I joined my regiment, I was the first woman, rather I'm the only one in the regiment, so about 650 men there. So it was a new setup for me. And then you had people almost double your age waiting for your orders. So you know, it strikes you, and then it's a certain sense of responsibility that comes in, because what you're going to tell them next probably, you know, would be the difference between their life and death. So you feel quite responsible for them because they're actually looking forward to you. And luckily so, they don't discriminate man or woman. You are their leader. So again, that's an added thing onto you. But as Tushina brought out, that the training is such that you prepared for it. You actually expecting things to happen that ways. And while you are in the training academies, if I may just bring out, you know, when we join the training academies, we're very proud of our achievements, whatever little we might have achieved. And when we enter there, the training academies, the first thing that goes out is that vain pride. Our egos are crushed. You are, I mean, nobody there. So, I mean, that is what makes the army or the officers more humble. because you realize that these are small little things and they really don't matter. So once you've been through that training part of it, you really become more humble. And that is how your interactions also become more honest with your men. Because when you're standing in front of your men, you can't pretend. If I would say 10 months in a year we spend with them, year on year, the entire regiment, we know each other inside out. You just can't pretend in front of them. So you really have to be your honest self. And for that you to really, keep at it, keep improving yourself, keep pushing your own limits. You can't be found wanting anywhere. So what you were in the civil world and what you're in the army is absolutely different, I would say.
Absolutely, and this is what a lot of girls today would want to know, since we are also on this platform today and Stree Shakti is what we are discussing. In the last decade or so, not only has there been higher participation of women in the defense forces, but also increased opportunities. And like you're saying that today a woman officer is equally in par with a male officer. How have you, and you have been in service for 18 years now, what can you share about the internal scenario of being in the forces as a woman officer?
As a woman officer, that's what I said. In training, you're all rolling in the mud together. Male cadets, female cadets. You're doing it together. So he sees she can do it. She sees he can do it. There is no disparity. She said that the egos are crushed. Even the male ego or the female ego is crushed. You're all a team. The camaraderie at academy is the highest. Rather, after a few years, the NDA cadet, the GERD cadets would also speak to each other, what squad are you from? That camaraderie, which I see in male cadets now, even when they're air marshals, they still ask, what squad are you? So I'm waiting for that kind of camaraderie that will come up in women officers when they become air marshals very soon. So, coming back to the question, see, if you realize we are drawn from the same part of the society. It's a section which has been cleared and we come as officers in the armed forces. So yes, the biases, the prejudices, everything from the society in male as well as female minds, they also come along. But the beauty of the armed forces is this: the male mind, whatever prejudice, whatever bias he has in the mind, he works on it, and I think, plateaus it, or what I can say, I'm not getting the word now, that he regulates it inside and he understands, yes, she can also do it, I can also do it. We're both in the same race. And thanks to the organizational policies now, everything is equal. There is no disparity. You are there, you perform, you get higher marks, you are there. It's all merit-based, it is all performance-based. The gender does not, I think, figure anywhere. Earlier, maybe yes, some disparity used to be there. Now there's nothing. Everybody is given equal opportunity. That's the word. Thank you.
As ma'am rightly brought out, that right from the day we start the training, we are training shoulder to shoulder with our male counterparts. So this term of, male and female really don't exist now. There might be some old times when there were less percentage of women in the services and a larger part of the male. That time maybe there were challenges, but now when I personally comment on it, when I joined the services, I feel it really comfortable. I never had this, I never made feel like that I'm a woman or I am a different entity altogether. Nothing like that. And we were given equal opportunities. If you see the level of opportunities, the intake of the women, right from the officers to the Agniveers, all the branches, all the sections are open. It's just one has to volunteer, merit it out, qualify, and prove the worth. So there is no partiality or any distinguishment between anyone. And it's very comfortable. I think it's a more secure environment to, and a best service to put into, because it gives you a way of life. It's make you a smarter person and a responsible person as altogether.
So Yesha, if you're asking this question, that are you treated like women in the armed forces, that's a wrong question. I mean,
didn't
there's
ask that.
no.
I was
you
only
know,
asking what your experience is like, and rather, to dispel any myths that exist in the society today, vis-a-vis the forces or vis-a-vis the whole man-woman disparity, if it does. So rather, I mean, for someone who's on the inside, can dispel those myths.
Yeah, I will take this opportunity, as ma'am also brought out, and Thakur said that you are, given equal opportunities, and you are equally tasked. There is no, girl treatment or woman treatment to you. So you will have your equal tasks as depending on your rank or your appointment, and there is no, leeway given to you because of your gender. So it's all the same. It's all the same for the officers, I will say, because that is how it is in the armed forces.
Yeah, and that I say is the beauty and the power of our forces. But like I said, we've been interacting with women across various sections through this day. And to really understand the challenges they face, especially when it comes to a working woman. Now, be it a woman in the corporate sector, someone like you who's in the defense forces, an entrepreneur, a businesswoman, but it eventually, and through these conversations, I've realized that it eventually boils down to a woman being asked, how do you manage your personal life and your work? Do you face challenges at your work because you have to look after your family? And those very many gender stereotypes that are attached in one sense. Do you also feel the same? And I do want to ask you this question, especially of, the challenges as a working officer in terms of, moving to, changing cities every 3 years, etc., etc. So in that sense, how do you also balance a family life?
See, I think everybody is juggling through it. Even my husband has been juggling through it, family work. But yes, see, the role of a mother of a woman or a woman in the house, yes, she is the one who thinks about the nourishment after the child is born. Yes, only she can give that kind of the care that is required for the young baby that time, yes. But the support is always there, the support of your husband, your families. And there have been times when I have taken off and I have into the weather sometimes and then not been able to come back the same day. 3 days my aircraft is stuck somewhere and my daughter had been taken care of by my neighbors. So the juggling part is, yes, there, because see, when you have so much on your plate, you have to manage your time, your priorities, and your commitment to your duty, as well as of the duty of being a mother. Yes. But then, sometimes when you see the child also understand, my mother-in-law, my father-in-law, my sister, my mother, my husband, all have pitched in. My neighbors have pitched in. There were times when, after my daughter was born, I had a terrible backache, and my husband was in Congo on a mission. I called up my neighbor, ma'am, please come, I cannot take care, I need to sleep. Both of them, they came, they cuddled my daughter. She said, okay, go, Vyamaka, go sleep. I locked my door, I slept for 4 hours straight. They took care of my daughter. That's how it is. I think in armed forces, you actually don't earn the ranks or this, you earn a family. You earn another family which is there. I'm sure both of them agree. We are just in different colors, but I think we are all part of one family. So I think that is how, when you realize in the profession that I am, my in-laws, my parents, even my daughter now, she understands that I cannot have an inattentive second in the cockpit. So that's how, knowing that this all is happening, I have this support. Flying in the cockpit becomes a kind of meditation. It is away from all those things with that self-assurance that, yes, I have full support and things will be absolutely fine. I can concentrate on my work, be it on ground, in air, take risks, make the correct judgments, and come back safe. I think that's it.
So coming to the challenges that you're asking for, so I'll give my personal views to it. So as ma'am rightly brought out, we are mothers. So I have a responsibility primarily towards my family because I'm a mother now. I have a 2.5-year-old daughter. And at the same time, I have to be diligently deliver my work at being an officer. So there is no negotiation to it. And challenges are there, of course. Challenges are there. But personally, they're not significantly that difficult for me. I believe, as I brought out earlier, that Navy is not just a service. It's a way of life, you know. It gives you a very secure and safe environment for your family to stay. Apart from that, you have your Navy Wellness and Welfare Associations, which provides the welfare amenities so that you can work with peace at your mind. So I believe whatever the work-life balance I'm able to attain and, you know, dedicatedly focus on my work, go to office with a peace of mind that my child is being taken care of, and do my work and possibly doing it well, I think I get rewarded. And the reward that I got from Navy is I got a permanent commission. So I think that happened only because I got that environment, that peace in my mind, that work-life balance, that is there in the services. So I think it's like that.
I think, Suesha, it's more or less the same. When I was blessed with Aditi, my daughter, I had this dilemma of whether I continue serving or I quit. But I was on maternity leave, and the soldier in me actually grew restless. So I knew I will have to continue, because if I have to have a happy family, I have to be happy myself. And for the soldier in me to be happy, I had to continue soldiering. So I wanted to continue, but it couldn't have been possible without my family and my organization support. I would say before Aditi was born, Army was the priority one in my life. And once Aditi came in my life, you know, it's a daily fight, I would say. Not that it's been settled, it's a daily fight. And, you know, the love for her just can't let us slip to the second pedestal in priority. So it's just balancing sometime this side and sometime the profession. But I'm really thankful to the organization, the way it supported, and my family. I mean, my family really supported me to continue my passion, and my organization really helped me take care of Aditi as well as I wanted to.
Wonderful, wonderful. You know, would you believe that, especially when it comes to ideas around gender neutrality, that has of course changed, and you know, with the internet and with the access to information and the day and age that we are living in, and the successful careers that all of you have, all three of you are mothers, will this in any way change the style of upbringing for you as a mother, to what you teach your child vis-a-vis how you have been raised and the background that you had?
See, I don't want to annoy my parents. I've been raised quite well. I think that's the best way I could have been raised. And I would like to instill the same values in Aditi as well. And, you know, some things that I would like to change probably is not in the way I was raised, but probably in the society. I would not want her to, you know, experience eve teasing while she's traveling in a public transport, if that can change probably. I would, you know, want her to be more secure, feel more secure when she moves out. I think that's, as a society, the mindset has to change. That's about it. I mean, that's how it reflects.
So I have a different take on it. Like, I'm the only girl child in my family, and being the eldest one. So I was pampered a lot, and rather cocooned by my parents. Like, I was born and brought up in Ghaziabad, and at that time, Ghaziabad is in news for good reasons. Huh? So they were very protective. Even they used to drop me to the college. My mom used to wait all the way when I was doing my college, and my friends used to make fun of me, like, your mom's still coming and picking you up. But that was the situation. And my dad, because he was very protective and don't want me to get affected by any of the wrong things, never let me, you know, go for a picnic, maybe participate in any of the adventure activity, or maybe go out and play. But now, you know, and one thing I like to mention is, like, I'm married to a naval officer, and his upbringing is entirely different. So, of course, Navy has brought a substantial amount of changes in me. he's also one of the person who brought a lot of changes because he's very confident. He's very, he's a kind of, you're a girl, you need to know everything. He's the one who taught me how to drive a car. He's the one who taught me how to drive a bike. And he makes, my mom always used to complain that what you have done to her. Look, but I'm self-confident and he holds it proud. And I believe that my parenting style to my child is different. I'm much more confident. I want to give her all the opportunity. I'm not scared. I want her to be bold, stubborn, and ready to take on the challenge. And it should not be scared of anything coming up. She'd be like at the forefront, I'll take it. So that is the kind of difference I personally feel is change and happening in how I'm grooming my child.
My parents are both in the education side. Mother had worked in NCERT and my father retired as a school principal. A lot of emphasis on education at home. We are 3 sisters and 1 younger brother. I am the middle daughter. And I think being from education background, my parents both, they just told me one thing, we have no money, this education is your wealth. So that's how I think the whole food for thought that this is your nourishment. This is how you create in your mind. Please enjoy the freedom of thought, the freedom of writing. They both write, they both are poets. And I can proudly say my younger sister is a famous poet. My daughter is going to be a poet very soon. And I write sometimes. So I think this freedom of be able to think and not stereotype your thinking, and you can write about or think about or speak about anything at your home is free. If it's generally a taboo if a girl is given an anonymous letter during Valentine's Day at your home with a chocolate or a red rose. My dad would get it for me. Ki ye dekho, aaj ye aaya hai, let's open it, let's read. So, it was that kind of an open freedom. So I think I was raised fearless, and that's what I think I have become. And I would like that my daughter also becomes fearless. And I think all thanks to my mom, and 80% to my mom, 10% to my dad too, and my sisters, but I think thanks to mom, I hope she's listening now. And one more thing I want to say, what I would like to change is, everything is very subtle. Parents love their child, parents give them all freedom, they don't check them, but they don't actually speak out also. I think there has to be a little more of the said things, more of, yes, I am with you, yes, I love you, I like you doing this. That appreciation into children right now when they are so much exposed to social media, and they are gaining a lot of passive things which is coming, okay, if I look like this, I'll look beautiful. If I go through this filter, I'll look beautiful. If I do this, I'll be appreciated. How many likes do I have? I think that the appreciation should come at home. That thing, mother, father, elder sister, the teachers, and other supporters can only bring out. And that confidence, when you instill in a person, when he or she knows internally that she is good enough, I think that's what matters. That parents can do from the very beginning. That's the change I want now.
Absolutely. And as proud as I am of all of us and all the women sitting here, I certainly believe we are in changing times. And I feel that, our daughters are going to be bigger and stronger and fierce and bolder and most definitely, yes. As it's time for us to wrap this session, your message to all the young girls watching you who, like I've said, want to be like you.
I think you almost said it in my previous reply, but I decided that I would say this to young minds if I was asked here. I think you need to dream as high as possible. You need to dream and not just dream on it. Find out how you can realize that dream. The avenues to find out are so much now. The internet is there. Our time, we had no internet. Whatever we could ask people around, whatever we could read in newspaper, it was limited to the knowledge that people around me had. But the knowledge that now the youngsters can gain is beyond, I think, what telephones can give. It's internet is available. So I think make use of that. And never be depressed or never say that one option is gone, ab to mera kuch nahi hoga. You know, there's always second option. That means that you're meant for something much higher. So whenever you're going next step, you remember it's a staircase. You're only getting higher. It's nowhere that you're not going to drown anywhere. It's only growing. Every defeat is a growth. That's what I have learned from my 18 plus years and whatever experience I have. I think you can put these words to use. Thank you.
What I would like to say is, like what I follow for myself. You should always aim high. And then you decide how to reach that aim. That is very important. And never miss an opportunity. Whenever an opportunity knocks at your door, just grab it. You never know what compliments it is bringing along. And also, since I'm from services, so I want the young people to volunteer, because now the services are opening up numerous options, a numerous opportunity to join as an officer, as a Agniveer. And I just wanted to echo the message of my present CNS, that do your job, but do it well. So that's how I want to summarize it.
All right, as you said, Suesha, there are, women and young girls who aspire to join the armed forces. To them, I would like to say that this profession of soldiering is very unique. It's unlike any other profession. Here a soldier is supposed to train for war, fight and win it. And there are no individual battles that we fight. We fight as a unit. In fact, the unit's izzat, as we say, is the driving force, is the motivation for the soldier to fight. And the bullet treats everybody alike. There is no discrimination. For our adversary, a man, woman is same. So there can be no discrimination based on caste, creed, religion or gender. So while that is true, so the armed forces cannot be made a means for gender equality or women empowerment. So as a woman, if you wish to join the army, yes, the army needs soldiers. There is no men or women that the army needs. It needs soldiers. So if as a woman you feel you are a good soldier material, you must join the army. If you feel that this is your passion, you really want to enjoy the privilege of wearing arms for your country, you must join. You should not join the armed forces because you want to prove yourself better or equal to somebody. That should not be the reason. It should not be to break some glass ceiling. No. If it is your passion, you must join the armed forces. And when you do so, you must ensure that you know that armed forces, it's really physically demanding. It's a physically demanding career. It's emotionally draining. You see somebody from your regiment dying, it's like really crushing. You don't stay with your families. Rather, when they would need you the most, probably you will not be there. So you must know all these things, keep it in your mind. And after all this, if you still feel it is worth it, then you must join. Army would need such soldiers. Thank you.
All three of you portray power, resilience, force, and such an example that you set for every young girl who aspires to be like you, women officers in the Army, Navy, and Air Force. I want to thank you all for being a part of this chat today. And like I said, we need to have more and more of these conversations because it just opens up so many minds. And this is the youth of our country watching all of us. So thank you once again, and thank you for being you.
Thank you so much for that wonderful session, Suesha, and our three women in uniform who has made our country proud. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the final session of the Republic Dialogues, a thought leadership series, and this next fireside chat on empowered leaders fostering empowered companies will delve on exploring the transformative impact that empowered women can have on shaping and driving successful and forward-thinking companies. In an era of diversity, inclusion and gender equality taking the center stage, it's crucial to recognize the invaluable role that women play in not only propelling their own careers, but also in shaping the culture, innovation, and the overall success of the organizations that they are part of. So I would now like to welcome on stage Ms. Upasana Thakur, co-founder and COO, MobiQuick. She's also the chairperson of the MobiQuick board and the executive director. A big round of applause for Ms. Thakur. She has co-founded MobiQuick with a vision to transform the digital financial services and payments landscape in India. Ms. Thakur has 18 plus years of experience in product payments and financial services. Prior to her entrepreneurial journey, she worked as a product manager at PayPal in San Jose in the financial services, global payments and risk divisions. Ms. Upasana Thakur has been featured amongst the top 15 richest self-made women in India in the Kotak Wealth Hurun's Leading Wealthy Women list 2020 and also in 2021. In 2018, she was felicitated by the President of India as the first woman to lead a payment startup. In 2019, she was featured in the top 25 accomplished women shaping Asia's business landscape in Forbes Asia's Power Business Women list. So joining her on stage is Deepti Sachdeva, Senior Anchor and Editor, Republic Media Network. Over to you, Deepti.
Thank you, Rakshita. Let's have a good round of applause for her. You know, we've saved the best for the last. So just in case you think, ye to aisa hi last wala session hai na, please, I'm just requesting all of you to get seated, get some bit of interest, because she's going to talk a lot of money. And I'm sure all of us are very, very interested in money, how to make money, how to save money, how to multiply money, double money, and everything money. Huh, Upasana? And nice, because you nod your head in agreement. So, and I've been told by someone here that she loves to talk. So, tera kaam aasan ho jayega. I don't have to do much. I'm going to let her do most of the talking. And the first question that obviously I'll ask you is, women in automobiles was her. Women in finance, we hardly see that, you know, at a level where you are and what you've done. So, I'm sure again, this is not easy. But how did this decision really come about? Like, how did you decide that you would want to do this? Was this your natural calling, or you realized that this is what you would want to do, and how? When?
So, firstly, thanks. Thanks for having me here. You're right, doing something for the first time is always hard. And I think that it's actually harder being, you know, we had wing commanders here and first woman to fly the helicopter for the Indian Air Force. I think some of those things are much harder. Getting to space is much, much harder. But yeah, let me come to my story and how I landed up in finance. So I'm an engineer by trade, and I happened to start working as a product manager when I lived in California. First for HSBC, which we know is a large banking conglomerate, and then for PayPal, which is one of the world's largest fintech companies now. And after having launched PayPal in several countries, I realized that मैं ये developed markets में सब क्यों कर रही हूँ? Because the opportunity is much larger in India, where I come from. And that's sort of what brought me back to India. And so, yeah, no, it wasn't thought through. There was a time I wanted to be a doctor. There was a time I wanted to be a journalist. I could have given you some competition.
I'll respond to this later.
But no, I mean, it was destined that, you know, I will end up taking the engineering track. And that took me to financial services. And it's been 20 years now. And I've just been doing financial services, first in the US and now 14 years here in India.
You know, all these achievers, they talk so little is what I've realized. You really have to get them to talk, you know, give out the secrets. And they make it sound so simple. Humne aisa kiya, aisa kiya, aisa kiya, aisa ho gaya. You know, Upasana? So let's push that. Because you moved in, you went to the US. She finishes her studies, does a part of that in the US. You were there. You had a great life. You had a great job, minting a lot of money anyways. But she wanted to come here. Like, is this reverse brain drain? And why did you want to do that? And you told me that your parents were really against this. They never supported this. They said, "Wapas mat aana, wahi rehna."
See, the thing is that when I was living in the US, my parents were also not in India. My parents were in Africa. My father had taken up a teaching role post-retirement there. And my sister was in Canada. So, you know, लोग बोलते हैं कि family के लिए वापस India आ रहा है. And my father used to joke कि family तो तेरी India में है नहीं, तो तू India क्यों जा रही है? So I was like, अब eventually India पहुंचोगे. But the larger thought process is that, see, I left the US in 2008. That's when, you know, the big Lehman crisis happened. And, you know, there was a lot of recession in US and developed markets. And now I can say I had called it. I think my main motive was that I was doing really well. I had a nice house in Mountain View, not very far from Google and Meta headquarters. I had a car, I had a motorcycle, and I had a bicycle. And all my immigration issues were also sorted. And there was no successful or unsuccessful man behind me. I was living by myself, having a great, nice time, enjoying national parks and hiking, and everything was going just great. It was just that उसको हिंदी में कहते हैं थोड़ी चूल थी कि कुछ और करना है, कुछ बड़ा करना है. And at that time, the opportunities I was getting was, you know, Facebook was hiring from PayPal, Google was making a payments team, and I could have done all of those things. But मुझे लगा that US में, you know, every coffee shop, every kirana store has a card machine, and everybody has a card, credit card or debit card. And now your smartphone has an Apple Pay app, and उसमें भी card है. So even at that time, everybody had cards, payments, digitization was everywhere. So I was like, यहाँ पे हम जो भी products बना रहे हैं as a product manager, this is very छोटा-छोटा, like 19-20 फर्क पड़ रहा है. लोगों की life में convenience बढ़ रहा है. But if I think about a large opportunity, at that time, India had about 20-25 million digitally transacting users. Everybody else was dealing only in cash. So you see, the opportunity was so huge. So I was like, अगर मैं वहाँ कुछ start करूँगी, and अगर 0.5% of India's population also likes my product, then it can go places. So why don't I do something? Like that was the thought process. And I also really wanted to make a difference. Like whether it is financial independence for women or whether it is financial inclusion for lower middle class Indians, I really wanted to use technology for that. तो मतलब मेरा motive था कि impact भी करना है और उसके चक्कर में एक business भी बनाना है. So that opportunity was only possible in, you know, some countries in Asia, whether it's India, China, or smaller countries, Philippines, Indonesia, or Brazil or LATAM. So I was like, LATAM जाऊंगी, China जाऊंगी, उससे अच्छा तो India ही आती हूँ. And so I was very clear कि India में internet आएगा, smartphone revolution आएगा, तो digital payments भी आएंगी, और फिर ये सब कुछ होगा. So now I can see smart. I can say that I'm very smart. मैंने पहले से सोचा था, but पता नहीं था. It was a punt, it was a risk, but चल पड़ा.
So your prophecy came true, you know, in hindsight. But how did this idea really work? Like what happens when you sit together, you say you want to create an aggregator like this, or you want to create an app like this, because this is clearly not easy. You know, a lot of things goes behind this. And how was your team? Tell me more of the team, the kind of reactions you got from all of them. How much time did it take for you to come out with the product? How was the initial run? And she now tells us that you have turned profitable. So she's really making a lot of money now, and she admits that.
A lot of money नहीं है. Our profit is just 3 crores for the last quarter. But ठीक है, फिर भी मतलब कहीं तक तो पहुँचे हैं. And that's notable because most startups in India are not profitable, especially the ones that are at scale. So therefore, it was something I, you know, mentioned to you. But yeah, it wasn't easy. I think the first 1 year, 2 years were very hard. How did we start? We started from my dining table. 2 laptop खोल लिए और शुरू हो गए. And there were multiple days and nights of chaos and madness कि क्या करें, क्या ना करें, कैसे start करें. And multiple trips to Bombay, where all the banking headquarters are, to convince the large banks कि हमें अपनी APIs दे दो, because we want to make a, you know, mobile wallet platform. It wasn't easy, and I still remember, I won't name which one, but one large private bank, you know, took 9 months of my life. And then 9th month पे जब हम live होने वाले थे, they said, नहीं हम आपके साथ नहीं करेंगे, हम आपके competitor, एक और upcoming startup थी, उनके साथ करेंगे. So, you know, it's very disheartening. So one of the things about startups is that you need to have a lot of courage. Like, you know, your gut has to be strong, because such things will happen when things will really kill you and bring you down to your knees. And then what do? I mean, you chill out, do whatever you need to relax, and then next day you start again. So the 8 or 9 months that one major bank took to waste our time and not do the deal, the next deal we got it done in 20 days. I got it done in 20 days. So I was very happy. My team was very ecstatic. Ki yaar, ye to fayda hi ho gaya. We learned from those mistakes and we did something much faster and much better in the second attempt. So that is really the culture of a startup. Like you try to do everything better. You learn from your mistakes. You run fast. And by default, in our sector, it's also innovative. It's not like I'm not building financial products that are available on a HDFC or an ICICI banking platform. We're always trying to do something new, something better, which is not available on popular banking systems. So today, if you come to the MobiQuick app, you won't use it just for payments. You can use it to get any kind of credit product you would like. You can use it to make investment products, and not just like FDs, but different type of alternative products where you can make higher returns. And the idea is really this, that there's a very large middle class India, and somebody sitting in a small town in Chhattisgarh has a smartphone, has an internet connection, makes 30,000-40,000 rupees per month, has a bank account. He and she should be able to get the same democratic access to all financial products as you and I sitting here in Gurgaon. That is the thought process. And technology is a big force in democratizing things. It doesn't matter to them कि आपको हिंदी आती है या English. But अगर आप यहाँ पे कोई बैंक की branch पे जाओगे, it matters to them how you speak, how demanding you are, what clothes you are wearing. So an average Indian will not get good service in a regular financial institution. But app को कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. App सबको equally serve करेगी. I think that is sort of the difference we are trying to make.
And there's also this talk of an entire ecosystem, because any achiever can't achieve much unless you have an ecosystem around you. That could include friends, it could include folks, peers, or perhaps people who motivate you. Now, is it true that everyone has someone that he or she looks up to? I mean, did you get motivated by someone, or you believe that even otherwise, without a motivation, if you decide that you want to do this, you can? Because see, I'm asking you this, Upasana, because a lot of people who watch us, they do say that it's not just about challenges, perhaps only all the time. It's also about grabbing the right opportunity. So did Upasana grab the right opportunity at the right time? And if yes, how do you realize that something is an opportunity?
Okay, so I'll tell you one story. That story gave me a lot of confidence in my capabilities, and in many ways you can say it's my first fundraising story also. So kya hua that I had applied to do a MS in engineering to multiple schools abroad, and I got, I was always a fairly studious student, so I got a few admissions for US universities like Purdue, UPenn, etc., which had full scholarship. And very interestingly, you generally apply to safe schools, good schools, and like one is your long shot, moonshot, ki yahan to kabhi nahi milega. But I still applied. So I had applied, my moonshot was for a university called Stanford, which is known to be a hotbed of entrepreneurship. A lot of large big tech companies were started on that campus. And I got an admission, which was very unheard of. Mere college se kabhi kisi ko nahi mila tha. I went to REC Jalandhar, it's not IIT Delhi, Bombay, etc. Wahan se nahi milta hai logon ko. But I applied and I got it. Now the problem is that uski ek quarter, 3 months ki fees thi, at that time 6 lakh rupees. And mere parents ki puri life ki savings 6 lakh rupees thi. So we're like, ye to nahi kaam karega, 3 months mein hi khatam ho jayenge. We tried loans, etc. Education loans were not easy at the time. Long story short, my sister came up with a crazy idea. She said that देखो US तो जाना ही है पढ़ने, because ये colleges में full scholarship है. So what you do, we'll fly you to San Francisco 1 month or 6 weeks before the campus opens, the college opens, and you go and hustle in all of these research labs, meet the professors, and see if somebody will give you a scholarship. And अगर मिल गई तो अच्छा है, वहाँ पे जाना. नहीं मिली तो फिर डोमेस्टिक फ्लाइट लेके टेक्सास या पर्ड्यू जहाँ भी बैकअप ऑफर है वहाँ चली जाना. सो आई वाज लाइक, ये तो बढ़िया आइडिया, बिकॉज इंटरनेशनल टिकट तो लगनी है, वीजा तो हो ही जाएगा किसी भी एक पे. सो आई डिड दिस, बट दिस इज इजियर सेड देन डन. सो स्टैनफोर्ड हैज स्कूल ऑफ इंजीनियरिंग, स्कूल ऑफ मेडिसिन, लॉ, ऐसे बहुत बड़ा कैंपस है. एंड I would say almost 200 labs are there. across all these different things. So I first started going, every day I used to go in a bus from one of my cousin friend's house to the campus in the public bus. And then I used to meet all these professors and see कि मेरे CV, pitch myself कि कुछ मिल जाए. कुछ नहीं हुआ, 3 हफ्ते हो गए. Now I'm on the last 3-4 days. And now I'm doing direct marketing. मैं ऐसी कोई भी lab में पहुंच जाती हूँ और अपने बारे में कुछ आपको coding करानी है, कुछ आपको database बनाना है, मैं बना दूंगी, and etc. etc. So Monday the college is opening. So I'm almost determined that this weekend I have to fly to some other city and join some other college. And on Thursday I get a call from one of the labs that I had visited before saying that we have an opening and our boss would like to meet you. Why don't you come tomorrow or Monday? I said, no, not tomorrow or Monday. I have to go somewhere else. I'll come today only. They said, no, she's not available. But I said, okay, thank you. मैंने phone काट दिया. This was like a temp phone. I went there and I met the assistant, etc. He said, she's busy. I said, कोई बात नहीं, मैं wait करूँगी. So he said, okay, if you will wait for a few hours, lunch time में when she's eating lunch, I'll see if you can meet her. And I said, why it's urgent? Because this is the last date. Long story short, I met her. She was convinced. She said, I'll make few calls and then you come back again tomorrow morning. The next day morning I came, she gave me the full scholarship. So basically, she and Stanford University paid me $100,000 to study at that campus. So that was my first, real personal conviction building story कि मेहनत करने से कुछ हो सकता है.
इस स्टोरी में कुछ छूट तो नहीं गया, लेकिन ऐसा तो हम बहुत लोगों ने किया होगा ट्राई, लेकिन everyone doesn't get lucky. Do you believe luck also is a huge factor?
Yeah, I don't believe so much in luck. I think that मैंने बहुत bad luck देखा है because, but I'll tell you what, it is not about me. I actually want to encourage other people. What I want to say is that people give up easily. लोग पहले हफ्ते में disheartened होके शायद छोड़ देते hope. कुछ लोग second week तक try करते फिर छोड़ देते. I kept trying new things. I met some of my seniors from India who were doing PhDs and they said, why are you going to School of Engineering? तू मेडिसिन में जा, वहाँ पे तो कोई भी कोडिंग जानता ही नहीं है, उनको बहुत कुछ बनाने होते हैं, सिस्टम्स, डेटाबेसेस, रिसर्च के लिए. स्कूल ऑफ म्यूजिक में चली जा, कोई भी इंजीनियर वहाँ नहीं जाता, एंड उनको देख, उनको कोई असिस्टेंट तो नहीं चाहिए. So you keep at it, don't give up. And actually I will say that is also our story at MobiQuick. Over the years there's been so much competition. We have a very nice competitor here in Noida itself. Then big techs like Google, etc. decided to also jump into payments in India. Billions of dollars they are investing. How will a small startup, even though venture capital funded, compete with that? So the story of building MobiQuick has been thousands of people telling me, नहीं हो पाएगा, नहीं हो पाएगा. Naysayers, like आप पहाड़ चढ़ रहे हो और लोग बोल रहे हैं turn कर लो, एवरेस्ट तक नहीं पहुंचोगे. But the thing is, moral of my story is, अगर आप किसी की बात सुनोगे ही नहीं, आप एक कदम आगे बढ़ते जाओगे तो क्या करेंगे? लोग धक्का मार के तो पीछे गिराएंगे नहीं. They won't help you. You just keep pushing yourself forward. You will make progress. That's my motto.
Today, Upasana, you wear multiple hats, and you've had multiple people helping you through this journey. You met someone very special during a play, right? So the broad smile tells us that Upasana will have a lovely story to share with us. And how did that influence or make Upasana who she is also today?
Right, so I met my co-founder and also life partner Bipin at a play, and funnily enough the play was called What Women Want, and it was playing at India Habitat Center. It was actually a funny play, but it was hilarious. This is now 14-15 years ago. And thanks for bringing up that question. Yeah, I do believe that choices in life matter, and if you are a woman who has ambition and wants to apply themselves towards building anything, it could be building impact, it could be building something in new sectors, whatever it is that you want to do, one of the important decisions you can make is who you choose as your life partner. Because you need someone who's going to support you, you need someone who's going to encourage you. And I know we hear horrible stories about people not getting support. I was very lucky as a child. My parents had 2 daughters, myself and my older sister. We never had that conundrum of boy versus girl. We always got the best resources that they could offer us in terms of education. कभी कोई पाबंदी नहीं थी. And Kashmiri लोग तो वैसे भी पागल होते हैं. पढ़ाई के लिए, job के लिए कहीं भी चले जाएंगे. Like my father left Kashmir to go to Vallabh Vidyanagar in Gujarat to pursue his PhD in 60s, 70s. So you can imagine that how important academia is to them. But yeah, I mean, I had a very supportive environment growing up as a child, but I've also been blessed. I have a very opinionated and strong co-founder and husband. So hum log ladte bhi bahut hain. But from a perspective of doing my job, I've never had the situation where he's pulling me back. He's always pushing me forward. I remember when, I was on maternity and my son had actually one or two fairly crappy incidents in terms of health in the first 1 month or so that we were in the NICU for a good time. But we came out of it, and so I was very scared कि मैं इसको छोड़ के काम पे कैसे जाऊंगी. But he pushed me, he nudged me, he could see that I was also losing my mind. So I think by the 3-month, 4-month mark, he pushed me that तू 1 घंटे के लिए जा, तू 2 घंटे के लिए जा, but जा तो सही office, इतनी देर तो जा. And he kept pushing me forward many times. I remember people will find it crazy. When he was 7 months old, I took him, all 3 of us went actually, we went to London for a fundraising trip. The chairman of that fund was based in London. And he refused to go forward with the deal until both the founders would come and meet him. And Zoom tha, but he wanted to meet in person. So I said, I can't leave him behind. It's itna chota hai. Plus, I think I was also breastfeeding him at that time. So usko leke gaye. We reached on a weekend, found a babysitter. 3 interviews I did. I hired one. Monday morning, I went to meet the man. For 2-3 hours, both of us went. And, the deal was closed. So, people think a lot about it. You have to be a responsible parent. You have to be a responsible daughter. You have to be a responsible wife. You have a lot of family responsibilities as a woman in India, even in modern India. But you also have to be fair to yourself. You have to do, what gives you joy. And that could be painting, that could be writing, that could be, flying a helicopter, or that could be building a fintech.
Upasana is obviously leading me to the next question, where I'll ask her that, is Upasana always just busy minting money? And when she's not busy minting money, what does she do? But before you answer that question, Upasana, I mean, is there some bit of pressure that you feel on yourself, considering you have a kid? He's now 8 years old, you told me. This thing, ki women balance kaise karte hain? I mean, why is it only the women's job all the time, and why is only she asked about, will you be able to balance this? Will you be able to do justice to this? I mean, do you feel that? Have you heard that? Does that happen in the ecosystem? What do you hear?
Yeah, I'll be dishonest if I say that's not the case. It is the case. I think in some families, there is more pressure on women. And I mean, I can tell you, we, as a company of almost 1,000 people, we have a very healthy gender ratio. So we employ a lot of women at all levels. And I can tell you, while we worked remotely, working from home in COVID, and you had to support it, but it was extremely tough on women. It's very hard for women to close the door and say कि कोई मेरे को disturb नहीं करना, बच्चे हो या in-laws हो या help हो, क्योंकि मैं काम कर रही हूँ, मेरी meetings है. आप बोलोगे, but वो फिर भी आपको disturb करेंगे. They will not go and disturb the man in the house. So this is a real life scenario. And so the women in our company pushed us कि नहीं आप office खोलो, जल्दी office खोलो, because we can come and work from the office. It's more enjoyable, and it's our time to be away from household responsibilities. So you're right. The pressure is a little bit more on women, but my answer to that is the only way, again, it's the most important decision in your life, who you're going to live with. So you have to be honest about it. You have to push the other person also to share the load. Will it be 50-50? I don't know, but at least try, and maybe it will be 40-60, maybe it will be 70-30. Anything is better than 100-0 is what I would say. Anything. And it's not just about, yourself or me, but I'm just saying that think about any profession, right? Like there are doctors married to doctors. Unki life to और crazy hai. Raat ko on call hai, surgery karni hai. Everybody has found a way to balance. So I think that doesn't matter what your area of work is. You have to find a way if that's what you want in life. If you want in your life to be all about work, then it can be. But I chose a life where I wanted everything. I want everything, and I have to work towards making that happen for me.
And when Upasana is not working and not in the business of minting money, what does she do? What is the other side of Upasana that, we all must know about?
I like to travel. I like to read. I like to play with my girlfriends badminton over the weekends. I like to experience new kinds of cultures and food. So traveling is important for me. I like to travel a lot with my family actually. What else? Yeah, I think that those are some of the fun things. I socialize with people, hang out with my kids, play sports with them. Yeah.
Does your kid know what does the mom do? She mints money, and I keep reiterating mints money because that's very important. No, does the kid understand what you do?
He does.
He does. Yeah. So what does he say about you and the dad?
He says, mom, dad are co-founders of MobiQuick, and he'll say MobiQuick is a fintech. He knows all the keywords. हमने सिखाया नहीं है, but he has learned it on his own because he probably overhears some phone calls. Extra में you can save money, Zip से you can get money, and then you can make, like he sees when you scan the QR code and pay, so he's like, Mama, let's get your phone, ये book खरीदनी है, or whatever. So he understands what we do. He comes to the office also sometimes, जब कुछ late हो गया, या coming from the school for something. So yeah.
And considering, Upasana, that, there is a whole wide world out there open, especially in India, when it comes to digital payments, the entire gateway that the government is also, going big with. Where do you see this industry, say, in the next 5 years? Where do you see yourself and your company?
So see, when we started, India had 25 million Indians who were paying digitally. Everybody else was running on cash. Today, India has roughly about 300 million people who are paying digitally. We expect in the next 5 to 8 years, this number is going to be double. So 600 million. Of course, our population is 1.4, and if you take out, the kids and the older people, I think that we still have a very long 10-year, 12-year high growth market in financial services or fintech, whichever business you want to think about. Like payments is one, lending is another one, insurance is another one. All financial products have reached less than 10% of India. So there's a very long runway for growth, and I encourage, men and women, even now, if you're thinking about creating financial products for any segment, whether it is small merchants, whether it is young women, for any strata, there's a lot of opportunity. And there will be extremely high growth. I want to tell you that fintech India is the 3rd largest fintech market in the world right now. And we all know how fast our country's economy is expanding. We are going to become very soon the 3rd largest economy in the next few years. And I think that this disruption of technology that we have seen in the last 10 years, it's going to be even more, impactful in the coming 5 to 10 years. I think India will be a different India 10 years from now. And I can tell you for a fact that technology startups, fintech startups will have a huge role to play. Because see, finance moves, moving money is a business, and that's the business we are in. Moving money, making money, getting money for businesses, for individuals, I think it will play a huge role in the development story of India.
And Upasana, theme for the conclave this time is Stree Shakti, breaking barriers. What are the barriers that you personally have broken? What are the barriers you still have not been able to break?
So one barrier that I have broken is that, like I said, when I started fintech, which is a popular term right now, it's an industry by itself. Fintech term exists nahi karta tha. So by default, I've been named as the first Indian fintech female founder. So that's something that will stick with me. I think that one of the things that I was very much looking forward to is, taking the company to profitability, which has also recently just happened, like literally this quarter we have turned, this is the 2nd profitable quarter. The thing that I have not done yet, which I want to do is that, and in my company, I want to tell you the finances of the company, are managed by me, the CFO reports to me. So, ऐसे भी incidents हुए हैं that when we had some, tax officers visiting, this is many years ago, 8-10 years ago, they said that, आपकी कंपनी में कोई मेल डायरेक्टर नहीं है, मैंने कहा सर है, लेकिन उसको सिर्फ टेक वेक आता है, उसको P&L नहीं आता है, तो आप मेरे से ही बात कर लो तो अच्छा है, प्रॉब्लम जल्दी निपट जाएगी, चाय पी लेते हैं, 2 घंटे में हो जाएंगे, वरना आप 2 दिन तक यही करते रहोगे, आपका ऑडिट चलता ही रहेगा. So, you know, I've come a long way since then. I'm fairly recognized in my sector and in the banking sector in India. But what I want to do is actually I want to take my company public. And, you know, that is something that I would like to lead from the front on as well. So we are building the company for a long-term value creation, financial impact, financial inclusion. But at the same time, you know, it has to be independent. And to be independent, you have to, you know, give an exit to your early investors and to have public market shareholders. आप सबको हमारे IPO में participate करना है.
And just outside, you were telling me a story about the Forbes magazine and what they said to you. So I think that's an interesting anecdote. And you must share that with our audience, because that again reflects how, no matter where, but there are certain barriers that will always have to be broken.
Yeah, so it wasn't I didn't name the magazine that you said, it was a popular magazine. And they were doing you know how they run series like top 10 successful women founders, etc. And they'd sent a questionnaire, हमने reply भेजा. And then eventually I got to know from my team member that, you know, we are not going to be participating in that. I said, क्यों, क्या हो गया? हमारी achievements कुछ कम थी. They're like, no ma'am, they said that आप थोड़े टेकी हो ना, geeky हो, अगर आप कुछ फैशन स्टार्टअप या कॉस्मेटिक स्टार्टअप कुछ कर रहे होते तो अच्छा होता. इंडियन वुमेन उसके बारे में ज्यादा सुनना चाहेंगी. I was like, भाई पैसे बनाते हैं, हम पैसों का काम करते हैं. How is that not important? So that's a barrier I want to break, which is that you know, women can be money managers, women can run finance, women can run tech companies. It's मतलब tech क्या है? मतलब engineers कितनी निकलती हैं women? Finance MBAs कितनी women करती हैं? Why will India not have, I don't know, 25% women CEOs and CFOs in the next 10 years? India will have and India must have.
And Upasana, because loves to sing, I will give her the floor at the end. But before that, one little question. There are a lot of men sitting here in the audience and I see an equal number of women. What is your message to the men first and then to the women?
My message to the men here is that there is a huge untapped potential and talent in all the women that are around you, whether in your personal setting or in your professional setting, whether they are friends or family members or colleagues. Tap that potential and it will create insane amount of value for you. That's my message for the men. For the women, don't let anyone tell you what you can do, can't do. You know you are powerful. You know that you know you can do anything that you want. You can touch the stars. I can tell you that most men cannot deliver a child. They will faint while delivering a child. So if you can deliver a child, I can tell you, you can use an AK-47, you can fly a chopper, you can do almost everything that you can imagine. So yeah, your destiny is in your hand, is one life. Do whatever makes you happy and that gives you a sense of purpose and achievement.
And before we conclude, Upasana, just 2 lines. You're a great singer, I've been told, so you can just hum your favorite 2 lines or anything that comes to your mind, any life mantra or something that you tell yourself every day.
नहीं यार, I'm not.
कश्मीरी क्या गाते हैं? अब ऐसे नहीं, ये तो आपको करना पड़ेगा.
एक पॉपुलर कश्मीरी सॉन्ग कौन सा है?
ये तो मुझे नहीं पता. न्यूज़ के मामले में ही है, बाकी कुछ नहीं समझ आता है. You can sing anything that you like or recite anything. You love poetry also, I think.
But I have not prepared for any of these.
So can anyone help her? Any of your favorite song and we'll just see her humming that song? Sorry? Boomro.
Oh, right. I'm thinking.
So that's a song you were looking
at. That one I can sing. Okay, that one I know. ये आज तक किसी ने मेरे से करवाया नहीं. आप बहुत fraud कर रहे हो. I'm a serious businesswoman. आप मेरे से गाने
गवा. You're an achiever. A woman can do anything.
Okay, it's going to be really crappy, so please don't laugh. Just let's try to make it happen. बुमरो बुमरो शाम रंग बुमरो 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 शाम रंग बुमरो आए हो किस बगिया से हो तुम बुमरो बुमरो शाम रंग बुमरो. Thank you.
You know, not just a journalist, she can be a great singer also. So on that note, to the woman who wears many hats, more power to you, Upasna. And the next time that we meet, you might have just gone public. So all the very best. Thank you for being a part of the Republic Dialogues.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Daku. Thank you so much, Deepti, for this wonderful session, which ended on a very melodious note. And with that, we are going to conclude this lovely Republic Dialogue Stree Shakti session that we had just today. I'd like to thank all of you, but before that, a big round of applause for all our women achievers who have enlightened us here today. Thank you for your unwavering participation, dedication, commitment to the cause of women empowerment, and together we are shaping the world where every woman's potential is realized, celebrated and cherished. And on behalf of Republic Media Network, I would like to thank our esteemed guests, audience members and viewers for joining us for this edition of Techno Phantom Presents Republic Dialogue, a thought leadership series. State partner, Uttar Pradesh Government, and Madhya Pradesh Government, special partner, Ravan Group. And for making this Women Empowerment Conclave on Stree Shakti, Breaking Barriers, a huge success. I would also like to thank our presenting sponsor, Techno Phantom, and state partners, Uttar Pradesh Government and Madhya Pradesh Government. Thank you so much, ladies. Right now, all of you, please, you can proceed for high tea. But with that, it's a wrap on this summit. Thank you so much, everyone.